Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 256. Storytelling/Wedding. 2. The meal they shared that morning would be the first one that all four family members would partake in since the disastrous celebratory feast upon Sokka's return home. Until a day ago, Katara had made herself scarce as often as possible, building walls rather than bridges with her brother, until those walls had crumbled upon their own weight after their clash at the South Pole's shores. The waterbender's behavior had changed vastly since then, as helpful as she was around the igloo, though, she couldn't seem to shake off the guilt that was apparent in her eyes whenever she saw her brother. Even now, sitting beside him by the igloo's hearth, her eyes flickered towards him with no shortage of apprehension, while Sokka focused on the bowl in his hands instead. "I cooked this one just as you used to like it," Kunna declared, proudly, as her grandson brought the 5-flavor soup to his lips. "Well, it's perfect, Gran," Sokka said, offering his grandmother a half-hearted grin. "Thanks. She made enough of it to feed all of Nanak's kennels," Hakata chuckled. "Maybe you went overboard, Mom." "Oh, no food ever goes to waste in this village, we all know that," Kunna said, carelessly. Sokka's smile warmed at her claim, though his attention shifted towards someone else soon enough. Katara offered him a side dish, seaweed noodles, wordlessly, an awkward, tight-lipped smile upon her face when he glanced at her with uncertainty. Unexpected as the gesture was, Sokka clasped the bowl and nodded in her direction. "It's a fresh batch," she explained, curtly, before pouring another set of noodles on a new bowl for her grandmother, leaving Hakata for last. "Thanks. It smells good," Sokka responded, picking up his chopsticks and scooping up a serving of noodles. Hakata had hoped they might make their peace eventually, but his children's cordiality had been a welcome surprise, one that had started when they had arrived home together the previous day, bringing no fish with them despite allegedly going on a fishing trip. They might take off on a more fruitful trip for food in the coming days, Hakata supposed. Whatever progress they'd made recently with their personal relationship, it might translate into a better hunting or fishing outing if they worked together as a team instead of sniping at each other constantly. "Now, then, it is a fine morning," Kunna said, smiling carelessly as she glanced at the igloo's small windows, though the outside of the igloo was dark as night still. "Do you have any plans for today, Katara?" "Not particularly," Katara admitted, biting her lip and shrugging. "Guess I could go train for a while, maybe." "Aang will be pleased for that," Kunna smiled, though her grin waned when she noticed Sokka's brow was furrowed suddenly. "Is everything alright, Sokka?" Yeah. I was just wondering what I'd do today, too," he said, shaking his head quickly before returning to his food. "And? Got anything in mind, Sokka?" Hakata asked, curious. Sokka's chewing rhythm slowed for a moment, but it returned to normal before long. "Well, I'm not sure yet. But I guess, if I settle for the first thing I thought of, I'll have to run it by you anyway, Dad," he said, once he'd swallowed all the food. Hakata was visibly puzzled by his words. "Truly? What might it be?" Hakata asked. Sokka breathed deeply as he set down the noodle bowl next to the also half-finished bowl of soup. "I guess, by now, we all know why I've come back, right?" he said, glancing at his father remorsefully. "More importantly, we know what's bound to happen because I'm here." "You mean, the Fire Lord?" Katara asked, frowning as her hands trembled lightly. "He'll send his troops after you. Even if she managed to persuade Oze that I'm not here, which I don't know if she'll be able to, he'll still send his troops to the South Pole to annihilate the tribe in retaliation for what I've done," Sokka said, gritting his teeth. "Doesn't matter whether she succeeds or not, we need to prepare to defend the tribe. All able-bodied warriors need to be ready, though no, not just the warriors, everyone needs to be ready." "Everyone?" Kunna asked, puzzled. "Will you train children this time as well? It made sense when you were younger, as there weren't many of us around, but you'll do it again this time." "Maybe the older ones, I guess. If they're able to defend themselves on a basic level, I think it's only right to teach them," Sokka said, breathing deeply. "Not just the children either, the women as well." "Oh? Truly, now?" Hakata asked, impressed. Sokka nodded promptly, and Katara, beside him, barely stifled a smile. I know we typically split duties, I know our culture has always promoted that men need to see to the protection of women, but it's not the time to preserve cultural values and traditions of the sort. Teaching them how to defend themselves and fight back against the Fire Nation will only help the tribe further, Sokka assured, his gaze on the fire before him. If the situation were any less dire, I'd say that only the ones who wish to learn how to fight should take up arms, but with the Fire Lord's navy on our doorstep, or soon to be, I don't think we can take any chances. Everyone should learn to fight, even if just the basics. Then, you'll train them? Everyone who needs to learn? Katara asked, without bothering to mask her amazement and curiosity. I mean, we'll have to craft more weapons, I figure, but I'm sure lots of women will be thrilled over helping protect the tribe. Yeah, more weapons will be necessary for sure, Sokka said, nodding. Though I don't really know if I'm the one who should train them. What? Not you. Katara raised her eyebrows. Why? Well, I'm not exactly the most popular or reliable guy in the tribe right now, am I? Sokka said, rubbing his forehead with his fingertips. I suspect some people wouldn't want to learn my fighting styles. To Fire Nation, I guess. You don't know that for sure, though, Katara said, though she spoke quietly, with unusual uncertainty. Some people might not mind. There's someone better than me for the job, even if that's the case, Sokka said, breathing deeply and shrugging. Someone they surely trust far better than they'd trust me, and who helped train warriors in her home village, as far as I remember. Ah, you want to ask Suki to teach the women how to fight, Hakata said, and Sokka nodded. If you agree to it, of course. I wouldn't go against your wishes, Dad, Sokka said, softly. Hakata smiled fondly at his son, though. You are a wise man in your own right, Sokka. If I happen to make any stupid decisions, I'd hope you'd call me out on them, much as your sister would, he said. Despite himself, Sokka smiled too. And as your grandmother always has, of course. Naturally, Kunna smiled proudly, prompting Hakata and Katara to laugh at her enthusiastic response. Hakata didn't fail to notice his son appeared apprehensive still, to a fault. He offered Sokka a kind smile again, scooping up another serving of soup before continuing with the previous conversation. In any case, if you hoped for my permission to train our people, that's fine by me, Sokka, Hakata said. Though I do agree with Katara, you happen to know the Fire Nation better than anyone else in the tribe, at this point. Even if Zuko and Kino were born there, Kino was mostly an outcast within his own soldier squad, and Zuko was never given access or insight into his father's court, as far as I know. Everyone agrees that the Fire Lord is a monster of a man, whose cruelty knows no boundaries, but I fear nobody is quite as likely to understand the full scope of his forces, resources, and possible maneuvers to attack us as you do. Even if some people were apprehensive about you these days, I'd see to it that they set aside their discomfort, if there's any altogether. This isn't the time for anyone to be childish and squeamish when we have to focus on defending our tribe. Right. Sokka whispered, lowering his gaze. His father was right, and yet he couldn't help but wonder how many people would blame him, and his return, for whatever disaster Oze intended to unleash upon the South Pole. He couldn't be sure that they'd be wrong about blaming him for it, either. Still, if you'd rather Suki handles the main training, that's fine by me, Hakata said. Just, you'll have to run it by her, too. She's been quite devoted to looking after Mari and Zi, so ask her first before assuming she'll jump out to do it right away. Surely she'll appreciate the opportunity to take action again, though, Katara smiled. I guess she may have enjoyed a life without combat and conflict lately, but deep down she's a warrior. She'll be happy to help, I'm sure of it. I hope so, Sokka said, nodding. Though, she's not the only one I'd need a lot of help from. Oh. Katara blinked blankly as she glanced at Sokka, whose gaze had shifted towards her. You, and Aang, I figure, probably could create ice obstacles to slow down the enemy ships, out by the bay, Sokka explained. Their ships are made of solid metal, but if an ice spike happens to be sharp and strong enough to pierce or tear some of their outer hull, the ship would flood and sink. Katara said, tapping her chin with interest. That could be done, I think. Might be helpful training too, Sokka said, with a weak smile, and then he glanced at his father next. I never really learned how to make explosives the way you did. You wanted to teach me one day, but the chance never arrived. Surely you can learn now, if you want to, Hekata smiled. I would have no qualms with teaching you, for sure. That would be good, yeah, Sokka admitted. But that's not all I was thinking. I know it will be bad for the ocean to lace it with lots of bombs, but... Bombs? Katara asked, raising her eyebrows in amazement. Sokka nodded. If we set them up strategically, at a fair distance from the ice barriers you and Aang will hopefully be able to create, they could destroy one or several ships at once, he said. I'm not keen on killing their soldiers, not anymore, but as cold-blooded as any of this may sound, I really just want to ensure they can't even come close to attacking the tribe. Well, the good news is that I have a fair amount of experience building and developing those kinds of bombs, Hekata said, raising his eyebrows. Sokka's breath caught as he glanced at his father. Right. Your invention from the war, the Tangle mines, was it? Sokka asked. Hekata nodded. I suppose we will have to add something other than skunkfish smell this time, he grinned. Those are native to Earth Kingdom waters, but we can certainly come up with other means to create the proper stench to mess with the enemy. Sounds about right, Sokka smiled a little, nodding in his father's direction. Then, we'd have the walls and the Tangle mines. And if they do overcome all these obstacles, we'll still have enough warriors to fight back against any of their surviving soldiers, Katara reasoned. It may be a wild gambit, Sokka said, glancing at Hekata hopelessly. If you have more ideas, or ways to improve mine, feel free to share. Well, I'll do as much, but this sounds like a solid start so far, Hekata said, smiling and nodding in Sokka's direction. We do have more resources than we used to, back in the day. New benders, the Avatar, no less, it will provide us with an advantage the Fire Lord won't expect. Still, like I said earlier, I'd expect you to judge the situation better than I could, at this point in time. You fought the Fire Nation in the war. Sokka pointed out, blinking blankly. And you lived among them. In their very top circles, no less, Hekata said, matter-of-factly. During the war we lacked enough intelligence on the enemy's movements, their resources, their strength. You surely know far more about any of those things than I ever did. More importantly, your knowledge is recent, mine is about 10 years old. As much as you may prize my advice, son, I believe you are better suited to lead our defenses at this moment than I could ever hope to be. Sokka swallowed hard but nodded. His father's arguments made perfect sense, but they took him aback nonetheless. Innocently, foolishly, he had expected Hekata's leadership to still be absolute, to a fault. That he would delegate some of it to him, after his last attempt to lead the tribe's warriors had been so catastrophic, surprised him profoundly. It was one thing not to hold that mistake against him, it was another matter to trust him to make the right decisions to protect the tribe. He could only hope not to let his father down. So, how many troops do you expect the Fire Lord will deploy? Hekata asked, continuing with his food. I know this may not be the best conversation topic for breakfast, Mom, but... Oh, no, do go on. It's a family tradition of ours to discuss war strategies over a meal, after all, Kunna said, and none of the other occupants of the igloo could tell if she was being sarcastic or not. Yeah, I guess we kind of do it pretty often, Katara admitted, as Hekata laughed, shaking his head. Well, if it really doesn't bother you. Sokka said, smiling weakly at Kunna before focusing again. I doubt he'll think enough of the tribe to send the bulk of his navy. He has kept a large amount of his forces focused on the north, and as much as he may want to burn me alive, he's not bound to break the stalemate and sacrifice whatever purchase he has on their lands just to capture me. Still, he'll have enough ships to pose a significant threat to us. And, well, there's also the airships to think of. Airships? Hekata repeated, and Katara swallowed hard. You told us about that, she said. The hot air balloons, was it? I helped design them, yes, Sokka admitted. In trying to stop Oze's ambitions to develop powerful explosives to destroy the North's defenses, I ended up providing him with means to transport his armies faster across the world instead. Back when I helped the Mechanist design and test them, Azula kept the Fire Lord in check and stopped him from using them, for a time. He probably will forsake all her advice by now and do it regardless, and while I can't say for sure that he's going to use them to attack us now, it's a possibility we ought to prepare for. So much as uttering her name was painful, no matter how necessary it was. He wanted to stop his chest from splitting open whenever he evoked her in any way. How he wished he could put a stop to that ever-flowing sorrow, as good as a waterfall that fell into nothingness. How was she? What was she going through? Would she be alright? Would all their friends be alright, too? Airships, then. Hector repeated, stroking his beard. If you designed them, that's an advantage in our favor. I designed the hot air balloons, not the armored airships, Sokka clarified, almost grateful for his father's intervention, for it snapped him back into reality. Those are trickier to destroy. The hot air balloons would be torn down from the sky far more easily. The balloon is just fabric. The airships, though, they're made of metal, so they're sturdy, solid, and massive. How does such a thing fly? Kunna asked, and Sokka breathed deeply. Well, it's pretty big, but most of its size is taken up by the system that keeps it afloat. Sokka started to explain, but he froze on his tracks as he spoke. Which means it could be torn down more easily than I thought, come to think of it. Even the smallest malfunction could see the whole airship crashing down. Generating a malfunction could be the complicated part. Why? Are the mechanisms and systems well armored? Katara asked, frowning. Not really, but I don't think any of us could believably obstruct them from the ground while they hover in the sky above us. Sokka said, with a shrug. I definitely could tear their metal open with my sword, it wouldn't be a problem, but I can't get up there unless I build us hot air balloons of our own, and, well, I'm not sure we have the resources for that here. Well, you probably wouldn't have to do something like that, so don't worry about it, Katara said, with a weak smile. We do have a way to fly in the tribe these days, Sokka. Sokka raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his sister's claim. His confusion wouldn't be dispelled until breakfast was finished, and Katara guided him to a large hut he hadn't visited just yet. He felt foolish upon reaching it, remembering only now that Aang hadn't been the only one frozen within that strange iceberg. It was about time you met Appa, truth be told, Katara smiled, as she guided Sokka inside the large hut. A massive creature with cream-colored fur awaited inside. As bleak as everything appeared to Sokka lately, he still couldn't contain his amazement upon detailing the first sky bison he had ever laid eyes upon. His horns were large, and yet they looked small in a head that seemed to be at least twice as large as Sokka himself was. His dark eyes bore into Sokka's own as he turned to face him and Katara, revealing a pattern of brown upon its fur, forming an arrow much like the one on Aang's forehead. Hey, Appa! Katara grinned, stepping forward and raising her hand towards the creature. Appa grunted, and Sokka remembered the strange sound he'd heard when he'd woken up in the tribe for the first time, mistakenly assuming that they were being attacked by a dangerous creature. Hope you're ready to meet a new friend today. This is my brother, Sokka. Sokka bit his lip but stepped forward, showing the creature a gentle grin. Hey there. You sure look like one big boy, huh? He said, raising his hand so the bison could smell it. You look fuzzy too, though you don't smell very nice. Guess you guys don't bathe him often, huh? I don't think we ever have, truthfully, Katara admitted, and Appa groaned in apparent disapproval. I'm sorry, Appa. It's just very cold down here, and I don't think we should risk it. Though, Aang and I could warm some water for him. We could get Zuko to help, too. You didn't think to do that before now? Sokka asked, amused. Well, sorry about that, but we just grew used to Appa's natural scent, Katara pouted, and Sokka smiled quietly until a sudden, massive tongue offered him a most generous, affectionate lick, caused him to flinch where he stood. That's nice of you, buddy, Sokka said, grimacing under the creature's drool. And again, his heart grew heavy upon recalling yet another creature who had often teased him by licking him just as well. Xian Long's tongue had been far smaller, of course. He wasn't all that small for a dragon, as far as Sokka could tell, but Appa certainly seemed to be several times as large as the dragon had been. "So, do you think it can be done?" asked Katara, biting her lip, and yet again, Sokka was grateful for someone's interruption of his depressing thoughts. Aang's got a saddle for Appa, so several people can fly on him without much trouble. Not sure how many can be on the saddle at a time, to be honest, but a few passengers are fine, as far as I know. That's good. Quite good. How agile is his flight? Sokka asked, and Appa seemed to grunt in a blunt manner, as though to reassure Sokka that, despite his large frame, he was perfectly nimble in the air. He's agile enough, as far as I've been able to tell, Katara smiled. And he can speed up quite a bit, too. As he reacts to danger by instinct, I'd hope he's a much more helpful companion in flight than any of those airships could be. Surely, Sokka nodded. Well, I'd think the right way to do it would be to hover well above the airships and strike when they're powerless to defend themselves. Maybe, if we spot their airship fleet in the ocean, we could take them down before they enter the bay. Heck, if they were to fall on the Navy's squad, we'd kill several birds with a single stone. Appa will probably be up for the task, Katara said, smiling as she patted the creature's snout. He's very diligent, and the best Sky Dash. Oh, it's you guys. Aang's sudden exclamation startled the siblings, who turned to face him immediately. He smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head as he stepped towards them. Sorry, I just noticed Appa seemed to have visitors, he said. Is, everything okay? Whether he was asking if they needed his animal companion for anything, or if he was worried about Sokka and Katara's fragile bond, hoping it was well on its way to being fully amended, it was unclear. Still, answering the vague question would be straightforward enough for the two of them. Just introducing Sokka and Appa to each other, Katara said, with a weak grin. Everything's fine. Ah, good then. Aang's smile grew more genuine as he stepped inside the small hut, raising a hand to touch Appa's snout. Sorry I didn't drop by any earlier, buddy, I was picking out your daily seaweed. Seaweed, huh? Sokka repeated, amused. With the size of him, he must eat his hut's worth of seaweed every day. Oh, now, Appa's not that much of a glutton, Aang chuckled. I wouldn't judge him for it, if he were, Sokka said, nodding in the creature's direction. Appa huffed approvingly before closing his eyes and pressing his face into Aang's welcoming embrace. We were just talking about preparations, you see. Katara explained, and Aang glanced back at her from over his shoulder. The Fire Lord may send his troops here eventually, and we should be ready to fight back. Sokka had a few ideas on how to do that, and I thought Appa could help us defeat the airships, if any are sent here. If none are, then I guess he wouldn't have to get involved in any of the fighting. Well, Appa will be happy to help the tribe, but I hope there won't be any airships, Aang said, biting his lip. Thinking about it again, it's not bound to be a wise choice to send airships here, Sokka said, frowning. Not that Oze's wise, piece of shit that he is, but hopefully someone with sense will dissuade him from sending any airships at all. Before all this happened, their airship factory was attacked by, well, a group of people who wanted to destroy the Fire Nation. One of their chosen objectives was the airship factory, probably because they knew Oze and his troops could cross the world in a heartbeat if they have those. Cutting short the production of airships and causing lots of resources invested in that factory to go down a sinkhole is, well, a better strategy than I even realized at the time. Ironically, it might end up helping us, so long as Oze does hold back from deploying the airship fleet. Huh, that's helpful, but we should prepare for it anyway, said Katara, crossing her arms over her chest. Both with that and the ice obstacles that, Aang, Sokka thinks we can craft some ice barriers that will slow down the ships that are sent here overseas. It could be helpful for training, too. Oh, I guess so, Aang said, blinking blankly. Though, are those ships bound to be slowed by ice? Wouldn't they be built to break through it? Likely. That's part of the strategy. The idea isn't that they won't ever break the ice, but that the ice will be a considerable hindrance in their progress, even if they do, Sokka explained. An iceberg, like the one you were stuck in, usually is much deeper than what the eye can see. If the ship's hull were scratched by an iceberg of the sort, they would struggle to make their way to any shore if water starts pouring in through a breached ship. Huh. I see, Aang said, hands on his hips. It sounds like we should think big. When do you think they'll attack? I can't say I know, Sokka admitted, shrugging. The longer it takes, though, the more dangerous their forces might be. Then the sooner we're ready to defend ourselves, the better, said Katara, frowning with determination. Were you planning on doing anything right now, Aang? Because, if you're not busy today, we ought to get started with those defenses right away. Oh, sure. Aang said, smiling brightly. Just got to feed Appa first, but that's all I had in mind right now. Great, Katara said, beaming before glancing at Sokka. You could supervise our work, I guess, but you also ought to go find Suki and ask for her help, right? Suki's help? With what? Aang asked, puzzled, as he airbent Appa's saddle onto the creature's back almost effortlessly. Sokka watched him, raising his eyebrows as the saddle fell into place perfectly, before realizing he was the one who ought to answer the Avatar's question. Oh, I wanted to ask for her help with teaching people more fighting techniques, Sokka kept the explanation short, smiling awkwardly as Katara stepped towards Appa as well. Guess you'll take off now, then. Good luck with all the bending you'll have to do. And good luck convincing Suki, too, Katara said, smiling as she leapt up to the saddle, glancing at Sokka from her seat. Aang airbent himself now, landing on the creature's neck smoothly. I still think you could do it yourself, but it's fine if you'd rather get help, too. Right. Sokka said, lowering his head as he stepped out of the hut. The Sky Bison didn't have to go far to find the meal the Avatar had prepared for him. It was right outside the hut, on two large containers Aang often used to gather the large amounts of seaweed his Sky Bison required. Keeping that creature's stomach satisfied sounded like a never-ending chore to Sokka, far more easily achieved anywhere but in the Water Tribe, but it was clear Aang would put in every bit of work necessary to keep his animal companion safe and sound. Sokka patted Appa's front leg gently, waving goodbye to his sister and her friend before taking off through the village, on course for Suki and Zuko's igloo. He wouldn't admit it aloud, but he felt comfortable asking for Suki's help, same as Aang's, simply because neither one had any grand expectations from him, because both of them had believed him, without jumping to conclusions about who Azula was, or why she had done anything she had. It would be easier to talk with them, less painful, if just because his choices wouldn't make him a treasonous monster in their eyes. Maybe that wasn't what the tribe thought of him, even now, but he wouldn't be surprised if it were, either. Judging by the wary glances that were cast in his direction as he walked towards the center of the village, the lack of greetings, the uncertainty that permeated the air itself, their thoughts might not stray too far from what he dreaded they could be. He'd either find a way to fix things, to prove himself to the tribe again, or he would fail to do so. The latter sounded likely. Even if he led a brilliant defense against Oze's forces, wasn't it his own fault that they'd attack the tribe in the first place? Ruminating such depressing thoughts as he walked past his family's igloo, Sokka had no intentions of paying attention to his surroundings until a familiar, unwelcome word reached his ears, just as he was walking next to a sturdy igloo. Ashmaker. It's an Ashmaker. Did you set your hair on fire, Ashmaker? Two boys spoke, then laughed before a weaker, yet driven voice spoke up next. I don't bend ash. Sokka had barely heard her speak until then, but he immediately pinpointed the younger voice belonged to Mari, Zuko and Suki's daughter. He frowned as he stepped into view, past that large igloo. Indeed, the auburn-haired Mari appeared to argue with two boys merely a few years older than herself, who only laughed and stuck their tongues out at her in sheer mockery. Most importantly, however, their respective mothers stood mere steps away. Suki, carrying Zi strapped over her chest, scowled immediately at the two boys. They were brothers, Sokka assumed, as their mother covered her mouth and rushed towards them. What are you? Don't say those things. This is Mari, you dunderheads. She's not an ashmaker, she's a good firebender. What? One of the boys said, grimacing in distaste. Firebenders suck. Death to the Fire Lord! Exclaimed the other one. Mari pouted at their words, standing small in the snow in her azure parka as she was. Suki stepped forward as well, away from the large boxes she had been trading with the boy's mother. "Oh, don't say that, goodness." The woman was hushing her children when she noticed Suki had taken a protective stance in front of her daughter. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Suki. I've told them so many times, they shouldn't mess with Mari, but my boys, they're just incorrigible. I understand, sometimes raising them can be tricky," Suki said, far more compassionately than expected, than deserved, as far as Sokka was concerned. "Though if they keep messing with my daughter, she might surprise them by fighting back one day, and I don't know whose hair will be on fire by then." The two boys gasped, and their mother seemed to shrink under Suki's blunt threat. Suki offered them a careless smile right afterwards, though, as she stroked Mari's hair gently. "I'm sure that won't be a problem, though, of course not," she said, laughing. "They're such good boys, after all." "Why yes, they'll learn better, I promise," the woman said, nodding repeatedly, only to notice, from the corner of her eye, that they were being watched. If she had seemed terrified when her children misbehaved, or when Suki spoke as she had, it was nothing compared to the draining panic that seized her upon glimpsing Sokka's tall, strong frame merely a few igloos away. Her dark face paled, as did those of her children, who gasped and stepped back at the mere sight of him. Sokka only crooked an eyebrow quizzically at their reactions before the woman excused herself in a rush, urging her children inside their igloo at haste. After being so nonchalant and mischievous, the two boys followed their mother's lead immediately and, within moments, they were locked safely within the igloo, and the also daunted Mari was free from the disdain of her neighbors and fellow tribespeople, if just for now. The child had hidden behind her mother's leg too, though, clinging to Suki's mid-calf length boot as she glanced at Sokka warily. Perhaps his presence had proven so sudden and unexpected that she had already forgotten the careless, vicious words that had been slung at her moments ago. "Ah, fancy that. Terribly effective timing, huh?" Suki said, smiling a little at Sokka. "Thanks for that, though I get the feeling you didn't even do it on purpose." "I did think I'd intervene if you needed me to, but I didn't expect it'd be necessary," Sokka admitted, with a weak smile. "You sure freaked them out with that comeback. And I think your kid's forgotten what just happened because she thinks I suck more than those kids do." "Well, they're kids like her," Suki chuckled. "And she's used to them, too. She's not so scared of people she sees often, or of people close to her age, either. Can't do much about the second thing anymore, so I guess I'll have to visit more often after all," Sokka admitted, stepping closer as Suki grinned. "Though if I scare her as much as I apparently scare those three, maybe we'll have to take a slower, subtler approach at helping her warm up to me." "Oh, Mari's braver than that, isn't she?" Suki smiled at Mari, caressing her hair once more, though her smile had faded once she rose back up. "The universe knows I don't blame anyone for resenting the Fire Nation, but it also knows my blood boils whenever anyone treats my daughter poorly because of her heritage." "Does it happen a lot?" Sokka asked, frowning. Suki shook her head. "Not with grown ups, actually. They're probably aware that Mari's not responsible for any of the awful things the Fire Lords have commanded, but the kids, they just repeat whatever they hear at home. The Firebenders are the enemy, that's all they really know, and as much as I want them to think otherwise when it comes to my family, at the same time I know that they have no shortage of reasons to see the world as they do. Telling them that some Fire Nation people aren't completely terrible would likely just result in complicated conflicts." Sokka frowned, lowering his gaze. It was exactly what he suspected, what he expected. Mari deserved far less scorn and disdain than he did, but he was a scary, strong man. He daunted them, the child didn't. She was too young to represent a threat at all. "Well, I'm glad I helped somewhat," Sokka whispered, biting his lip. "Though coming home to scare people into shutting up is, not quite what I expected." "Guess not," Suki smiled awkwardly. "I figure you hoped that nothing like this would be necessary, huh? I mean, typically I get along fine with them, we always trade our surplus food for variety, but I guess I won't do it again for a few weeks, at least. I'd say I won't do it until those kids behave themselves, but hell knows if that would ever happen. They need to learn better." Sokka guessed, shrugging. "But seeing as I've been on Mari's end of this situation many times in the past, I can't say I have any real solution for these sorts of problems. Many times? Suki asked, surprised. I was typically the one they frowned upon. The southern slave, Sokka said, with a careless shrug. But so long as she stood by my side, lots of people would keep their judgment to themselves. Not everyone, it's true, some would make their distaste for me known, whether she was around or not, but at least the captain of the second squad of Imperial Guards decided to wait until after she was out of sight to attempt to undermine the authority she granted me over him, once. They must have had a death wish, huh? Suki said, raising her eyebrows. Picking a fight with you sounds dangerous on its own, always did, and I can't even imagine how strong you are these days. But risking her wrath by antagonizing you? That's just poor life choices, no matter who you might ask. Well, he almost failed to get away with it, Sokka said, grimacing. And I say almost because, well, I didn't do anything to him and neither did she, but he got caught in a bad fight later and nearly died anyway. Oh, Suki said, her smile souring as Sokka shrugged. Guess you have plenty of darker stories than I imagined, these days. Not as many as you might think, though the dark ones are bad enough as it is, Sokka admitted. A lot of things have happened since you and Zuko left the Fire Nation. I've always suspected as much, Suki said, grimacing. Life here is much calmer, quieter, in many ways. I suppose it must feel surreal to be back here again, after growing used to being at the heart of the Fire Nation for so long. It does, and being the one who scares people with my presence alone may be one of the most surreal parts so far, Sokka admitted, smiling awkwardly. Are you both alright, then? We'll survive, Suki said, simply, with a shrug. I'll just hope the next time I bump into this family they'll be more thoughtful. I know Mari is still young, she might forget about this in a few years, but maybe she won't, you know? And if she keeps hearing people talking about firebenders that way, well. Yeah. I get it, Sokka said, grimacing. Either way, were you on your way somewhere? Suki asked, offering Sokka a quick smile, as though to shake off the lingering annoyance over the unpleasant exchange with her neighbors. Sorry if we derailed you. Well, I intended to visit you, but since you're here, I wasn't derailed after all, Sokka said, with a curt grin. I, had something to ask you. Do you? Suki asked, raising her eyebrows. Well, if you can help me carry all this back to our house, I'll hear you out there, if you want. She had gestured at the boxes she'd traded with the neighbor earlier. Sokka smiled and nodded. Suki had her hands full with a baby and a toddler as it was. Giving her a hand with the boxes would be the least he could do before asking for her help with training the tribe's people. The boxes didn't prove all that heavy, so Sokka hoisted them carefully as he followed Suki back to her igloo. Mari cast countless wary glances at him as she walked, clinging to her mother's hand for support, ever intimidated by the man who was still a stranger to her, even if one her mother seemed to get along fine with. Guess Zuko's out on a hunt again? Sokka asked once Suki pushed the igloo's door open. Yeah, he's been extra cautious about our food reserves after those horrible blizzards, Suki explained, guiding Mari inside. The girl took off her parka quickly, shrugging off her boots before rushing off to a small trunk, pulling it open to reveal her dolls sat inside it. He took Gruff with him today, too. Your dog, right? Sokka asked, ambling into the igloo with the boxes. Funny name you gave it. If he's really gruff, well, suits Zuko to have a dog like that. Heh. He's not so gruff once you get to know him better, Suki smiled, and Sokka raised an eyebrow as he set down the crates at a free space near the walls. Who, Zuko or the dog? Sokka asked. Both. Suki conceded, before laughing softly. He tends to leave Gruff with us so Mari won't be lonely, but he's supposed to be a hunting dog, right? So Gruff tags along once or twice a week, usually. The dog ought to make the hunting easier, Sokka commented, biting his lip as he gazed about the igloo. Though, considering how many pelts you guys have here, maybe he doesn't need a ton of help. He's a better hunter than you might expect, yeah, Suki laughed softly. As risky as it is for him to go out on his own rather than with hunting parties, I think he focuses better by himself. If there's no one there to annoy him, Surely he does, Sokka said, with a weak smile. I can't even remember the last time I went hunting. I'm definitely out of practice. You'll get the hang of it again before long, I'm sure, Suki said, reassuringly. She undid the fabrics with which she'd kept the quiet Zi fastened over her chest. The small baby seemed content to be set down on a small, delicate crib, and she smiled as her mother pressed a kiss to her brow. In the meantime, Mari had pulled out 2 dolls, smiling brightly as she raced towards her mother, holding out the older-looking doll to Suki. Mommy, can we play? She asked, grinning. It truly boggled the mind how easily she'd forget her woes, shifting her focus from one thing to the next without a care in the world. The inner workings of the child's mind proved quite impressive to Sokka, who smiled gently at the sight of the 2 dolls she held. Oh, in a bit, Mari. We have a guest, remember? Suki said, and Mari flinched upon glancing at Sokka. Had she truly forgotten he was there? And I have to sort out the content of these boxes, see what we can make use of. Her mother's response was disappointing. Of course. Mari pouted and walked away, putting more distance between herself and Sokka as she returned to her dolls, set on playing by herself. Once Zi grew old enough to play, Sokka suspected her older sister would be thrilled to finally have a reliable playmate. And you had some sort of question to ask me too, right, Sokka? Suki asked, removing the lid of one of the boxes to find a set of pale furs within. Well, there we go, guess we can patch some of these up into better clothes, huh? It's a good color too, should suit your girls just fine, Sokka said, breathing deeply as he took his seat by the fire. At any rate, I was visiting because, well, as much as I could simply lock myself up in my room and cry for the rest of my days, there's obvious reasons why I shouldn't do that. Your family will be very upset about it, Suki suggested, but Sokka shook his head. If only that were the sole reason. He said. We're bound to be under attack eventually. No matter what happens once she's back in the Fire Nation, even if she manages to persuade her father not to act immediately, the truth is he'll send his troops to find me and kill me before long. Oh. Of course, Suki said, frowning. Putting so much distance between herself and the Fire Lord certainly hadn't led her to forget the dangers the man posed, but she could put it off her mind far more easily than Sokka could, and he was certainly wise not to forget it, too. He'll definitely attack, though I'm surprised we haven't seen any signs of it yet. Maybe she's been more effective at stopping him than you think. Or maybe he's gathering more forces to make sure his armies will raise the South Pole once he sends them, Sokka said, glancing at Suki with uncertainty. I'm not saying this to be discouraging or to scare anyone, but we can't take for granted that Oze will have any mercy. We both know what his idea of mercy amounts to. Suki said, frowning. She pulled out several of the furs, folding them upon her lap as she inspected each one thoroughly. Heavens no, I think Zuko is wonderful just as he is. Sometimes it slips my mind that he's scarred at all. But whenever I let myself think about it, I just want to grab one of my old katanas and hack it into his father's heart. A lot of people would approve of it, if you did, while others would contest the right to be the ones to snuff the light out of that bastard's eyes permanently, Sokka said, scowling. Suki smiled a little. And I expect you'd be of the second group, huh? She asked, biting her lip. With all he's put you through, and all he's going to put the tribe through next, everything he's bound to do to Azula as well, I probably would let you do it instead of going for it myself. Though, back to the topic, do you think he could be holding back just to bulk up his forces further? Yeah, I do think so, Sokka said, breathing deeply. I've talked about it with my dad in Katara, also a bit with Aang. We can expect his forces to attack us by sea and by air, though I suspect the Air Force is in no any shape to attack us yet. The Air Force, huh? Suki said, grimacing. How does that work, exactly? Hot air balloons. I can try to draw what those are like. I designed them myself long ago, not knowing what they'd be used for, Sokka sighed, shaking his head. Suki's eyes widened at his confession. The armored airships are a more complex version of that design. Still, the airship factory was attacked, so Oze might refrain from sending his only existent airships to a battle he might assume he'll win without needing to send the bulk of his forces. Aren't you assuming a lot as well? Suki asked, uneasy. Maybe he'll send the bulk of it indeed. And risk letting the Northern Water Tribe regain stability and strength by diverting the many ships he keeps up north to the South Pole instead. Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. If he does that, he's even stupider than I thought. But even then, he doesn't know enough about the current strength of the South Pole. He knows there's 2 waterbenders, yes, but he has no idea you and Zuko are here, or that one of those waterbenders is actually the Avatar. He would take for granted that we lack resources because he thinks the Water Tribe is just a bunch of uncivilized savages, right? So even if he sends a massive number of troops to take me out and destroy everything else, they'll be surprised by some of our defenses anyway. I've already instructed Katara and Aang to build ice walls, means to hinder their ship's progress, whether just by delaying them or outright sinking them. That would help, Suki said, nodding. She was done with the furs in one box, and now she started to inspect the contents of the other one, Tiger Seal products, Sokka noticed, though he focused on continuing to explain his latest moves to Suki. And Katara thinks Appa will be helpful if airships are sent here after all, Sokka said. I could probably use my sword to cut essential parts of the airships and cause them to crash down, so yeah, I am planning ahead for the worst possibilities. And that's one of the reasons why I've come to you, actually. Because I'll have something to do with your ideas on how to handle this future battle too. Suki asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka breathed deeply. Look, if everything goes according to plan, and we take down Oze's forces without a hitch, a lot of preparations may feel excessive, Sokka said, rubbing his forehead with his fingertips. But if that doesn't happen, if the warriors don't prove strong enough to defeat the full tide of Fire Nation soldiers, if the Benders can't put a stop to them, if the airships have been modified and strengthened somehow, it would leave the tribe completely vulnerable. While there's a chance that we could maybe arrange things so that most women and children can be taken to someplace safe, deeper into the pole, away from the fighting, isn't there a better chance that this battle won't backfire on us if those women learned how to defend themselves from those soldiers? Whoa. Suki's eyes widened as she processed Sokka's words. She wasn't sure she had ever heard anyone in the tribe proposing anything quite like that. She hadn't given the matter much thought before, due to how busy she had been with her kids. Katara was free to fight all she wanted, as she was the only local bender, but no other women did. No one ever seemed to think it odd. Suki herself didn't even think it odd anymore, she had grown used to it. But it wasn't right, she knew, of course it wasn't. Not all men in the world were cut out to be warriors, some were fragile and lacked the aptitude for it, just so, not all women in the world would be better suited by staying at home, tending to children and doing chores while they waited for their husband to come home. She had certainly grown used to that life, as of late, but that didn't mean it was the only kind of life she could live. It certainly wasn't the only life she'd known, and maybe other women would be thrilled to have an opportunity to fight, if such a chance were granted to them. You want to train women, then? Suki asked, with a slow smile, her work with the seal products forgotten. And some older children too, I guess, Sokka admitted. Teenage boys already may have learned a few things about combat, I figure, but they probably don't know enough yet to properly fight back if anything this bad happens. We need to train the tribe as a whole, the right way. Well, I think it's a great idea, Suki said, nodding. If you wanted my advice on how to do it, I can give you a few pointers. No, I didn't really want your advice, Sokka said, smiling guiltily. I mean, you're free to give it, I'm all ears if you have any other ideas on how to defend the tribe. Then what did you want from me? Suki asked, confused. Sokka bit his lip. I hoped you'd agree to train them yourself. Her jaw dropped when a life she had long set aside was offered back to her in a single question. Combat, fighting? Ever since she first confirmed she was with child, she hadn't thought twice about the fact that she'd need to set aside her more physical, combat-oriented pursuits to ensure Mari would be born safely. She had simply done it without question. Then she had become a mother and she had found a rhythm in this new life with Zuko, where they worked together to keep their family safe, sound, and provided for, above anything else. The notion of returning to combat hadn't crossed her mind whatsoever. The Water Tribe had always felt safe, a place where Oze's evil clutches wouldn't reach them. But they would now. He had reason to reach for them now. As easy as it had been to slip out of one life and enter another one, she knew that, if any of those soldiers came anywhere near her husband or her daughters, her every protective instinct would trigger and she would fight back as best she could to keep them safe. But she was out of shape, she hadn't trained in a long time. If danger knocked on their door, she wanted to believe she would be able to defend herself, but she couldn't be certain that she would defeat any soldiers if the last time she had picked up her fans had been when she set them on their place on the wall, right by Zuko's Deo swords. I don't think I'm the best option for that, Sokka, she pointed out. I haven't trained for ages. You'd probably tear me to shreds if we dueled right now. You're out of practice, that's all, Sokka said, with a reassuring smile. You'll get back to business in no time. Right, but why would it be any better if I do it rather than you? Suki asked, puzzled. Haven't you taught other warriors already? Katon, Haka, and Yuro all seemed to think you were the greatest teacher of all time. They were trained by another Sokka, if that makes any sense, Sokka said, biting his lip. Besides, haven't you trained others in the past too? For that matter. Well, yes, but you've been fighting constantly for years, you're in better conditions to do it than I am, Suki said, with a shrug. I could give you a hand eventually, Sokka, but why would you want me to do it instead of handling it yourself? Because, they're used to you. They trust you, Sokka said, frowning. You've been here for 3 years now, almost 4, I don't even know. Did you forget what you just saw on the street a moment ago? Suki asked, puzzled. Did you forget it, too? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Those kids nearly shat themselves when they saw me. The mother was no better. Do you really think I can tell my dad to gather them so I can train them, and it'll go well? If that was any indication of what the majority of the tribe will act like whenever they see me, it's going to be a disaster. People stare at me wherever I go as though they're expecting me to suddenly shed my disguise and reveal I'm a crazed firebender instead of myself. You'll be a much more trustworthy instructor, especially while the whole tribe starts to wrap their heads around my very presence and stop acting like I'm a bomb waiting to blow up. Sokka, Suki said, eyeing him with uncertainty. Oh, goodness, okay, well, let's see, if I'm up for this, and I agreed to your proposal, would you eventually join in as well and start training people too? Or do you intend for them to be fully trained by me? I guess it will depend on how people react to me in the future, Sokka said, grimacing. But does that mean you're willing to try? I don't know. I mean, I'd love to get back to training, I just assumed I wouldn't have a chance to do it anytime soon, she explained. And now that you're offering this so suddenly, well, the problem is I have the kids to think about too. Zi is still very little, she needs tons of care, and Mari would probably barge into classes at random just to ask for cookies, so. I want a cookie. Mari exclaimed just then, and Suki grinned awkwardly. Of course, the child had been listening in on their whole conversation, even though she likely didn't understand half of it. After lunch, Suki determined, glancing at her daughter from the corner of her eye, Mari grinned, hugging her dolls to her chest, delighted by her mother's promise. Suki sighed and glanced at Sokka matter-of-factly. See? They're both too young to be left alone while I train people. Well, then, maybe Zuko should watch them while you train them, Sokka suggested, with a shrug. You said he's going overboard with hunting because he's being cautious, which suggests he can take a few days off of hunting to stay with the girls. Right. Heh. I mean, maybe, but with something this urgent, I'd think training daily would be a must, Suki said, raising an eyebrow. Sokka huffed. All right, if that's not enough, maybe I can watch them, he suggested. Suki's eyes widened. What? I wouldn't be so bad at it, heck, if I'm near your class, watching over your girls there, maybe people will realize I'm still me. A perfectly miserable guy, but no less myself for it. And then you'd have a better chance at training them yourself, once they realize that. Suki said, raising an eyebrow. Ugh, that doesn't sound so bad, it's true, but that's under the premise that you might be able to babysit my children without any issue? Not to be a downer on your newest idea, Sokka, but I don't think Mari will agree to it that easily. She glanced at her daughter, who raised her head again upon realizing she had been brought up in the conversation once more. Her eyes were curious when she glanced at her mother, fearful when she glanced at Sokka. "See," Suki said, simply. Sokka scoffed. "Well, then, maybe I won't watch them after all." "Maybe Kino will," he said, with a careless shrug. The young girl gasped, and this time she appeared utterly affronted by the notion of spending any more time than necessary near Kino. "No. Not Kino!" she exclaimed, shaking her head violently. "No, no, no. Calm down, Mari, he's just messing with you," Suki said, shooting Sokka a reproachful glance. He only responded with a guilty grin. "But mommy, not Kino!" Mari exclaimed, jumping to her feet and shaking her two dolls violently towards the floor, in a gesture of adamance that Sokka didn't think he ought to find endearing, yet there was a hint of authority in the child's voice that stirred his heart, no matter how infantile her cause might be. "Kino is noisy. And smelly. And ugly. Oh, come on, he's a little noisy but he's not that smelly. Is he smelly?" Suki blinked blankly, tapping her chin as Mari rushed towards her, dragging her dolls over the floor as she did. "And I wouldn't say he's ugly, though your father's much more handsome, but still. Not Kino, please, mommy. Mari, please, do you even understand what we're talking about?" Suki laughed. "You don't have to make such a ruckus, darling, seriously. Not Kino." Mari exclaimed again, and with her last, stubborn shake of her dolls, the arm of the older one was torn off its seams. "Oh, Mari!" Suki exclaimed, her amusement fading as Mari was left to gape at the fallen doll, the arm still in her small hand. "Oh, no," she said, gazing at her mother helplessly. "Mommy, Dolly broke again." It's okay, I can fix it." Suki sighed, picking up the doll delicately and reaching for the arm, which her daughter relinquished quickly. The child was left to watch on, anxiously, as her mother studied the problem intently. Sokka grimaced, guessing he was partially responsible for the child's tantrum, though her reaction at his teasing had certainly been excessive. Still, she seemed calm now that her outburst had taken a dire toll on her beloved doll. "Will Dolly be okay?" Mari asked, pouting. Suki chuckled and nodded. "Yes, dear. I'll stitch her back together as quickly as I can, all right," Suki said, shifting on her seat so she could find her sewing implements. She pulled out a box within which sat a knife with a crescent-shaped blade, as well as bone needles and a thin thread of sinew that the older women in the tribe often prepared for each family's use. She picked a thin but sturdy needle, handling herself so deftly that Sokka could only watch the process with astonishment. Seldom had he paid attention to his grandmother or his sister's work with sewing, but now, upon witnessing it in Suki's case, he couldn't help but wish he'd learned all along about how to do this too. Mari sat before Suki expectantly, fidgeting in place as though fearing that Suki might not succeed at her task, no matter how simple it might be, going by how confidently she threaded the needle. "This happens often," she explained to Sokka. "Poor old Dolly is a bit fragile, but we always patch her right up, don't we, Mari?" Mari nodded promptly, sitting quietly but impatiently before her mother, who bit her lip as she got started with the work. Mari gasped at every stitch, prompting Suki to chuckle at her childish wonderment as her beloved doll was brought back together by her dutiful mother. "She looks like quite the fighter," Sokka said, nodding in Dolly's direction. "I like her." "Why you do?" Mari asked, addressing him in conversation for the first time. Sokka smiled, guessing it was only expected that the child would only acknowledge him if he acknowledged what mattered most to her, too. "Of course I do. Having a tough friend like that, who comes right back to you every time, is a true privilege in life. You'll have to cherish her a lot," he said. Mari bit her lip. "Okay," she said, with an innocent drawl. "Daddy taught me warming my hands if it's cold, but I almost burned Dolly, but I didn't burn her." "Ah, I'm sure Dolly would forgive you if you did anyway," Sokka smiled. "She's too smart not to know firebenders need lots of practice and training to handle their gift properly. Soon you'll be an expert firebender and you won't be scared of burning anything by mistake again, Mari. I'm sure of that." "Really?" Mari asked, puzzled. Sokka nodded promptly. I've met many firebenders and they all learned little by little. It's a matter of training yourself and learning when to use your fire and how to use it, too, Sokka said, nodding sagely. Mari, however, shrank in place. You know, firebenders? She asked. Yeah. Sokka said, his heart sinking at the child's daunted expression. Aren't firebenders scary? She asked, biting her lip. Sokka scoffed and shook his head. All benders are scary, kid. Not every firebender is a bigger menace than the other kinds of benders, he said. In fact, thinking about it, there's 4 benders in the tribe, as far as I know, and the 2 firebenders, you and your dad, are the least scary of them all. I mean, look at Katara, she's terrifying. Cat isn't scary. Mari laughed, wiggling her toes as she stared at Sokka in utter perplexity. As intimidating as she'd found him before, now he seemed to be a total mystery. Why would a tall, daunting man like him find Katara scary at all? What? That's crazy talk. Katara is my sister, I grew up with her and I can tell you, there's no one scarier in this whole tribe than her, Sokka declared, proudly, causing Suki to laugh as Mari gasped in amused outrage, shaking her head repeatedly. Cat is good. Cat is nice. She exclaimed. Cat hugs me and brings me sweets. That's just to win you over, see, she's recruiting you for when she takes over the whole South Pole, Sokka said, shaking his head in feigned mourning for the future of his people. You'd best be good to her and stay friends with her when that happens, because the rest of us? She'll brand us losers and she'll throw a fistful of snow straight to our faces. Mari envisioned the whole scene as Sokka described it. She laughed happily, rolling on the wooden floorboards at the possibility of getting away from Katara's alleged punishments on everyone who displeased her. Suki snickered too, shaking her head as she sewed the doll's arm into place properly. At least it seemed Sokka was earning his way into Mari's heart far more easily than Kino had, so far. And damn, maybe Katara's the scariest, but ain't. That guy's the Avatar, Sokka said, eyes wide. How many elements does he know so far? 3, Suki answered, raising her eyebrows. Air, water, and fire. He hasn't found an earthbending mentor yet. Well, that's enough to make him a menace anyway. Imagine that, when he gets Earth he's going to rip the whole planet apart if he gets angry. Aang isn't angry. Mari laughed again. Aang is happy and good. Oh, well, let's hope he stays that way, if that's how it is, Sokka smiled, deferring to the child. He hadn't expected she'd respond so well to his teasing, truth be told, but he hoped this would persuade Suki that he could be, at least, an average babysitter, if that was what was needed for the sake of ensuring the tribe could be protected. Point is, the 2 benders I'm least worried about in this tribe are you and your dad, kid. And you're the firebenders, so what does that tell you? As Mari didn't answer, gaping at him in confused silence, Sokka smiled again and answered the question himself. That firebenders aren't any scarier than everyone else. Not just in virtue of being firebenders, anyway, he said. I've been away for many years and I've met lots of people all over the world. You can find great people in any nation, just as you can find bad people in any of them. If you're lucky, you'll find the best people only, and that way you can make great friends, no matter if they can bend or not. Mari bit her lip, and Sokka guessed his words might have confused her. He only smiled and waited for a reaction, uncertain of what it might be. Sometimes, Mari. Suki chimed in, surprising both her daughter and Sokka. The best people can be the very best of benders too. Look at you and your father, aren't you the best firebenders in the world? Mari grinned and nodded, though Suki deliberately glanced at Sokka with a raised eyebrow, no doubt wondering if he'd contest that claim, and the skeptical stare in his eyes spoke for itself. What? You don't think so? Suki asked, smiling innocently. Sokka scoffed, amused despite himself. Mari, maybe. Zuko? He said, shrugging as Mari gasped in outrage. Daddy is the best firebender in the world. She declared, proudly. Not a chance, kid, Sokka said, with a lopsided smirk. The best firebender in the world, ever and ever. Mari pouted, crossing her arms over her chest stubbornly. Ever and ever. There's simply no chance, none at all, that your dad's any better than your A-dash. He started, but the word seemed to grow stuck in his throat. Curses, did Mari even know she had an aunt? Suki suddenly seemed to regret steering the conversation that way. She had hoped to tease Sokka, but above that, to lift her daughter's spirits regarding her skills and strength as a firebender. Sokka had been alright so far, it seemed, but now he'd grow miserable again, and maybe whatever progress he'd made with Mari so far would go to waste altogether. Sokka breathed slowly for a moment, letting his gaze travel away from the mother and her child. He wasn't sure what to do, not beyond caving into peer pressure and claiming, against his better sense and his pride, that Zuko was everything Mari thought he was. Curses, but if she only knew, if she'd only seen what Azula could do, what an extraordinary woman she was, all of Mari's fears and misconceptions over firebenders would be replaced by admiration and awe. She deserved to have a figure to look up to, someone on whose footsteps to follow, without fear of becoming someone dreadful merely over a power she had simply been born with. A power others had misused and abused, no doubt, but not her. She was a child, innocent and free from so many burdens. Letting her carry this one on her shoulders was wrong. Sokka knew as much. My daddy is the best, Mari declared again, taking advantage of Sokka's silence to decide he had lost the argument, somehow. He is the best firebender. Well, see, maybe he's the best one you know, Sokka said, biting his lip. He's probably the best in town, even if you and the Avatar are bound to get better than him eventually. But see, there are many firebenders outside the tribe, too. Those are scary. Mari repeated, and Sokka sighed before smiling a little. It would take more work to persuade the child that her understanding of the world, whether acquired from her peers or through the tribe's general attitude, could be wrong, on some levels. There's one who isn't scary, Sokka said, stubbornly. One who's the best person there ever was, better than you can imagine. That firebender, she's a true legend. Mari blinked blankly. He immediately suspected she would have continued to reject his proposed alternative for the best firebender ever, if only he had said it was a man. The child's expression changed entirely upon hearing the last words he uttered, and he smiled for it. She's a story? Mari asked, puzzled. I like stories. Ah, you do you? Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. Mommy tells me the story of the penguin and the seal, Mari smiled. And the story of the snowflakes. Ah, makes sense, Sokka said, glancing at Suki approvingly as she shrugged. Stories she had made up for her daughter's entertainment, he guessed. Huh. That was a thought. Does your mom tell you any stories about firebenders? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Mari shook her head quickly. I'm too little. She pouted. Mommy takes me home when they tell them at the fire after we eat. Pfft, that's because people here only know the boring stories. But I bet you know good stories when you hear them, don't you? Sokka smiled. And I've got one for you, a story of a firebending girl, just like you. It's the story of Princess Jing. Mari's jaw dropped upon hearing those words. Without even hearing how the story began, she was already enthralled, fascinated by this royal firebender whom Sokka seemed to admire and hold in such high regards. Suki, already finished with the stitches, held on to Dolly as she glanced at Sokka with confusion. Clearly, it hurt him to so much as speak Azula's name out loud. Was that why he'd brought up another name entirely? But did he truly intend to explain Azula's story to Mari, of all people? Suki wasn't sure that tale would be entirely appropriate for her young daughter, but curiosity reared its head within her all the same. Princess Jing was once a little girl, just like you, Sokka explained, smiling gently at Mari's gleaming, bright eyes. She was an extraordinary firebender, everyone could tell, but what most people didn't know was that Princess Jing worked really hard to become a powerful firebender. She'd train every day, she'd attend her lessons in school. Mari's puzzled expression at that word brought Sokka to smile fondly again. You're still a bit young to start having lessons like those, but that's okay, he said. Surely your mom will teach you everything you need to know about how to write and read, how to count. I can count to 10. Mari declared, proudly, and Sokka chuckled. Then I underestimated you, you're getting lessons of your own already. That's great, he said. Princess Jing learned to count to 10, and then beyond 10, as well. She learned all sorts of things, and she was best known as an extraordinary fire-bending prodigy. She loved her fire, everything she could do with it, and she trained so much with it, that one day, it turned blue. Mari gasped, hands on her mouth. Sokka chuckled at her reaction before shrugging casually. Turns out she'd figured out ways to make her fire stronger, and it burned hotter than everyone else's, he said. Princess Jing was the first firebender to ever use blue fire, and everyone admired her for it. She could have simply spent her days exploring more of what her fire could do, of course, but she was, after all, a fire-bending princess. And that meant that her father was none other than the Fire Lord. Mari grimaced, shrinking in place as Sokka's voice, unintentionally, grew darker upon uttering that title. Sokka sighed, trying not to let thoughts of Oze derail his work with Mari so far. He had to focus, and to continue onwards to show the little girl just how incredible Azula was, without quite telling her who he was talking about. Her father was a bad man. Nothing like your father, of course, Sokka said, breathing deeply. Where your dad is a nice guy who goes out hunting for you, your mom and your sister, poor Princess Jing had a father who just told her to be perfect at everything. And when she was better than perfect. Well, when that happened, he'd just fester in envy because he'd wish nothing more than to be as great as his daughter was. But oh, he'd hide how jealous he was, so that she'd never realize what a dreadful man her father was. He was afraid, you see, he feared that, if Princess Jing ever understood how bad he was, she'd turn against him and take control of the Fire Nation, guiding them onto the path of peace and goodness rather than war and rottenness. Why was he so bad? Mari asked, pouting. Oh, because his father was just as bad as him, too, Sokka sighed, shaking his head. You see, sometime many generations ago, a Fire Lord decided he wanted to rule the whole world. It didn't matter to him if people wanted him to do that or not, because all he could think of, all that meant anything to him, was fulfilling his own dreams because he felt like it. He was selfish and he didn't care about anything but himself. That's why the Water Tribe is as it is, see? We're always helping each other, because we refuse to have anything in common with those nasty old Fire Lords. But Princess Jing, you see, wouldn't become like them at all. Her father, Fire Lord Vioneo, that was his name, he wanted nothing but to make her follow on his footsteps of evil, just as he followed on his father's. So, Fire Lord Vioneo decided Princess Jing would soon join him in his quest for world domination if he tasked her with a mission in the war, a mission that would backfire on Fire Lord Vioneo, because it would change Princess Jing's life forever. Mari's eyes couldn't have been wider. By now, she truly had forgotten all about Dolly, something that amused Suki as she held onto the old doll. She, as well, was curious about Sokka's retelling, perhaps even more than Mari was, considering she knew exactly what Sokka was talking about, but she remained impressed by realizing that her daughter's attention had never been more focused on a story than it was now. She had always loved story time, too. The mission was supposed to be simple. Jing was sent as her father's envoy to the South Pole, to the battles against the Southern Water Tribe, Sokka explained, and Mari gasped. Then, here? She asked, and Sokka nodded. Don't worry, though, this happened many years ago, he said, with a reassuring smile. So long ago that most people don't even know about it, but I, fortunately, still remember every single detail of this tale. Princess Jing arrived when there was no sun, in the dark period. Upon arriving, she found the Water Tribe warriors were ready to fight back, to repel all Fire Nation soldiers who sought to win the war. But Princess Jing didn't want her own people, as well as the Water Tribe people, to die unnecessarily, so she stepped forward and demanded for a duel, single combat, with the leader of the Water Tribe's warriors. Suki crooked an eyebrow at the rather beautified explanation Sokka had offered Mari. No doubt, she didn't expect him to tell an accurate story. She might have even interrupted him if he'd tried, but he certainly seemed set on concealing from Mari the darkest sides of his history with Azula. Just how much would he change, she wondered. How many things would he alter for her daughter's benefit? Hopefully he'd tone down the blood, violence, and deaths, too. The leader stepped forward, of course, Sokka said, nodding proudly. He was a young man, with great dreams of defeating the Fire Nation one day, dreams he had no realistic way of achieving, as he wasn't very experienced yet. When the chance came, however, to stop the warfare through single combat, he stepped forward and accepted Princess Jing's challenge honorably. His name was Wenta. He spoke the name with a dignity and pride that Suki wondered if it meant something important. Yet Jing and Wenta sounded like two perfectly normal names, whereas a name like the one he'd given Oze did have a blunt, harsh meaning that had brought a disbelieving smile to Suki's face upon hearing it. No immediate meanings came to mind with Wenta, however. She'd have to ask him later if that was important, for whatever reason. Wenta decided that, to save his people, he had to be ready to do anything, even fighting a girl, something that was considered completely unacceptable in his tribe. Sokka continued. He had no idea of what his choice to fight Princess Jing meant to her. However, through all her life, Princess Jing had struggled to prove herself, to show her culture and nation that she was just as capable as any man would be. Of course, Princess Jing was wrong to think so, that is, because she was far more capable than any of them. She was far superior to all of them, without question. But her father refused to admit it, as did many of his nobles and top military figures, who feared and envied her for her great talent. Wenta, though, knew none of this. Wenta only saw an enemy of his people, and defeating her might mean the end of this conflict in the South Pole. Thus, Wenta decided not to hold back. He fought Jing, head-on, and can you guess what happened? Mari's little hands covered her mouth as she shook her head, no doubt scared to hear an outcome that might not favor her fictional hero. Sokka smiled and lowered his head. Wenta was defeated, he said, and Mari gasped. Princess Jing, so talented and accomplished, won the fight fair and square. It meant, though, that the Water Tribe was in danger. Surely, she would choose to attack now, Wenta thought, as he lay close to unconsciousness in the snow. But then, just as he thought Princess Jing would kill him, what he'd always believed firebenders would do. Princess Jing held back. She refrained from hurting him any further, because the battle was over. Since Wenta had fought bravely, Princess Jing believed he had shown more strength, courage, and nobility than countless men she'd met in the Fire Nation. She didn't think the Water Tribe deserved to be destroyed, for, if a man like Wenta had been raised among them, they were, surely, worthier of respect than her father believed they were. So, Princess Jing told her men to turn back and leave the South Pole, and she took off as well, against her father's orders, for Fire Lord Vyuneo couldn't possibly be right to ask for the destruction of these people. Thus, the Water Tribe was saved, and Princess Jing was victorious as well, on her very first battle. Mari grinned delightfully at that, all her anxiety about the fight fading into cheerfulness instead. She even clapped a few times, swaying where she sat, and Sokka chuckled at the innocent expression on her face. If only Azula could see this, if only she knew her niece looked up to her with such admiration. And, what happened to Wenta? Suki asked suddenly, startling Sokka. Did he go with the princess as well? Or Wenta? Sokka said, eyes shifting awkwardly at Suki's question. Evidently, the sweetened version of his first encounter with Azula couldn't end the way it had in the real world. One day, he guessed, Mari would know and understand what slavery entailed, but not now. Not when she was so young, so innocent, so pure-hearted, no. This story, he knew, wouldn't be quite the same as his own. Jing and Wenta, their fate had to be so much brighter than his and Azula's had been. Well, Wenta was confused. He'd always been told that firebenders were cruel, nasty monsters who wanted nothing but to destroy things without thinking. But the Fire Lord's own daughter had retreated from the battlefield, in a most honorable gesture of respect for the tribe. It caused Wenta to rethink many things, and he wondered if maybe the world beyond the South Pole was broader, more complicated than he had always believed it was. So, Wenta decided he'd learn more about the world. He set out on a journey, outside the pole, hoping to gain enough strength so that, if he ever crossed paths with Princess Jing again, his skills might rival hers. A futile hope, of course, because no one is quite as great as Princess Jing, but Wenta had been so impressed by her that he couldn't quite help but wish he could be a warrior as honorable as she had been. He was impressed, then. Suki said, smiling fondly. I suppose he hadn't seen lots of girls like Princess Jing in the South Pole. Oh, there were none, Sokka admitted, with a sigh. Mari wasn't around just yet, so of course, Wenta didn't get to meet any incredibly talented firebenders like Princess Jing until that day. It didn't hurt either that Princess Jing was just as beautiful on the outside as on the inside. Was she? Suki asked, raising her eyebrows. Oh, my. Wenta had a crush on Princess Jing, Mari. Can you believe that? That, well, yes, he did, Sokka chuckled, shaking his head. Mari blinked blankly. What is, crush? She asked, puzzled. Oh, sorry, Suki laughed. It means Wenta was in love with Princess Jing. He wanted to marry her. Ah. Marry her, like my mommy and daddy? Mari asked, cocking her head sideways. Sokka chuckled. Yes, well, he didn't quite understand that was how he felt, this early on, Sokka pointed out. But no doubt, she had left a true impression on him, and because of that, Wenta set out to prove himself, much as Princess Jing had. The thing is, though, that Wenta had no idea what Jing would go through once she returned home, having made such a controversial decision. Princess Jing was in trouble. Mari asked, her voice small. Sokka sighed deeply and nodded. Her father wasn't pleased over what she'd done. She had allowed the water tribe to go free. His evil ways would never accept that, of course not, Sokka said, shaking his head. He took some time to figure out how to punish Princess Jing for her insolent choices, 2 years, to be precise. 2 years? Mari asked, eyes wide, no doubt, such a time span sounded immense to her, young as she still was. Sokka chuckled and nodded. He was true to his name, you see, Sokka smirked. Vioneo means no brain, so he wasn't smart enough to think of a punishment any sooner. Oh. Mari gasped, before giggling. The Fire Lord was stupid. Oh, Fire Lord Vioneo? Oh, you have no idea just how much, Sokka said, knowing he was a childish fool for enjoying Mari's unknowing insult to her own grandfather. But it felt right to hear her say it, it really did. So yep, it took him 2 years to choose a punishment, and that punishment was forcing Princess Jing to marry someone she wouldn't want to marry. Marry someone she didn't want. Mari repeated, puzzled. Yeah, it's an ugly tradition in other cultures. Fortunately, not in ours, Sokka said, smiling proudly. Sometimes, bad parents think their kids should get married for money or for social status, so Fire Lord Vioneo decided to do that because he knew his daughter didn't wish to marry for any other reason than love. He found an unpleasant man for her, but Princess Jing wouldn't stand for it. She was determined to fight back, and to ensure not to marry someone she didn't want. What did she do? Mari asked, eyes gleaming brightly. It seemed she had more confidence that Princess Jing would overcome every hurdle this time, as opposed to her anxiety when she'd fought Wenta. Sokka smiled for that. Well, you see, the man she was supposed to marry was the son of an important commander in the Fire Nation army, Sokka explained. But that man's son, Wuyong, was his name. He didn't have any talents or special skills of his own. He was plain and boring, and there was nothing about him that Princess Jing would like. She was determined not to marry him, so she sought to have an honorable duel with him, much as the one she'd fought with Wenta 2 years earlier. Wuyong, however, refused an honorable duel with Princess Jing because he had no combat talent. Instead, he had someone at the ready to fight in his stead. Wuyong had a personal warrior, a man called Chanluan, who would settle all matters of honor for him. This was a Fire Nation practice, one that all those lazy noblemen who didn't wish to fight their own battles would be happy to partake in. Having a warrior to resolve your conflicts and disputes for you was seen as a sign of status and social importance. So Wuyong told Princess Jing to find herself a warrior of the sort, too. Princess Jing wins. Mari declared, and Sokka chuckled. Of course she can win, but if she fought for herself, then she wouldn't be honoring the terms of these duels, sadly, Sokka said, with a shrug. She had to abide by the codes of honor of the Fire Nation, ridiculous as they seemed, so, if this was her only chance to get rid of this suitor she didn't care for, she had to find someone to fight in her stead. And it just so happens that, once she set out to find a warrior, she happened to bump into none other than Wenta. Mari exclaimed, beaming. Sokka chuckled and nodded. In his travels to become a stronger warrior, Wenta suddenly found himself facing Princess Jing once more. She saw him defeating a man in a training bout, and Princess Jing realized he had grown and learned much since they'd last met. When Wenta thought she might want a rematch, Princess Jing, instead, told him of her plight. She asked for his help, and as Wenta was moved by her fight for her freedom, he decided he would fight in her stead, as she needed him to. Princess Jing, of course, was thrilled. She took Wenta to a beautiful island, where an extraordinary sword master lived. Master Jian, who taught Wenta how to fight with swords. He even helped Wenta craft a black sword that Wenta called Space Sword. It was an incredible sword, forged from a unique metal that had fallen from the sky. Wow! Mari blurted out, eyes wide, jaw dropped in happy amazement. Sokka grinned proudly and nodded. It was so unique that it could cut through solid metal, even if swung by a wielder with a strong, good heart, Sokka declared, guessing that it might be a good storytelling resource to give the sword more magical properties than it actually held. So, Wenta had to become a worthy man to use his sword, and to become Princess Jing's personal warrior, too. The day of the combat arrived after Wenta had spent a month learning so much more about combat in a warrior's life than he ever thought possible, and he felt ready to face Wuong's warrior, Chanluan. Princess Jing thanked Wenta for all his hard work so far, and they shook hands, just before Wenta stepped out to battle. Wenta was determined not to let her down today, not when so much rode on his victory, so he entered the fighting grounds, where Chanluan waited. The man was really ugly, with a sickly-looking gray skin, and he didn't seem any smarter than the Fire Lord. He was stupid too. Mari giggled and Sokka nodded. So much that Wenta tricked him into wasting his strength like a fool within the first minutes of combat, Sokka declared. He was a firebender, and Wenta was a non-bender, so Chanluan thought he'd beat him just because of that, but Wenta was smart. Before Chanluan knew it, Wenta trapped him by tossing a smoke bomb in his direction, and when Chanluan was out of the smoke, Wenta did this crazy maneuver where he jumped in the air, caught Chanluan's head with his thighs, and then he somersaulted with the guy in his control. Basically, he spun in the air, and he was so strong he brought that huge, burly guy, Chanluan, with him. Wow! Mari gasped, eyes wide in amazement. Wenta spun so fast, so hard, that he managed to dunk Chanluan's head right into the sand once he spun completely, Sokka continued. Chanluan was fine, he survived, of course, but he was unconscious. The fight was over in less than 5 minutes. Wuong was horrified. His honor had been completely tarnished by his fighter's terrible performance, and he had been proven unworthy of marrying Princess Jing because of that. Yes. Mari grinned. Sokka chuckled at her enthusiasm over another victory for her favorite princess. Princess Jing was delighted, and she said as much to Wenta. He had never seen her quite so happy. Sokka sighed, smiling warmly at the memory, at the first time he had ever seen Azula smiling genuinely, in unabashed, pure joy. What had happened afterwards had tarnished her mood, of course, but after so long, all he wanted to remember, to keep etched into his soul, was that beautiful smile. Sounds like Wenta fell even harder in love. Suki mused. Sokka smiled and shrugged. When you see a woman as beautiful as Princess Jing smiling in that way, it'd be impossible not to fall in love, he said, simply. Mari giggled, cheeks reddening at Sokka's acknowledgement of Wenta's feelings. The Fire Lord, of course, was furious that Princess Jing had undone his plan. 2 years it had taken him to hatch such a plan. But she had torn it to pieces with her new warrior, her new friend. Together, they would defeat every awful thing the Fire Lord tried to do to his own daughter. They were a team from that moment onwards, fully devoted to working together, and that was exactly how things would be, for many, many years. He had been tempted to say it was how things had turned out for good, that they had been together for all their lives. He had thought to leave the story there, to let Mari imagine more of it herself, if she wished, but the child, clearly, had other ideas. More. More. She exclaimed, giggling as she wiggled her feet happily. Princess Jing, again. Oh, do you want me to tell the story again, or do you want me to tell you more? Sokka chuckled. You are quite enthusiastic when it comes to stories, huh? She is with a lot of things, but yes, she has a soft spot for stories, Suki smiled, caressing her daughter's hair before raising Dolly. "Look who's back, Mari." "Dolly!" the child exclaimed, beaming as she reached her arms out to the doll. She hugged it tightly, but then she turned towards Sokka again, still smiling. More, really?" Sokka chuckled, glancing at Suki with a slightly smug grin. "Still think I can't babysit while you teach everyone how to defend themselves?" Damn. "Fine, maybe you could," Suki huffed, rolling her eyes as Sokka grinned proudly. "Is that what this is all about, then?" "Well, not all of it. I did want to help by distracting Mari just now," Sokka said, with a shrug. "But I got carried away, I think." "Not according to Mari, I suspect," Suki smiled at her daughter, who kept eyeing Sokka expectantly. "She wants you to get carried away a bit more, apparently." "Should I?" Sokka asked, scratching the back of his neck. Suki chuckled and shrugged as she returned to the crates she'd traded for earlier. "You could stay for lunch, if you wanted to," Suki suggested, rummaging through the furs. "Huh?" Sokka glanced at Mari, who eyed him eagerly still. "Well, Princess Jing's story is pretty long, it's true. Even if I stayed here for about 3 weeks, it still wouldn't be enough time for me to tell the full story." 3 weeks? Mari gasped, astonished. "It's a very long story," Sokka chuckled. "I've never told Mari any stories that take longer than 1 night, Suki chuckled, grinning at her daughter. "Guess she could have fun with Princess Jing's never-ending adventures, huh?" "Yeah, she surely will," Sokka said, with a gentle, but melancholic smile. If only they had been never-ending indeed, if only he could have seen to it that their lives continued just as they had been, so the dream they had lived would never shift into an overwhelming nightmare. But that wasn't the story he'd tell. Princess Jing wouldn't be overcome by her father's cruelty, she would thrive. She would rise. She would inspire Mari, Sokka hoped, so that her innocent eyes would continue to gleam brightly, much like the eyes of the ant she might never get to know through any means other than Sokka's stories. "Well, then," Sokka said, smiling at the little girl. "Shall I continue?" Gruff padded along with Zuko quietly as they treaded across the village's ice streets. Several warriors and hunters greeted Zuko respectfully, and he responded with nods of acknowledgement. The puffin seals he'd hunted with Gruff nestled on a bag he kept slung over his shoulder. The polar dog's assistance had proven quite effective, and Zuko managed to ensnare a large enough haul of prey to bring home today. He wasn't sure when the next tribal feast would be held, as a strange air of tension clung to the whole place ever since Sokka's welcoming feast had taken such an unexpected, dark turn. Rumors abounded throughout the village, but if one thing had become clear by now, it was that nobody seemed to know what to make of Sokka anymore. Zuko didn't quite know what to make of him either, truth be told. His confessions still weighed awkwardly in Zuko's mind, and he struggled to unravel how to accept any of what he had revealed. Confused as he still was, Zuko was also genuinely daunted by the prospect of discovering far darker truths than he was ready to face. With how miserable Sokka had been since he had woken up, how suicidal he had confessed to being, by choosing to drop on a snowy dock rather than walking back home, it seemed the life had been drained from the man he had known in the past. Would he ever reclaim his old self? Or would that be impossible without Azula nearby? That anyone would be so affected and attached to his sister should be no surprise anymore, Zuko knew, but Sokka's devotion to Azula certainly had blindsided him, no matter how many times he had witnessed signs of it in the past. Gruff wagged his tail enthusiastically once they neared their igloo, but the dog suddenly tensed up once he was near the door. Zuko raised an eyebrow at his strange behavior, suspecting Suki might have guessed if their dog was reacting with discomfort upon arriving home. But surely he would calm down again when Zuko opened the door and Mari rushed outside to greet them. He pulled the door open, bracing himself for his daughter's enthusiasm, and it didn't arrive. Instead, the sound of a male voice reached him at first, just before Suki gasped. "Zuko! You're home!" Gruff entered the igloo first, blocking Suki from reaching Zuko, then, Gruff slowed down next to the visitor who carelessly sat by the fire, where a stew cooked slowly. Mari's eyes were glued to the man with utmost attention. The dog growled softly, and only then did Mari react. "No growls, Gruff!" she exclaimed, surprising the creature. "Story time!" Story time. Zuko overheard, puzzled as he entered the igloo as well. Suki chuckled and greeted him with a kiss and a hug, helping him set down the large bag on his shoulder. A story's suddenly more important than saying hi to her own father, is it? Hi, Daddy. Mari exclaimed, grinning at him, and her eyes returned to their guest then. And Wenta wins. Zuko crooked an eyebrow as he glanced at the man who sat with his daughter. Just a moment ago he had reflected on Sokka's misery, wondering if he'd ever regain any of his will to live, and now he found the man smiled at Mari, a hint of pride across his face. He had dropped by, and he was telling Mari a story? Hey there, Zuko. Sokka smiled, waving weakly at him. Sorry for keeping your kid busy. I'm a little too shocked to be offended at the moment, so enjoy my astonishment while it lasts. Zuko suggested, prompting Sokka to chuckle as he turned to Mari again. Well, yes, Mari. Wenta won, but Princess Jing thought he didn't deserve to win, he sighed, hanging his head as Mari gasped. But he won. Why not? Mari pouted when Sokka raised his head. Because Princess Jing didn't believe he'd fought honorably, he explained. She hadn't thought twice of the fact that the opposing warrior had been a woman, she'd known it all along. She knew. Mari gasped. Sokka nodded promptly. And she thought, since Wenta had fought Jing without a hitch back in the South Pole, that he'd be fine with fighting another girl now, but she didn't know that wasn't how Wenta had been raised. Sokka sighed. Zuko blinked blankly as both he and Suki watched the scene before them. Gruff had obeyed Mari and he no longer growled at Sokka, but he wasn't comfortable with the situation anyway. Mari remained enthralled with the tale, and Sokka seemed genuinely amused by the child's wonderment. What is going on? Zuko whispered softly in Suki's ear. She giggled as she patted his chest. I'll probably explain later, but it's probably a good thing, all in all, Suki said. Zuko raised an eyebrow. What story is he telling, though? Who's Wenta? Princess Jing. He repeated, despite he knew, deep down, who those strange names stood for. You look like you already figured it out, Suki smiled awkwardly. Sokka just decided to tell Mari a story. And I guess there's no story he knows better than that of Princess Jing and her personal warrior, Wenta. Huh. Zuko blinked blankly, glancing at Sokka again as he made dramatic hand gestures to enhance his storytelling. She was outraged by his performance. And Wenta barely understood why at first, but he realized he'd definitely made a mistake, even if one he couldn't pinpoint yet. Princess Jing didn't want to see him after that, though. No. Mari pouted, and Sokka sighed dramatically. She sent him back to Master Jian with her guards. She had Captain Beohu in charge of taking Wenta safely there, and she refused to see him again until he had learned better, until she had another fight she needed his help with, too, Sokka sighed, shaking his head. Wenta learned lots with Master Jian during that period of time, though. He hadn't understood everything right away, but he did after Master Jian explained how difficult it had been for Princess Jing to prove herself to everyone who looked down upon her just because she'd been born a woman. Nobody thought she'd ever become Fire Lord just because of that. Her talent, her skill, it was something her father would see as a trophy, but he couldn't let her outshine him because he was very envious of his own daughter. So Wenta was her chance to prove herself, for his strength was her strength. And if he acted like a fool, disrespecting female warriors, then she didn't see why she should want him as her partner. But Wenta is good. Mari pouted, and Sokka chuckled. Wenta is good, but you want to know why he is? He said. Because Wenta learned better. Because Wenta understood. He realized maybe there was more he didn't understand about the princess, just as the princess realized, when they first met, that there was much she didn't understand about him. So, when Princess Jing returned, Wenta apologized for his misdeeds, and he told Princess Jing that, if she would accept him once more, he was ready to fight this time, no matter who his enemy might be. Princess Jing said yes, right? Right. Mari asked, anxiously. She wants him on her team now. Princess Jing wasn't sure. Sokka said, and Mari gasped in horror. But she decided to give Wenta one more chance to prove he was the worthwhile warrior she believed he could be. Yes. Mari exclaimed, throwing her arms in the air. Sokka chuckled and nodded, while Zuko spoke to Suki alone, once again. Is all this real? He asked, softly, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Suki shrugged. I'm pretty sure he's embellishing a ton of it, she admitted, clasping his hands with hers. But I figure some of it has to be. I doubt he's making it all up on the fly. Well, as long as he doesn't traumatize our daughter with tales of gruesome fights, I'll probably wrap my head around this, somewhat, Zuko said, blinking blankly. He truly hadn't seen much of Sokka since he'd returned, but whenever he had, the man had appeared on the verge of collapsing into himself due to his overpowering grief. This time, he looked miles away from that man, likely because of the story he was telling. So, Princess Jing had another fight coming up. Yes, she did, because the bolder her resistance against her father's wishes, the more his sleazy nobles and bootlickers wanted to defeat her and gain his trust, Sokka explained, and Mari grimaced. Ew. They lick boots. She shook her head. Sokka chuckled at her reaction over his chosen word. Yep, they're gross like that, he confirmed. So that day, an Earth Kingdom man challenged Princess Jing because he believed his warrior could defeat Wenta. His warrior was another girl. Ah! Gasped Mari. And she was blind. Sokka declared, wiggling his fingers as he spoke with a deeper, booming, ominous voice that failed its purpose entirely as Mari cocked her head sideways. What's blind? She asked. Sokka blinked blankly as Zuko and Suki laughed. Blind people can't see, Zuko explained, letting go of Suki so he could sit behind his daughter instead. Their eyes don't work. So it's like they live life, like this. He covered her eyes with his hands, and Mari gasped in astonishment at the concept of a sightless life. Sokka smiled at her innocent reactions. She seemed to be learning quite a bit about the world today, even though he hadn't quite intended to teach her so much with his story. You might wonder, just how does a blind girl fight as a warrior, if she can't even see her enemies? Sokka said, as Zuko raised his hands and allowed Mari to see once more. But Rushang had a very special talent. Rushang. Zuko repeated, glancing at Sokka in disbelief. He only grinned guiltily at Zuko, for his choice in name for Toph, rude as it might sound, was but a homage to the nickname Azula had often used to refer to her earthbending friend. Rushang, the blind warrior girl, was an earthbender, Sokka whispered, and Mari blinked blankly again. Earthbender. She repeated. Yep. Just like you and your dad bend fire, and Katara bends water, and Aang bends all those in air too, there's earthbenders, Sokka said, nodding sagely. If you've never seen Earth, well, it's a bit like ugly snow, I guess. If it's very solid, like ice, then it's a rock. If it's not so tight, more of a loose thing, like snow, it's earth, or dirt. See? Mari nodded, and Sokka found it amusing that anyone would seem so fascinated by the concept of Earth as she was. No doubt, the result of being raised in the South Pole for all her life. So, earthbenders are very, very dangerous, Sokka said, nodding sagely. Wenta decided to go all out on that fight, to prove to Princess Jing that he had learned much since their previous argument, and Princess Jing looked forward to seeing that, but both had been quite overconfident of Wenta's skills, as it turns out. For, as blind as Rushang was, she was the greatest earthbender in the world, too. She was. Mari asked, puzzled. Wenta fought bravely, he did his absolute best. He didn't hold back at all, using all his arsenal of weapons, his bombs, his blades, his club, his boomerang. He managed to land a surprise blow on Rushang with the boomerang, actually, and he was very proud of himself for that. But Rushang, she turned the very grounds upon which they stood into quicksand, sinking Wenta into it, capturing him underground. Mari gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. Zuko eyed Sokka with skepticism now, wondering if he'd cause his daughter to become claustrophobic with such stories. Sokka bit his lip, wondering if that had been too descriptive this time. Well, he'd certainly explain nothing of the spike upon which Toph had impaled his shoulder, as well as the many bones she shattered with her final moves. Rushang was ruthless, so much more powerful than any of Wenta's other opponents so far, save, of course, Princess Jing, Sokka clarified. When the fight's time was over, Wenta had been badly wounded by Roshang's attacks. He couldn't move his leg, it was so heavy and it hurt so very much, he couldn't fight any longer, and that meant Roshang was victorious over him. It was the first time Princess Jing lost. No. Mari gasped, pouting. Princess Jing and Wenta don't lose. Oh, don't worry, Mari, Sokka chuckled. It's okay to lose sometimes. It's even good to lose once in a while. Helps you learn a few lessons, so you can strengthen yourself for the future. Princess Jing can't lose. Mari pouted still. Zuko chuckled and shook his head. Look at how fiercely she defends her. I can barely believe she's so taken with this Princess Jing in just one day, Zuko said, poking Mari's belly, at which his daughter squirmed. It is okay for Princess Jing to lose this one time, isn't it? Besides, it's Wenta's fault, not Princess Jing's. Wenta's fault? Wenta fights for Princess Jing, Mari said, still pouting. If he lost, Princess Jing lost too. Bah, that's nonsense, Zuko said dismissively, and Sokka rolled his eyes but smiled. Tell that to Princess Jing, then, Sokka hissed, bringing a smile to Zuko's face. She'd be the first to say that her warrior's victories and losses are directly connected to her own ability to help him reach his full potential as a fighter. So, anyway. Ignoring your dad's butting in where he wasn't called. Her dad's just trying to make sure Mari's happy, that's all there is to it, Zuko said, pressing a quick kiss to the top of his daughter's head, who beamed happily at the gesture of affection. Princess Jing could have been upset about losing, Mari. Sokka continued, and Mari eyed him anxiously again. Wenta thought she would be, and he was afraid that his failure to defeat Roshang would mean that he wasn't, in fact, good enough to serve as her personal warrior. He didn't want to disappoint her, but he had been outmatched, and he was badly wounded now, too. So, when Princess Jing came to him, he feared she'd be so angry, but she wasn't. Instead, Princess Jing rushed towards him, asking if he was okay. She saw his wounds were quite painful, and without asking for anyone's help, Princess Jing draped Wenta's arm across her shoulders and she led him out, lending him her own strength so she could take him to safety and ensuring his wounds would be treated at once. She wasn't mad. Mari asked, her voice small, and Sokka shook his head. Wenta would learn, later, that Princess Jing hadn't understood how dangerous Roshang could be, Sokka said. That she, as well, had underestimated Roshang and hoped that Wenta would prove, through this fight, that he could fight a girl without fear. But it never crossed Princess Jing's mind that Roshang could be a prodigy of her own element, much like herself, and that Wenta might still need to grow much more to be strong enough to defeat her. So, Princess Jing recognized this as her own mistake, as something she, as well, had to learn better from. She didn't blame Wenta alone, and she didn't leave him to face the consequences of the fight on his own, either. No, Princess Jing carried Wenta all the way to her palanquin, setting him down when he was about to fall unconscious. He managed to tell her he was sorry right before his exhaustion and pain caused him to fall asleep. Princess Jing had her palanquin bearers carrying them back to her palace, at haste, and she even found herself shedding tears for Wenta's sake. She cried, because she grieved for how hurt he had been, and because she feared the fight's outcome was her fault. But, it's Roshang. Roshang is the bad guy. Mari pouted. Sokka chuckled as Zuko blinked blankly behind his daughter before shrugging carelessly at her interpretation of the situation. Princess Jing is good. I guess you could say Roshang is to blame for the injuries, but ultimately, Roshang was just a warrior, same as Wenta, Sokka said, with a sad grin. She had her own reasons to fight, and that's part of what honor means, Mari. You must respect your opponent, to accept that they have just as many reasons to fight and win as you do. Even if you win, it doesn't mean you would disrespect them, not if you are a true, strong warrior. Oh. Mari cooed, wiggling her toes as she gazed at Sokka in amazement. Roshang, however, wasn't very honorable, Sokka admitted, chuckling. But even if she wasn't, it doesn't mean Wenta should have fought her dishonorably, right? And he fought with plenty of honor indeed. That's why Princess Jing wasn't mad at him for losing. He did his best, and that was what mattered most. Oh. She isn't mad, Mari bit her lip, smiling weakly. Not at all, Sokka smiled. Princess Jing saw to it that Wenta would have the best treatment for all his wounds. Soon enough, he was in good enough shape to go training again. And this time, Princess Jing told him they would talk to Master Jian, so he would teach Wenta some techniques to defeat earthbenders, or help him develop strategies to fight them, but when they arrived at Master Jian's grand house, it was empty. Ah! Mari gasped, eyes wide as plates. Sokka breathed deeply and sighed. It turned out, Master Jian was gone. Where did he go? Nobody knew. Wenta was very sad about it, but Princess Jing assured him that they'd find him another master. They'd help him reach his full potential as a warrior, without a doubt. Wenta wasn't very confident at first, but he decided to believe Princess Jing, to trust that she would continue to strengthen him as best she could. So they returned home, and this time, Princess Jing bought him a house in the city, so that Wenta could live nearby and train there. Now they'd see each other more often, and that way, their biggest and craziest adventures were finally set to begin. Mari gasped. The idea of a story as long as this one certainly was foreign for the child, but she welcomed it eagerly. Zuko chuckled as he caressed her hair, reassuring her that she might hear more later, but she had to eat her lunch first. The smile on his daughter's face couldn't be brighter even as they gathered to eat their stew with their guest, and she didn't stop asking Sokka every question she could about Princess Jing, namely her favorite colors, foods, animals, and toys. Afraid of displeasing Mari, Sokka could only lie with the last question, knowing that sharing Angela's distaste for dolls with her niece would surely cause Mari no end of distress and horror. He could only hope Angela would understand, if she ever learned about any of this. The child wound up taking a nap after the meal, offering the adults a chance to talk thoroughly. After changing Zi's diaper, Zuko held his second daughter against his chest, nestled comfortably in his arms, soothed by her father's presence. Zuko hoped the upcoming conversation would remain perfectly calm and civil, since Zi would simply doze off carelessly in his embrace if it did. "All right, then, what's going on?" Zuko asked, caressing Zi's hair gently, his attention on Sokka. "Not that I'm complaining if you come to visit, as long as you don't do anything stupid." "No worries, I won't challenge you to a duel inside your igloo," Sokka said, and Zuko smiled at his reassurance. "Good to know," he responded. "Still. I mean, it's great if you want to get along with Mari, but I have the feeling that's not the whole reason why this is happening. Am I wrong?" "You're not, no," Sokka admitted, biting his lip. "You, of all people, are the least likely to underestimate what Oze's wrath can result in." "True," Zuko said, frowning. "He's going to attack one day. We don't know when, we don't know how, but it's going to happen," Sokka said, firmly. By now, all sign of amusement and lightheartedness had faded from his countenance, as reality took shape once more. "We have to be ready, everyone does. We have advantages I didn't know we would when I was on my way here. The Avatar will certainly help greatly, same as his Sky Bison. But that's not enough. And, teaching my daughter about Princess Jing will be?" Zuko asked. Sokka's serious demeanor cracked for a moment with a brief smile as he hung his head. "Not that I have a problem with you telling her a story, but what does it have to do with?" "It's actually not so much about Mari as it is about Suki," Sokka admitted, with a dry grin. "I was discussing how to go forward with my family, and I've proposed to my father that our civilians, including women and older children, should at least learn how to defend themselves. If our defenses weren't enough, which I hope they will be, the rest of the tribe would be powerless to stop a tide of soldiers rushing down on them, and I don't want to allow that. So, I came here to ask Suki if she would agree to train them." "Oh, Zuko blinked blankly, glancing at his wife, who sat beside him. His intent eyes brought a mild blush to her face. "You would do great at it. Right?" "That's what I said, better her than me," Sokka said, smirking. "No doubt you'd agree, right, Zuko?" "Absolutely. It's weird that I agree with you at all, but for once, you're talking sense," Zuko nodded proudly, as Suki laughed and pressed her face to his shoulder. "You're being silly, Zuko. I haven't trained in forever, let alone instructed anyone," she said, smiling at him. "I love you, but you're biased, always have been." "Is it really bias when I'm right to say you're the best instructor anyone could hope for?" In this whole village? I don't think so. It literally is. Sokka smiled at their argument, his chest paining him again at how familiar it felt, yet where the pain had felt so overwhelming mere hours ago, it felt a little different now. He frowned at the realization, at the strange lightness that still enveloped his heart softly. It was as though by transforming his painful memories into something new, into the life of Princess Jing and her faithful warrior Wenta, he had found another way to survive, another way to cherish his past, to make it feel real, no matter how far away it seemed to be right now. It hadn't even been a month yet since he'd last seen Azula, and yet it felt like a lifetime instead. It had felt like being swallowed by an abyss, his eyes set on the light that faded with every instant he plummeted lower and lower, but upon closing his eyes and evoking memories of that same light, so much of his fear had receded and diminished. Even the speed with which he fell seemed to have slowed, and as unpleasant as it was to linger in it, the darkness no longer seemed strong enough to defeat the light he still carried in his heart, the light born from where she had touched him most intimately, where she dwelled within him and always would. What was the point of telling Mari that story, though? Zuko asked, startling Sokka when his voice was directed towards him again. I know she was completely immersed in it, and good on you to distract and entertain my child so successfully, but what does that have to do with Suki's work? Everything, actually, Sokka said, shrugging. She said you can't take off every day from hunting to watch the girls while she trains everyone in town, so I offered to watch them myself. She can train everyone, you can hunt for your family, I can keep Mari from doing crazy, reckless things if I tell her the story of the legendary Princess Jing. Huh? Zuko said, raising his eyebrows. Is all of that story true, then? Even that she cried over you when you were pummeled by Toph? Toph? You mean Rushong, and what's that about me? He's Wenta, Zuko, Wenta. Learn the characters' names, or your daughter won't understand what you're talking about, Sokka said, evasively. Zuko snorted but smiled. Fine, then, did Princess Jing cry about Wenta, for real? Zuko asked. I shouldn't be prying, I guess, but it just makes little sense for Wenta to know whether she cried or not if he was already unconscious. Well, I didn't know about that until some time ago, myself, Sokka admitted, levity fleeing his face once more, though he hadn't returned to his overwhelming misery again just yet. Both Zuko and Suki gazed at him in surprise, uncertain if his mood swing would take him all the way to the darkest of emotional extremes they'd seen from him as of late, but somehow, it seemed it wouldn't, this time. But yes, she did cry that day. She, well, told the truth about it to Wenta about 3-4 months ago. I don't really know how long it's been anymore. Time's been a really bad blur lately. Really, then? Zuko said, startled. Sokka swallowed hard. I am trying to tell the story as best as I can, for Mari's sake, he said. But I promise I won't tell her anything, well, particularly gruesome. Or, disturbing in other senses. I'll keep your daughter as innocent and happy as possible, so, will you do it, Suki? I think, as long as I can keep Mari interested in Princess Jing, I'll be able to distract her during your training days. Do you think you can do it? I can, I suppose, though I'll need at least a day to get back into the feel of it, Suki admitted, running a hand through her hair. I don't think I've lost shape completely, there's always so much to do, and a lot of it is just part of me by now, I can't shake off instinctive responses and muscle memory all that easily. But still, I'll have to ease myself back into the work. That's okay, I think. We can probably start in 2 days, if you're comfortable with doing it so soon. Sokka suggested, before sighing. I don't want to pressure you, I know it's not fair on you, but the sooner everyone knows at least basic combat techniques, the better. I know, Sokka, I know. 2 days should be fine, I hope, Suki smiled reassuringly. And who's going to help you practice tomorrow? Zuko asked, a hint of curious hope in his voice that startled his wife. I didn't really think someone would yet, but that's a fair question, Suki said, smiling again. I guess I could use a partner, and you did bring all those puffin seals today, didn't you? So, will you be free for some sparring with me? I'm always ready to see you in action, Zuko declared, grinning brightly. And if that results in you kicking my ass, well, my ass is always ready to be kicked by you. Suki snorted and laughed as she wrapped an arm around Zuko's waist. He smiled and pressed a quick kiss to the top of her head before glancing at Sokka with uncertainty. He was used to displaying affection for Suki in front of the rest of the tribe, but perhaps doing it in front of Sokka was a bad idea, yet the man was only smiling and sighing in profound relief, Zuko noticed. "Then you will do it?" Sokka asked. "Thank you." "Thanks, both of you. I'll make sure to keep Mari entertained, as best as I can." "You will, and once the lessons begin, you'll do best to stay close by," Suki instructed, raising a finger in his direction. Sokka crooked an eyebrow before she smiled. "That way, everyone will slowly see that you're still Sokka, no matter how much you've changed, and you may be able to help them by teaching them advanced combat techniques even I don't know." "Well, you do know a lot of advanced techniques already," Sokka said, with a weak grin. "I don't know, really. Just hoping for them to get used to me again seems like a lot to ask for, as things stand." "Katon and Haka will probably cry of joy if you teach them anything new," Zuko said, surprising Sokka. I know you're afraid people aren't thinking of you the way they used to. I'd be afraid of that too, if I were you, but some of them were already pretty much aware that you might have, well, been in a relationship with your sister." Sokka finished, with an awkward grin. Zuko swallowed hard, slightly embarrassed for failing to finish that sentence. "I'm wrapping my head around it, all right," he said. "It may take me some time still, but I don't think it's a bad thing, okay? If anything, like I always thought, it suited her to fall for the guy I found most annoying, right?" Sokka chuckled, his head bowed as his shoulders shook slightly. Despite his previous embarrassment, Zuko smiled a little at Sokka's reaction. He had struggled to accept Azula and Sokka could have any sort of personal relationship, but somehow, seeing Sokka like this made it quite easy to think of the man as family, as a brother-in-law, regardless of how irritating they could find each other often. Either way, "I know some people may take longer to accept it, but Suki's right," Zuko said, smiling at his wife. "As usual, because she can't help but be right all the time." "Oh, Zuko. I'm just saying," Zuko chuckled, glancing at Sokka again. "You can definitely ease them to your presence again by training with the ones that still trust you, or by spending time with Mari and Zi while Suki trains them. If these people could accept the Fire Lord's son, it's pretty obvious they'll accept you again, probably sooner than you think, as long as you let them." "Heh, who'd have thought you'd ever say wise things, Zuko?" Sokka smiled, nodding at them. "I hope you're both right. I guess we'll see how it goes tomorrow, and then we'll go forward with the lessons, if things go better than expected." "Sounds good to me," Suki smiled, breathing deeply as she cast a glance at the mounted fans and swords on the wall. She raised her eyebrows as she smirked at Zuko. "You won't go easy on me tomorrow, all right?" "I'd never have to. You'd wipe the floor with me even if I use all my power, that's for sure," Zuko said, prompting his wife to laugh again, as Sokka smiled at their enthusiasm over training together. It was, he knew, a great way to strengthen a bond. He wondered if those two would choose to continue training that way, long after the threat of Ozay's troops was thwarted. If the threat of Ozay's troops was thwarted, rather. How he could be light and heavy-hearted at the same time, even Sokka himself didn't know, but he felt that way as he stepped out of Zuko and Suki's igloo that day, waving them goodbye as he returned to his family's home. He would tell Hakata that Suki had agreed to train everyone, and they could continue to plan for the upcoming battles after that. Helping protect the tribe was certainly a worthy goal, one he intended to see through to the end, one he knew Azula had hoped he could achieve if she failed to deflect or defuse Ozay's wrath with her return. He couldn't let her down, he wouldn't. He had to do his best for the tribe's sake, for her sake, just as well. Zuko and Suki watched him leave in silence, the firebender's arm wrapped around his wife's waist. He pressed a quick kiss to the top of her head, and Suki smiled up at him before caressing his chest. "You handled yourself pretty well," she said. "I thought you'd never be able to look Sokka in the eye again without thinking, well, that he did my sister." Zuko finished now, and Suki chuckled as Zuko sighed. "Well, the thought crosses my mind at times at random and it's still weird, but I don't know. It wasn't so bad today, definitely not as bad as that night. I've had more than enough warning, yes, and you think it was obvious they'd been together all this time. Well, not obvious, but perfectly believable, if they were, Suki smiled, leading him back inside and closing the door behind them. Gruff's spirits seemed to have improved anew now that Sokka was gone, and Suki scratched between his ears as he padded along with them, back to sitting by the fire. Either way, if it's difficult now, it's not so much because I'm a stupid older brother anymore, okay? Zuko explained, smiling awkwardly as he sat with Suki. Granted, I don't want to think about any of my relatives doing, well, whatever they may do in their private time, with whoever they might do it with. But right now, I guess what's really hard to fathom is that he really seems to have been everything she could have wanted in a partner. And, she lost him. Not for any fault of hers, but because of that piece of shit I'm forced to call my father. I always wanted to think she'd never piss him off enough, that she'd never anger him to a point of hurting her as he hurt me. So much as speaking the words brought pain to his face once more, to the scar across his left eye and cheek. Zuko swallowed hard, jaw tense, fists tight, and Suki draped a hand across his knuckles, resting over his thighs. Doesn't matter how many fights we had, when we were kids. Doesn't matter how much she messed with me, or how many times I failed to mess with her right back, Zuko whispered. None of that matters, because I know she doesn't deserve this. No one could, but she definitely doesn't deserve to live like this. I was really stupid to think she'd never rebel to this extent, I guess, especially when she loved someone whom our father would never accept. But it doesn't matter so much, whether she would rebel or not, what matters is that he responded as he did. He tried to kill Sokka, and now Azula is in his grasp again. Hell knows what he's doing to her, Suki, hell knows if he'll hurt her even more than he hurt me. Maybe he already has. Suki swallowed hard, pressing her face to Zuko's shoulder again, offering him what comfort she could. This is so wrong, she whispered. Your father, he's the absolute worst man that I've ever heard of. What he's done to you is unforgivable, but I guess he's fine with not being forgiven. That's the whole point, right? He thinks he can escape all consequences just because he's the Fire Lord. Yeah. That's exactly it, Zuko huffed, shaking his head. I wish we could do something to help her, Suki whispered, slipping her fingers between Zuko's. I know now that Sokka is the one who encouraged her to save me, and she's the one who sent Ty Lee to get me. So, they both saved me, and I hate that I can't help them. I owe them everything for getting me out of that hellhole, and I can't do anything to return that gesture. Well, teaching everyone is a first step to return it, I expect, Zuko said, smiling a little. We'll figure out what else we can do later. If we could do anything for Azula, we'd have to do it. I wouldn't even think about it twice, Suki whispered. After what she's done for me, for us, for this whole tribe. Yes, she was wrong to take Sokka away as she did, but I think she's made up for it tenfold with everything she did afterwards. With everything she must have learned by his side. We're powerless right now, though, Zuko said, biting his lip. I mean, yeah, if there was a chance to do something, I would. But what can anyone do, at this point? How could we save her from him at all, when we didn't even dare save Sokka alone before? His question hung between them for a moment, before Suki sighed and pressed her face to his chest. She didn't know how to answer that question yet, she wasn't sure of what the right answer would be. Even if they somehow protected the tribe from Oze's revenge, how could they ever reach out to Azula? How could they spare her from the hell her father had unleashed upon her? Protecting the tribe would be a first step in resistance against Oze. It was the only horizon ahead in their immediate future. What would come next? If they survived, if they succeeded at driving them back, would a new war begin between the Fire Nation and the Water Tribe, a war that would drag on forever too? Would Oze himself storm down on the pole, determined to destroy every remnant of their civilization just to appease his worst impulses? Maybe that was the only future left for their tribe, for their family's home. Even if they managed to fight back, if they kept their world from being destroyed, would there ever be a chance for any of them to rescue Azula from the Fire Lord's cruelty? They had to fight on, regardless. The dark possibility that no such opportunity might arise had certainly tormented Sokka for as long as he'd been in the Water Tribe, and he had still found the strength, even if it had taken him a few days to gather it, to raise his head and step forward. To organize a defense, to help his people prepare for the inevitable, unwanted battle that would happen sooner than later. If Sokka had somehow risen up to the occasion, regardless of the pain he might carry in his heart forever, then it was only natural that they, too, would be ready to stand beside him against Oze's legions, perhaps even against Oze himself. Chapter 257. Storytelling/Wedding. 3. The Water Tribe's walls hid and protected a beautiful, tight community. Igloos and smaller huts were built within the enclosure of the strong walls that hugged the tribe's people's living spaces. Where those walls had been crafted to protect a small cluster of crumbling igloos during Sokka's teenage years, nowadays they were larger, spread out further, expanded by the work of the most talented ice sculptors of the tribe and their 2 waterbenders. Whenever they lacked the space to craft new homes, Hekata would task his trusted tribesmen to widen the enclosure for the sake of making room for whoever intended to craft an igloo next. The walls had grown in an uneven way, Sokka had noticed, as they no longer hugged the tribe in a perfect circle, the way it had been even after the union of all the different tribes, back when their participation in the war had ended. It was an odd sort of oval instead, with asymmetrical ends, some walls taller than the others, some of them even taller than the watchtower he had been so dedicated to crafting throughout his teenage years. That the tower hadn't been torn down over the course of the village's expansion was but a miracle, Sokka thought, as he stood right outside the walls, glancing at the enclosure of his childhood home. No doubt the tower could have been improved upon considerably with both Katara and Aang's skills, if nothing else, but he suspected his sister had refused to change any of it, to honor Sokka's memory back when she believed him dead. His chest tightened as he closed his eyes. His struggles had caused far more pain than he'd intended on his family and tribe. But if he looked around himself now, it would seem as though everyone was moving forward, little by little. He could finally speak properly with his sister, though he had yet to hold a thorough, one-on-one conversation with Hekata, who had offered him no end of leniency in that respect. His family igloo, at least, had become a safe place, just as he expected Azula wanted it to be. If only she knew how he'd been welcomed, if she learned he'd patched things up with Katara as best as possible, he could see the smile on her face in his mind's eye, and he clung to it tightly as tears threatened to spring in his eyes once more. He missed her so badly. She should be here, beside him, he could only wish she were, knowing such wishes would amount to nothing. He had the feeling that she would have enjoyed witnessing the duel her brother and sister-in-law were preparing, if only she could have been here to see it. Zuko and Suki would train today, as they had determined on the previous day, to ensure she would be in proper shape to teach everyone, starting tomorrow. She seemed quite nervous in her parka, uncertain about the restriction the mittens on her hands could represent for her fighting style. Holding her fans with gloves wouldn't prove easy. Zuko had an advantage in being a firebender, moreover, a firebender who had trained the Avatar extensively across the past years. As dark as the days were, Zuko's fire seemed as strong as it had been back in the Fire Nation, in Sokka's eyes, perhaps even slightly stronger. Training in the South Pole might have proven to be an effective method for Zuko to push his own boundaries and develop his bending skills far beyond the banished prince's own expectations. "You ready?" Suki asked him, as Zuko twirled his swords in his bare hands, smiling at the familiar weight of the Deo blades. "I guess so. It's been forever since I've used these," he admitted, with a shrug. "I hope they haven't dulled just because they've been sitting as ornaments for the last few years. Your firebending's bound to be dangerous enough on its own for me, I suspect," Suki smiled, breathing deeply as she glanced at her own weapons, set on a nearby cluster of ice. "Damn, I can definitely train without them, but I really should get back into the rhythm of wielding them, too. We can split our training between hand-to-hand combat and then weapons combat," Zuko suggested, a playful, cheerful grin across his face. A grin Sokka was certainly unfamiliar with, but Suki showed no sign of surprise at her husband's unusual enthusiasm. Their time together, far away from so many pressures, definitely had done Zuko countless favors. "Whatever you're more comfortable with." "I'll be comfortable sparring with you, that's for sure," Suki laughed quietly. "When was the last time we even did this, Zuko? I mean, Proper sparring. Probably, ages ago, Zuko admitted, his gaze flickering towards the ice cluster where Sokka sat on a blanket, with the two littlest children of the tribe, as well as their family's dog. When we trained him, I figure. Right, Suki said, biting her lip before smiling at Zuko. Those were good days, huh? I'm sure all three of us agree on that, Zuko sighed, setting down his swords again before stepping towards his wife. At any rate, are you ready? Are you? Suki smiled teasingly, raising her hands in his direction. Sitting by Sokka's side on the thick fur blanket, one of the furs Suki had acquired on the previous day, basking in the light of the lanterns they'd brought with them, Mari gazed at her parents with the brightest of smiles. She grabbed Sokka's sleeve, tugging it as she pointed at her mother. Mommy fights Daddy. Daddy said she always wins. She told him, excitedly. This morning, Mommy said they fight, like Princess Jing and Wenta. Sokka chuckled and nodded. He had half expected Mari would have forgotten all about the story he had shared with her by now. Holding a child's attention for this long was quite unusual, an honor he didn't take lightly, especially when he knew, personally, how difficult it was to ensure young children listened to anything for minutes, let alone hours. His new duty as babysitter didn't appear quite so daunting now that he sat with Mari beside him, and Zi wrapped in a bundle of warm furs, slung over his chest. Zuko and Suki had explained how to strap the carrier to his own body, ensuring he'd done it properly before entrusting him with their youngest. Zi gazed at him with wide eyes the whole time, eyes of a violet blue hue, quite similar to her mother's, while her hair was as dark as her father's. Guess we can watch them deck it out for a while, right, Mari? Sokka said, rocking Zi gently in his arms. I can tell you more stories once you get bored. Yes. More story. I love Princess Jing and Wenta. Mari squeaked, grinning brightly at Sokka, her parents' training bout seemingly forgotten. Your mommy and daddy first, remember? Sokka said, pointing at them. Mari gasped, blushing a little as she turned towards Zuko and Suki once more. They hadn't started just yet, but Sokka guessed it wouldn't be long before they did. Suki always seemed to prefer waiting for the opponent to deliver the first strike, something Zuko hadn't forgotten, so they both rounded each other, prepared to fight back when either one chose to throw the first punch. Zuko took a step forward, throwing a tentative fist towards his wife, only for her to deflect it with one hand and reach for Zuko's neck with the other, her fingers perfectly outstretched in a threatening gesture. Mari gasped, and Sokka snickered. There we go. Imagine if all the women in the tribe learned to do that, we could conquer the Fire Nation in a heartbeat. He stated, as Zuko snickered under Suki's insincere threat. She laughed as well, releasing him from her hold as she shook her head. You were just trying to give me an edge there so I looked cool, Zuko. No need to be so gallant, please, take me seriously here, Suki smiled, preparing herself again as Zuko scoffed. I always take you, and everything, seriously. Everyone says it's a flaw of mine, Zuko declared pompously, causing his wife to laugh again as he prepared himself once more. Not my fault you're the best fighter in this whole tribe, is it? The absolute best. I don't give a damn about no top-ranked gladiators. Of course you don't. Sokka said, shaking his head and smiling a little, despite himself. Suki laughed too, but this time it was she who jumped forth, dashing with an agile movement that sought to strike Zuko from his left, where his eyesight was weaker. It was a feint. She spun on herself just as Zuko attempted to parry her blow, and the attack came from the right instead. Once more, her hand stopped at his neck and Zuko swallowed hard as he froze in place. Oh, come on, you can respond to this. Suki laughed, lowering her hands as Zuko chuckled, shaking his head with certainty. I'd be dead by now if this were a real fight. I'm helpless against you, Zuko sighed, smiling carelessly at her. Maybe I'm the worst person for this job, if you're looking for a challenge. Are you seriously going to let me beat you up without fighting back the whole time? Suki laughed, as Zuko wrapped his arms around her. Maybe. What about it? He smiled, tightening his grip and swaying in place with her, as Suki laughed carelessly in his embrace. Sokka sighed, closing his eyes as he averted his gaze from the intimate moment the couple shared. A sound beside him brought him to open his eyes anew, though. Mari had covered her eyes with her hands, though she looked out between her mittens often, simultaneously curious and shy over the kisses her parents shared. "Guess they do that often, huh?" Sokka asked her, smiling a little. Mari covered her face again and nodded. "Mommy and Daddy always do that," she mumbled quietly, her cheeks red. "Grown ups do that when they're married, they say." They do, it's true," Sokka admitted, nodding weakly. Mari bit her lip as she glanced at him again, still blushing. "Did Princess Jing marry someone and kissed them?" she asked. Sokka smiled and chuckled at her innocent curiosity. "You really want me to give away the contents of our story so fast? We have lots of grounds to cover before Princess Jing decides she wants to marry someone," he teased her. Mari giggled and nodded. "Now?" she asked, forgetting all about her parents again, even as it seemed they were readying themselves to spar again. "What, already? But they're only getting started." Sokka pointed at Zuko and Suki, but Mari shook her head. "Princess Jing!" Mari exclaimed, beaming brightly at Sokka. He sighed, resisting such bright gold eyes had never been his forte. "All right, then, all right." He sighed in submission. Mari giggled happily, her boots swaying side to side, brushing against the dog that laid down anxiously beside her, watching as his two masters play fought, for all purposes, a few paces away. Zuko had ordered him to stay put, and as usual, Gruff had listened, even if every impulse in his canine body urged him to rush to Zuko's rescue. "Well, then," Sokka said, his eyes shifting towards Zuko and Suki again. This time it seemed Zuko had decided to dodge and evade Suki's attacks, though Sokka immediately recognized her combat style as an attempt to taunt her opponent into attacking carelessly, creating false openings to goad him. He smiled after Suki successfully deflected Zuko once he attacked, winding up with a full arm wrapped around his neck this time. "Goodness, your dad's just no good at fighting, is he?" "He is." Mari pouted, but she giggled again. "Mommy is better." "Definitely looks like it," Sokka smiled. Mari giggled, a hint of pride in her voice, and Sokka frowned upon recognizing an opportunity at the very part of the story he had to tell the child next. "We left off when Wenta went to live in the capital, right? Once Princess Jing bought him a house." "Yes, yes," Mari exclaimed giddily, nodding promptly. Sokka bit his lip and smiled with a hint of mischief. "All right. Well, Mari, before they went out to buy that house, Wenta's healing process was inspected again by the people at the palace, and they confirmed he was much better by then. But as he and Princess Jing were walking through those ridiculously long corridors in the palace, they bumped into someone. It was Princess Jing's brother." Mari gasped, as ever amazed by learning more about Princess Jing, and Sokka smiled inevitably at her wonderment. Having such enthusiasm for things, such innocence, this child certainly deserved to grow without losing either thing for as long as possible. Which was, of course, one of the reasons why he couldn't tell his story with full honesty, just as it had been on the previous day. Princess Jing had an older brother, you see, Sokka continued, more quietly than before. He was a grump, actually. He always had this really nasty frown on his face, and he complained about everything, so much more than Wenta did. His name was Prince Peaky. Prince Peaky? Who's that? Sokka's decision for Zuko's character's name had been a choice made on the spur of the moment, like all names he'd come up with so far, and he had spoken it softly, expecting only Mari to hear it. He had failed to notice, however, that they were being watched by 3 people, standing by the tribe's entrance. Well, 2 of them still stood there, while the other one waded awkwardly towards them over the snow, sporting what Sokka suspected were 3 layers of outerwear to protect him from the cold. Mari flinched upon hearing that voice, shifting closer to Gruff. The dog growled, and the child did the same when Kino stepped up without a care in the world, slowing down next to Sokka. His loud shout had been overheard by Suki and Zuko, who had slowed their latest training bout as they glanced at Sokka in confusion. "Hello, Mari." Kino grinned, waving at the child, who only pouted angrily in his direction. "Oh, Mari. What have I ever done to earn your disdain? Maybe it's because you ask her that every time you see her." Katara chimed in. She and Aang walked together towards the others, following Kino far more gracefully. "Cat cat!" Mari exclaimed, her voice as good as a cry for help. Sokka raised an eyebrow as he regarded his sister in silence. She gave him a guilty grin and a light shrug, readying herself to explain her presence once she stopped right behind the ever-anxious Kino, pulling him away from the child by yanking the hood of one of his parkas. Once Kino stumbled back, Katara smiled and waved at Mari. "There you go, Kino's not going to bother you anymore, dear," she said, as Kino pouted in protest. Katara glanced at her brother next. "We're all done informing everyone in the village about the upcoming training, Dad, Aang, and I took care of it. Some of the older ladies think it's a weird idea, but most of them were thrilled. Some of the husbands, not so much." "Really, now?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow as Katara smiled. "Yeah, they claim their wives are powerful enough as it is, apparently," she laughed. "Ah, well, it's no matter anyway, they'll be trained and the men will have to deal with it. So long as Suki's up for it, the first session should be tomorrow, right?" "Right," Suki confirmed, smiling weakly. "Thanks for getting everyone on board, Katara. You guys had plenty to deal with as it was. I could have tried to do it once we were done here." "Oh, no worries," Katara smiled, shaking her head. "Dad says he'll make sure everyone attends, too. It'll go well, I hope, and I guess your babysitting session wasn't going so poorly either, huh, Sokka?" "It wasn't, but now that you guys are here, I guess Mari will be happy to spend time with you instead," Sokka guessed, with a weak grin. "Though you and Aang, you did get started with what I asked of you yesterday, right? Were you going to continue today?" "We did start, no worries. We meant to continue building all those ice blocks and walls after lunch," Katara said, with a quick grin that she shifted towards Mari later, leaning on her knees to look at her. "You still look worried, Mari." "It's fine, we'll keep Kino away from you, I promise." "Yes," Mari pouted, and startled all the grown ups when she wrapped her small arms around Sokka's calf, as though to hide from Kino behind him. Even Sokka froze in place, eyebrows raised, as everyone else gasped, jaws dropped, at the same time. He only blinked blankly, wondering if Mari had made a mistake, but she clung to his leg with such certainty it didn't seem it was a mistake at all. "Whoa. Whoa. She likes you already," Kino squeaked, looking at Sokka desperately. "How did you do that? I've known her all her life and she never liked a single hair on my head. I've bribed her with stories, that's all," Sokka said, with an awkward smile. "That's how you win kids over, Kino. Bribe them and, before you know it, you're their favorite person, not that I'm Mari's favorite person at all, though. Her favorites are Zuko and Suki, I figure, but right after them. I suppose it's Princess Jing, eh?" "Princess Jing." Mari grinned brightly, looking at Sokka with hopeful eyes again, Kino long forgotten. Once more, the child's behavior couldn't have been more astonishing for all the onlookers. "Wow. You really won her over," Aang laughed, smiling as he crouched in front of Mari with a teasing smile. "Who's Princess Jing, huh? I've never met her." "Princess Jing is a firebender, like me," Mari exclaimed, beaming. "She is the best firebender in the world." "Oh." Aang blinked a few times, glancing at Zuko with astonishment. The child's father merely offered him a half-hearted shrug and a submissive smile, for he wasn't about to contest the title of best firebender, as bestowed by his daughter. "Well, wow. She has to be amazing. She and Wenta have had adventures," Mari exclaimed, beaming after pronouncing a new, difficult word properly. "And who is Wenta?" Katara asked. "He is Princess Jing's friend." Mari grinned. "They fought and Princess Jing won and Wenta lost and then he fought the bad guys for her." Katara blinked blankly before glancing at her brother with questioning eyes. He averted his gaze, unsure of how his sister would judge him for his choice in story for Mari. Yet it was Kino who talked next, tapping his chin as he glanced at Mari with curiosity. "Then, is it that maybe Princess Jing's brother is Prince Peaky?" he asked, as he, Aang and Katara glanced at Zuko at the same time. The man's sole eyebrow twitched as he glared accusingly at Sokka, who only smiled guiltily and shrugged. On cue, the three newcomers started laughing wildly, and Zuko's irritation only increased. This was a terrible idea. The worst idea ever. That bastard, babysitting our kids? Telling them his stories without any supervision. Zuko said, his voice dangerously calm as he snarled in Sokka's direction. How dares he? How dares he call you Prince Temper? Well, he's not right to do that, not at all, but Zuko. Suki grimaced, reaching up to cup his cheek delicately. That's not really you, just as that's not really him or your sister. I guess, but, ugh, he's such a pain. Now the others won't stop messing with me over that stupid name. You know they won't, Zuko growled. Suki laughed and shook her head. That's why you have to go all out and fight me properly, silly. That way they'll be too scared to mess with you, she said, raising her eyebrows suggestively, prompting Zuko to smile a little. Only Kino would be too scared, but, guess that should work, Zuko chuckled, readying himself for another bout of combat. I am going to kill him if he gives you a shitty name, though. Don't expect me to hold you back if he does, Suki laughed, raising her hands as well. Prince Peaky, though, that's priceless, Kino chuckled. He had fallen on his butt in the snow, as amused as he was. Mari's enthusiasm at Sokka's stories suddenly gained a new quality, for even Katara, judgmental and uncertain as she had been at first, scarcely could muffle her laughter at that sudden revelation. He is boring. Mari giggled. Princess Jing is fun. Ah, yes, Princess Jing and Wenta agree, Sokka smiled, nodding sagely. Prince Peaky was in a bad mood that day, but then again, he usually was in a bad mood. Wenta had looked forward to meeting him, but when Prince Peaky was such a grump, Wenta decided he didn't like Prince Peaky one bit. So, when Princess Jing poked fun at Prince Peaky, Wenta decided to join in, and oh, boy, Prince Peaky didn't like that. You see, Prince Peaky, he's allergic to fun and laughter. It just doesn't make any sense to him, not one bit. I am going to kill him. I really am. Zuko grunted through gritted teeth as he threw a strong fist at Suki, which she blocked expertly, barely containing her amusement. It's not really Prince Peaky's fault that he's the way he is, though, Sokka continued, melodramatically. Kino, Katara, and Aang did a much worse job at hiding their laughter than Suki did, but Mari continued to listen to Sokka's every word with utmost fascination. After all, he was the firstborn son of Fire Lord Vyoneo, and he is just the absolute worst, as we've already discussed. So, Fire Lord Vyoneo. Zuko stopped his duel with Suki abruptly, carelessly letting her knock him into the snow, for he had turned to Sokka in disbelief. Their group's unanimous exclamation seemed to fade into the silence of the South Pole, a silence that was interrupted once Aang snorted and laughed, followed by Kino and Katara immediately. Zuko, despite his previous displeasure, smiled and hid his face behind his hands at Sokka's rather blunt choice to refer to Oze. Suki smiled, leaning down to mess with Zuko's hair before pulling him up. By then the spree of laughter had spread throughout the group, and as much as Mari had already heard the Fire Lord's name the previous day, she still was infected by everyone's laughter as Sokka smiled, having guessed Zuko's worsening mood might be fixed once he heard the name he had bestowed upon his fictional father. Feeling a little better now? Suki asked him playfully. Okay. I won't kill him. I can endure Prince Peaky, as long as he's the son of Fire Lord Vyoneo, Zuko chuckled, shaking his head as he rose to his feet. You guys are really into these names, huh? Sokka smiled. His sister had dropped next to him, shaking with laughter while Kino rolled on the snow. Aang gazed at him in utmost amazement by now, potentially tempted to ask what name he'd bestow him, and just so, too daunted by the choice of a mean nickname, if Sokka decided to mess with him the way he had with Zuko. Well, I'm sorry, but that was brilliant. It was actually brilliant, Katara chuckled, shaking her head. Heh. If only Azula knew. Sokka said, absent-mindedly. He froze mid-sentence, but then he smiled and finished his thought, pushing through the sadness, for once. She always hated my sense for naming things. She'd be shocked I'm such a hit now. Maybe you've improved, then, Aang suggested, chuckling still, despite by now Katara had stopped laughing, uncertain if Sokka's heart could withstand even his own casual mention of the woman he loved. She eyed him warily now, a ghostly smile still on her face, and she wrapped an arm around her brother's, squeezing him gently to offer whatever support she could. Maybe I have, but you know what? It's impossible to tell whether I improved through this story, Sokka declared, proudly. Because this is a legend. I'm just retelling it, you see, it's all factual and it's absolutely not my doing that those are their names. Simple as that. Of course, Katara nodded promptly, glancing at Mari again to offer confirmation of the veracity of Sokka's story. This big goofball of a brother I have, he knows what he's talking about. Rest assured, Mari, everything he's telling you is absolutely true. Yeah. Mari exclaimed, grinning happily as Sokka smirked and drew in a deep breath. Okay, so. He said, biting his lower lip. Princess Jing and Wenta, of course, defeated Prince Peaky with their impeccable senses of humor and ability to tease anyone who stood in front of them, so Prince Peaky couldn't stand a chance. Yet again, Princess Jing and Wenta were triumphant. Princess Jing always wins, Mari declared, with full confidence, as though she'd forgotten all about the outcome of Wenta's latest fight. Sokka smiled, however, and nodded. Prince Peaky was in a bad mood after that, but then, oh. More new characters, of course, Sokka said, tapping his chin. Princess Jing, as you know, is a wonderful, smart, charming lady, so everyone was drawn to her, inevitably. After yet another defeat at Suki's hands, though one that had taken her longer to build up, this time, Zuko raised an eyebrow upon hearing Sokka's outlandish praises of his sister's social graces. As much as he had believed, back when he was younger, that Azula was better at making friends than he was, Zuko wasn't quite so sure she had been all that charming, or that said charm would be as infallible as Sokka presented it, but as expected, Princess Jing could do no wrong, not when Mari's happiness seemed to hinge on her heroine's absolute success as much as it did. Thus, Princess Jing had two very good friends, Sokka continued, raising his index and middle fingers, as though to count them more easily for the little girl beside him. The first one was called Chiyun. And the second, was called Jaeoxin. Weird names, Kino commented, blinking blankly, and Mari shushed him with her finger over her lips. Gloom and glee. Zuko interpreted, glancing at his amused wife. My entirely. I mean, it kind of fits, doesn't it? Suki chuckled. Doesn't sound particularly feminine, but it fits their personalities fairly well. I'm still worried he'll give you a lousy name. Zuko pouted, as he took up another training stance. Let me know when you want to get started with the weapons, okay? Suki smiled warmly before stepping forth with a quick jab at Zuko. He dodged it, deflecting the next one and sweeping his leg quickly in the space between them to gain further room to attack with another kick. Suki laughed as she inched away from his attack. Zuko had always favored using his legs in combat, but he certainly excelled most at it when he used firebending as well. They focused more on their sparring bout this time, scarcely noticing Sokka's story had progressed along further until Suki had knocked Zuko on his back once more. You really aren't going all out and I know it, silly, she smiled fondly at him. He chuckled, clasping her hands in his, as Suki glanced at the group by the thick fur, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Wenta wasn't very comfortable staying behind with Prince Peaky, but he decided he'd endure it because Princess Jing and Jaeoxin had to see Chiyun and her baby first, and not everyone can visit a mommy and her newborn right away. Still, Wenta would have loved it if he could have stayed with Princess Jing instead. Yes, he would have. If only he had, things wouldn't have turned out quite so badly. Why does that sound like Wenta's the victim in the situation, somehow? Zuko called out, brushing snow off his parka as he glared at Sokka challengingly. Sokka snorted, waving a hand in his direction. Because he totally was, nobody should be punished with being all alone with Prince Peaky for even 10 minutes, right, Mari? Sokka smirked, glancing at the child, who laughed and nodded. See. She agrees. Prince Peaky is boring, she decided, beaming, and Zuko nearly whimpered as Suki wrapped her arm around his waist. My own daughter. He mumbled, as Suki laughed against him. Zuko, come on. She said, rubbing his chest gently as Sokka continued his tale. Wenta tried, he really did, to have a normal chat with Prince Peaky, but then Prince Piki said something rude, Sokka said, with a sigh. He made fun of Wenta, somehow, and Wenta was very much displeased about it. Must have been, yeah, he made fun of Wenta for getting hurt by Rushong. Remember Rushong? The blind, tough earthbender. Rushong is bad. Mari pouted, shaking her head. Well, Prince Piki is silly and he thought Rushong wasn't that strong, see? Sokka said, shrugging. So Wenta was annoyed when Prince Piki dismissed his best efforts to defeat her, and, well. That's when, Wenta called Prince Piki by the nickname Princess Jing always used on him, heh. Heh. Oh, damn. A nickname. Suki repeated, blinking blankly as she looked at Zuko with a questioning, raised eyebrow. Wasn't that? Zuko's face, pale as it ever was, grew paler yet as realization dawned on him, moments before Sokka spoke that new nickname aloud. Katara, Aang, and Kino had heard the nickname too, in Whaletail Island, and the first two seemed to reach the same conclusion Zuko did an instant after seeing the utmost horror on his face. Kino, however, remained as utterly clueless as Mari was. What's the nickname, huh? Kino asked, nudging Sokka, who covered his mouth with a hand as he started chuckling quietly. Don't. Sokka, don't do this, Zuko pleaded, but his plea achieved nothing. Sokka could barely believe he was close to tears again, if of laughter this time, startling even the child that nestled against his chest with how violently his body shook with each laugh. Sokka. What is it? Mari grinned, jumping to her feet as she grabbed Sokka's leg, thrilled by the next of Sokka's revelations, long before he revealed it. No wonder Prince Piki tried to kill Wenta that very day. Sokka managed to say between laughs, wiping the tears from his eyelids with his thumbs. Next to him, Katara blushed and covered her own eyes with a hand before Sokka finally spoke. The nickname Princess Jing used for her brother was, repeating the first syllable of his name, see? So that means. Wenta called him Prince PP. It was such a silly, childish joke, thus, it proved utterly successful on a 2-year-old. The child roared with laughter, so loudly she startled Gruff beside her. She fell on her back on the furs, rolling from side to side as her father nearly faltered where he stood, held upright only by his loving wife, who patted his back gently at the most humiliating possible situation he could have ever imagined. And yet he couldn't be entirely mad. Not when his little daughter was laughing so loudly, so happily, even if at his expenses, without her awareness. One day, Zuko expected Mari would realize just who the characters of Sokka's outlandish story truly stood for, and by then, he hoped, she'd be amused and mortified on equal measure for having fallen, line, hook and sinker, for Sokka's worst teasing of her father. I swear. I didn't think of that all along, Sokka admitted to his sister as he leaned closer to her, between soft laughs. She snorted and shook her head, dabbing at the tears on the corners of her eyes, worsened by Zuko's defeated, horrified reaction. I would have used another name, not Piki, if I'd thought. No. You couldn't. You had absolutely no reason to use another name, you hear me? Katara cackled, hugging her own stomach as Zuko huffed. You have lost every right you ever had to resent me for anything you ever resented me for after that, Zuko hissed, pointing at Katara, whose laughter only worsened over Zuko's threatening voice. That laugh's bound to have made up for whatever I've done to piss you off since we've known each other, you hear me? I'll think about it. Katara laughed still, her face red by now as Sokka glanced at Zuko apologetically. I will fix this, a bit. I promise. He said. Zuko scoffed, raising a hand as though he were about to make a rather obscene gesture in Sokka's direction, but, as expected, his daughter's presence deterred him from it. You have a lot to answer for, was all he said, with a hushed, threatening voice. You'd better do twice as good as Fire Lord Vuneo for this, you hear me? I will. I will. I don't know how, but I will, Sokka vowed, still chuckling as Mari finally seemed to calm down, sitting up again with her cheeks red and puffy after so much laughter. Prince Piki was upset. Mari asked, biting her lip. Sokka chuckled and nodded. Quite, if I dare say so, he said, breathing in slowly. So much that, well, as Wenta had his weapons, Since he and Jing had been at a fight earlier, Prince Peaky looked for some swords in the house to use in a fight against Wenta, to avenge himself. So they, fought inside Chiyun's home, no less. It was a pretty crazy fight. Wenta wins. Mari exclaimed, beaming, but Sokka offered her an apologetic smile. Not this time, because you see. Sokka grimaced, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Prince Peaky can't win. Mari huffed, outraged by the very notion that Prince Peaky might ever defeat Wenta. Sokka chuckled but shook his head. They both lost, he said. Because, guess who wins instead of them? Mari thought about it for a moment, rubbing her chin in deep thought, and then she smiled brightly and gave Sokka her answer. Princess Jing. And there you go. We have two winners, Princess Jing and Mari. Sokka declared proudly, as the others clapped at Mari's correct guess. Princess Jing noticed something was going on and she stepped outside Chiyun's birthing room to find out what all that noise was. When she saw her brother and her warrior were fighting, she was so mad. Oh, no. Mari gasped, her mouth a small circle as Sokka nodded solemnly. Oh, yes. It was horrific. She was so angry. Sokka said, dramatically. First, she stopped Prince Peaky, knocked him off his feet and kept him off Wenta. And then, when Wenta assumed she'd done that to help him, she stormed up to Wenta and punched him square in the head. Oh, no. Mari said, though she giggled at the image Sokka had presented for her. Sokka sighed and nodded as everyone laughed. All of this because you are not supposed to fight indoors, Mari. If you have any reason to fight someone, you take them outside. Sokka declared, proudly, and Katara slapped his arm. The heck? How's that the lesson to be learned, Sokka? She hissed, and Sokka chuckled as Mari laughed too. Oh, fine, then, don't fight people for silly reasons, Mari. Though, just so you know, Katara knows that you'd beat her if you fought her, that's the only thing that bugs her. Sokka told Mari with a soft voice, causing the child to giggle again. Suki's gaze switched from the storyteller and her daughter to Zuko, standing beside her, awkwardly, as he was. She nudged him gently, causing Zuko to flinch in her arms. Was all that, really like that? She asked. Zuko grimaced. Some would. He confessed. Suki snorted. You two seriously got into a fight in Mai's house? She asked, puzzled. Zuko sighed and shrugged. I guess you'll say Azula was right to beat us up for it, won't you? He said, smiling a little. Well, yeah. She probably was, I can't say no to that. Suki laughed again, hugging Zuko gently before guiding him to where their weapons lingered. They'd need to make this a much briefer training bout, for Suki's hands would likely cool quickly without her mittens, which she removed quickly before picking up her fans. Ready? She asked Zuko, who had done the same, holding up his Deo swords instead. I'll start without fire, I'll use it later if you kick my ass too easily this way, Zuko smiled. Suki chuckled and nodded as she took a defensive stance once more. Meanwhile, the story had continued. Sokka had only just recounted the harsh words Princess Jing had given both the foolish combatants, and he had revealed afterwards that Prince Peaky had decided to watch one of Wenta's fights. Wenta's next fight, then. Sokka said, breathing deeply as he pondered how to handle one of the most complicated moments in the early stages of the story. Truth be told, explaining everything thoroughly would never be something he'd wish to do. He wished to do so even less when his main audience was such a small child. There were many concepts she would likely be utterly puzzled by, and he had wanted to ensure she remained perfectly innocent, as she was. Cutting to the chase, then, and not extending or complicating the story with difficult factors, would be the best choice, going forward. His new opponent was a lady with fancy weapons like your mommy's fans, see them? Just like that. She had a sword, too, and she wore war paint. Have you seen warriors' face paint so far, Mari? The little girl shook her head rapidly. Ah, too bad, then. Anyway, her name was Lady Uchiwa, Sokka decided, nodding solemnly. Zuko shot a quick glare at Sokka, who raised his eyebrows questioningly before Zuko nodded in approval. Ah, not bad, is it? I can accept it, he hissed, smirking a little before returning to battle with his own Lady Uchiwa, who appeared most relieved to know that her name meant, simply, fan. So, Wenta was fighting Lady Uchiwa, and they were pretty evenly matched, Sokka continued. Zuko scoffed and Sokka only rolled his eyes and continued with his idea for how to tell the story. Prince Peaky stood in the public, watching the fight, and there was something different in Prince Peaky that day. Because, instead of being a grump who was ready to flee in the face of fun and games, Prince Peaky was fascinated by this fight. Though no, not by the fight, by Lady Uchiwa. For once, it was Suki whose footing was faulty, for once, she moved too far, and Zuko had to catch her while dropping his swords, ensuring to keep her safe and sound in his arms as she blinked blankly, gazing up at him in amazement. "Mommy!" Mari called, interrupting the story for a moment upon noticing her mother might be in trouble. I'm fine, dear. Everything's okay," Suki grinned, glancing at her daughter with an awkward smile. "Just took a faulty step, so don't worry. Go on, listen to your story." Mari nodded before turning to Sokka again. He smiled a little at Zuko and Suki. The best way to push this story forward would benefit them, first of all. Wenta managed to outdo Lady Uchiwa in the end, but oh, boy, Prince Peaky thought that Lady Uchiwa had fought with much more honor than Wenta had. Not because he was right, mind you, but Prince Peaky was feeling something he'd never ever felt before. Prince Peaky had fallen in love with Lady Uchiwa. Mari gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. Sokka nodded solemnly as the others glanced at Zuko with amusement again. As flustered as he appeared, he held Suki proudly, finding no fault in this twist in the story. It wasn't much of a twist anyway, as far as he could tell. So, when the fight was over, Prince Peaky asked Lady Uchiwa to go on a date with him. Oh. That was new. A date? Mari asked, blinking blankly. What's that? Heh. That's when two people who like each other spend some time alone doing fun things, Sokka said, biting his lip and grinning. Like penguin sledding. Or just eating their favorite foods, or talking about their favorite stories. Maybe they can go adventuring, just looking around all sorts of beautiful places, see the southern lights. Oh. Mari said, blinking blankly, and then her attention shifted from Sokka to Katara, sitting beside him. Like Cat and Aang. Sudden shifts in the mood of their strange gathering ought to have been no surprise anymore, yet this one took everyone but the child by surprise, most of all the two people she had mentioned so casually, who flinched immediately, their faces flooding with color. Naturally, the first to react was Kino, who snorted and laughed carelessly, rolling onto his back once more as Aang, visibly nervous, glanced between Sokka and Katara in a clear panic. For once, Zuko wasn't the center of the awkward situation, and he couldn't have been more pleased for it as he smiled, with Suki clinging to his arm and chuckling against him, baffled by her daughter's accidental outing of Katara and Aang's supposedly clandestine relationship to the former's sibling. Sokka, of course, turned his head towards Katara, utterly speechless, blinking blankly as he regarded her with raised eyebrows. His sister, so comfortable against him as she'd been so far, inched away from Sokka now, utterly flustered, and quite ready to respond to the sudden, casual accusation that had put her in the spotlight suddenly. That's not a date. Not at all. She exclaimed, and on cue, Aang nodded promptly. Not dates. We're not, well. No, none of that, no, he said, though his voice certainly lacked the conviction that permeated Katara's, yet where Aang seemed reluctant, Katara genuinely seemed to panic as her brother refrained from speaking still. Oh, come on, Sokka. Don't look at me like that, even if it were true, it's not like you're in any position to say or do anything about. It's not true, okay? It's not. Katara rambled, before shooting a scathing glare at the still laughing Kino. And you, quit laughing. Who's laughing now, for sure? Zuko snickered, and Katara shot her glare at him, next, until Sokka finally spoke again. He said, his eyes shifting between the anxious pair. He had certainly been quite unconcerned with recognizing the extremely familiar signs of a secretive relationship between these two so far, but with Mari's sudden claim, he guessed he'd have to be on the lookout for those, in the future. I think story time's over for now, because this sounds like a much more important subject to discuss. No. Oh, come on, Sokka. There's no reason to stop, not at all. Come on, Mari just has the wrong idea. Aang and we're training. It's not dates, it's training. Katara explained. Sokka hummed. Yeah. Training. I used to call it that, too, he said, with a dry grin that caused the blood to slow in Katara's body as Zuko scoffed. Okay, now, we didn't need to know that part. He said, grimacing before gesturing at Sokka. And I mean, all things considered, you're not exactly in a great position to judge them, even if I do enjoy that you judge her, but this isn't judgment, it's genuine curiosity. Sokka said, still with that same dry grin as Katara huffed, grabbing him by the ears and forcibly changing the angle of his head towards the waiting Mari, who grinned guiltily, aware now that she'd started a conflict even if she scarcely knew why. Back to the story. Look at Mari, she's waiting for you to explain how dates are different from training. Katara hissed. I bet Wenta and Princess Jing trained a lot, didn't they? You have no idea, Sokka said, blinking blankly as Katara groaned, dropping her head on his shoulder, then bumping her brow against him over and over as Sokka grinned awkwardly at Mari. So. Ha. Prince Piki. And Lady Uchiwa. They went on a date. Why does Lady Uchiwa go on a date with Prince Piki? Mari asked, biting her lip before giggling with childish malice. Prince Piki is boring. Heh. Maybe Lady Uchiwa likes boring boys, Sokka answered, simply, and it was Suki's turn to scoff. Or maybe Prince Piki is a lot more interesting than you've admitted he is, so far, Suki declared proudly, wrapping an arm around Zuko's waist and pressing a quick kiss to his cheek. He, of course, appeared perfectly happy for her gesture. Well, whatever the truth may be, Lady Uchiwa and Prince Piki took off together and had a very fun date, Sokka continued, with a shrug. It was the first time Prince Piki had fun in his whole life, and he didn't feel sick afterwards. That's how Prince Piki knew, for sure, that he wanted to marry Lady Uchiwa one day, and Lady Uchiwa, who liked boring boys who maybe weren't so boring after all, looked forward to that day too, very much so. They were a happy couple, from that moment onwards. Oh, boy, guess he did make up for the worst of it, did he? Suki said softly, glancing at Zuko, who smiled warmly at her. If only we'd been smarter and known better. Would have been a good idea to get started right then and there, yes, Zuko conceded, chuckling as he kissed his wife again. And we got completely distracted there, didn't we? We did, Suki laughed, reaching for her fans once more and jumping away from her husband. On your guard, then. Sokka breathed deeply, glancing at Mari with uncertainty. The child eyed him so eagerly he guessed he had to continue the story, yet not focusing on the two last characters he'd mentioned. Wenta, of course, was surprised, he said, swallowing hard. He had no idea a royal, a child of Fire Lord Vyoneo, could possibly start a relationship with someone who wasn't from the Fire Nation. Lady Uchiwa came from a very distant island. So Wenta, he asked Princess Jing about it. Would it be okay for her to have a relationship, just like her brother did? As she had been so appalled when her father wanted her to marry a nobleman, Wenta thought maybe Princess Jing didn't want any relationships, whatsoever. But Princess Jing said it wasn't simply about relationships, or marriages, but about finding the right person to have all those things with. About finding the right person to fall for. He breathed deeply, letting all sorts of unpleasant memories rush through him. If only he'd thought things through, none of that painful night would have happened at all. If only they had been more honest, if only they had talked things through. Fear had gripped him, fear of the very damn consequences that saw him here now, the consequences that saw Azula back to the Fire Nation, returning to her father's wretched clutches in hopes of preventing the debacle Oze would unleash on the Southern Water Tribe. He hadn't been wrong, back then, to fear those consequences. He had been wrong, however, to assume the moments of companionship, of shared strength, of teamwork, and true understanding of each other, of pure, ever-growing bliss and love, wouldn't be more valuable than his very life. Now, standing where he did, knowing Azula as deeply as he had come to know her, having faced near death by Oze's choices, he knew what he would do differently, in retrospect. No, he wouldn't have stopped her, no, he wouldn't have pushed her away, he would have held on to her instead, protecting her fully, avoiding the worst risks, ensuring she would be safe from Jose's wrath, no matter what. His long silence, and his daze, alerted most adults nearby that he had been struck, again, by melancholy and memories that both soothed and tormented him. Still, he raised his head again to find Mari gazed at him in confused curiosity, and he smiled once more. Wenta didn't quite understand right away, that what Princess Jing tried to say was that she wanted love, real love, the kind of love worth fighting for, as best you can. If that love defied her father's expectations, well, he is Fire Lord Vioneo, isn't he? Sokka smiled sadly. Who'd bother trying to keep up with the demands of a man known for being stupid, right? Right. Mari giggled and nodded. Sokka smiled and nodded as well, breathing sharply as his gaze traveled past Mari, lost in the snow ahead. So, what Princess Jing wanted was love, true and strong, no matter if her father disapproved of it. Wenta, he continued to be puzzled by that notion. Would she really defy her father's expectations that way? Did she really dare do something so dangerous? She answered his question without words by kissing Wenta. Mari gasped, covering her mouth with her hands as she blushed. Katara blinked blankly, puzzled by how early these relationships seemed to start. She suspected it was for Mari's benefit, and yet that strange melancholy in Sokka now hinted at something much deeper than that. Had that happened exactly that way, by any chance? Had it happened similarly, at the very least? Had his first kiss with Princess Azula taken place after mere days, or maybe weeks, after he'd first met Zuko? Wenta was shocked, of course. Princess Jing was, after all, the most beautiful woman in the world, he explained, matter-of-factly. That she would kiss him, it was very confusing. Grown ups kiss when they're married. Mari recited shyly, and Sokka smiled a little. Well. Wenta and Princess Jing weren't married yet, he admitted. But if it's alright with you, I'll have you know that some grown ups kiss when they intend to marry in the future, too, and that's what happened to Wenta and Princess Jing. Though, Wenta didn't quite get it, at first. He spent days without understanding if Princess Jing was trying to make some sort of statement by kissing him, to prove that she could do whatever she wished to do, so long as her father didn't find out, or if maybe she did like him. Why would she like him, he wondered. She had been stronger than him, defeating him when they first met, after all. What was so special about him? What about him might possibly interest her at all? He didn't know, and that confused him, very much so. He didn't know for sure, whether she liked him or not, until the next fight, Sokka continued, biting his lip. It was against a pretty dangerous, strong warrior. He was out of sorts, though. He just seemed to attack mindlessly, and Wenta had to work really hard to defeat him. He was badly wounded at the end, but Wenta did win, despite everything. His opponent was in terrible shape, so all the available physicians had to look after him. Princess Jing was worried about Wenta, though, because he had all sorts of nasty scratches and bruises. So, she decided to take care of him herself. And as she was doing that, Wenta realized she wouldn't do something like this for just anyone. She was, after all, a princess. Someone with her strength and authority could easily order someone else to take care of him, if she didn't want to put in the work to do it herself. But Princess Jing didn't do that. No, Princess Jing never did that, not with him. Just as when she had carried him out of the fight when Rushang won, she took care to heal Wenta herself now, and Wenta finally understood it. Princess Jing did like him. But, did that mean they should get married? Mari blinked blankly at the question. Never before had she pondered the possibility of people having any sort of relationship without marriage, young as she was, and raised in the water tribe, too. Even if she had believed Aang and Katara had dates, she hadn't quite translated that into any sort of romantic significance just yet. This seemed quite complicated to understand so far, and Sokka sighed for that, smiling sympathetically at the child. Well, who knows, right? He smiled, shrugging as he rocked Zi in his arms gently. So. Now, on to the real deal, what happened on Prince Piki and Lady Uchiwa's date? That's way more important. No. Prince Piki is boring. Mari protested, though her face was alight with amusement once more. They wouldn't spend much longer outside the tribe's enclosure, for Suki and Zuko would need a break from their training once her fingers weakened under the duress of the cold air. As much as Mari begged Sokka to continue telling Princess Jing's story, he distracted her with all sorts of outlandish tales about Lady Uchiwa and Prince Peki's date instead, how they'd ridden otter penguins and raced each other recklessly, how they'd gone swimming to see who reached the bottom of a pond first, and how they'd partaken in many fun games that Mari seemed slightly interested in, only to ask about Princess Jing moments later. The next stage of the story, Sokka knew, would take much longer to explain properly, so he preferred not to jump into it yet, though the way his sister often glanced at him, all the way until the training session had ended, told him that even when the happy family took off, he'd likely be questioned about the veracity of his story by Katara. "Sounds like you've got your hands full with this babysitting job," Katara told him, after she, Sokka, Aang and Kino were back inside the tribe's walls, walking towards their family's igloo well after Zuko and Suki had taken their children home. "Mari's adorable, but a little demanding." "Just a little?" Sokka asked, with a weak smile. It runs in the family. Nothing I can't handle, for sure." "I suspect so," Katara said, biting her lip. "I'm a bit surprised you're telling her that story, though. Not that I don't think you should, it's fine if you want to, but you didn't expect I'd find it easy to talk about any of that, huh?" Sokka guessed. "Truth be told, neither did I. But it's easier this way, somehow. She's a child, so it's basically telling the story without all the uglier business involved in it. The way it should have been, I guess." "Have you skipped a lot of bad things?" Kino asked, gazing at Sokka with sad yet curious eyes. "All that sounded pretty fun, today." Well, it wasn't all that fun, back then," Sokka admitted, swallowing hard. "The real Prince Peky didn't even approach Lady Uchiwa until, I honestly have no idea when he did. As for the real Wenta and Jing, things were far more complicated than that." "But she did kiss him, then?" Katara asked, raising an eyebrow. Sokka wished his cheeks wouldn't redden at her question. "Well, yeah. That was the only good part about it," Sokka admitted, his stomach twisting as he hoped his sister wouldn't ask any further questions on the subject. Surprisingly, it seemed that merely knowing just how early her brother and Princess Azula had acted on their attraction was enough information for the puzzled Katara, who looked as though she'd only just swallowed a whole chunk of ice after Sokka's answer. He blinked blankly at her expression, which she schooled into an awkward smile quickly. "It's nothing. Nothing. I'm just, well, surprised." "For how long had you two been partners by then, if I can ask?" Katara said, almost shrinking in place as she tried, as best she could, to respect Sokka's choices, happiness and pain alike. Sokka blinked blankly, realizing only now that he had scarcely given time much thought, back then. I'm not entirely sure. I think, 5 months, maybe." "Well, I thought it was much faster." "That's not so bad," Katara admitted, with an awkward smile. "I mean, you guys still managed to trick us in Whaletail Island, to a fault, because we weren't even sure you were a thing back then, but I guess, if you waited a while before you were together." Well, we weren't exactly together after that," Sokka grimaced. "Like I said, complicated. Too complicated to explain to a 2-year-old. That she's understood all she has so far is nothing short of a miracle, frankly, definitely takes after her aunt, brains-wise. And not after her grandfather," Katara smirked, prompting Sokka to chuckle softly at her jab over his chosen name for the Fire Lord. "Say, will you tell Mari about all the story?" Kino asked, gazing at him intently. "Like Whaletail Island? Will you tell her about that, too?" "Oh. I mean, if I get that far without boring her, sure," Sokka shrugged, smiling a little. "What names will you give us?" Kino asked excitedly. Aang chuckled, shaking his head. "I'll probably just be Kuzan again, right?" he asked. "I thought maybe you could come up with something interesting, but that'd work. Mari wouldn't realize it's me. But I'd need a new name." Kino grinned, and Sokka scoffed. What for? I could call a character Kino and try to get her to like you better that way. He suggested, with a lopsided smirk, as Kino groaned in frustration. That'd be nice, but, you know what we should do? You can tell me one of the stories, and then I can retell it to her. Kino grinned excitedly, grabbing Sokka's shoulder. Then she'll like me because I know stories about Princess Jing. She'd never believe you're telling a genuine story, Katara said, dismissively, and as Kino yelped, Sokka huffed proudly. No can do, buddy, he said, shaking his head. I can't relinquish these storytelling duties, not to you, not to anyone. But surely Princess Jing is the answer. Kino exclaimed, gazing into the horizon with hopeful eyes. If you just give me a little chance, lend her to me for at least one day. Not happening, I said, Sokka huffed, pouting. Get your own princess. Hey. Kino gasped, as Aang and Katara laughed. Well, sure. I'm going to come up with one myself. You'll see. All three of you. Carelessly walking through the tribe as they were, laughing and making fun of each other, their small group drew stares again, stares that started wary, but shifted into genuine curiosity before long. They walked together towards the central igloo, where they'd share lunch together with Hakata and Kunna. Busy as they were chatting, they didn't notice Hakata wasn't alone by the igloo's entrance until they were merely a few paces away. Haka and Katon are dropping by for lunch, too. Kino asked, puzzled. Sokka tensed up, slowing in his steps. The two boys who had looked up to him had grown into men in his absence, and as excited as they had been to see him when he'd woken up, he wasn't sure that enthusiasm had carried over the latest developments. Oh? Sokka! Katon gasped, grinning at the sight of him amidst the others. Sokka offered him an awkward smile that Haka reflected with far more enthusiasm. There you were. Everything okay? Aang asked, as they finally stopped before the igloo. We've been pretty busy lately, Katon explained, hands on his hips. But we just got back from a hunt, and we heard Suki's going to be teaching everyone how to fight. Yeah. I asked her if she could do that, Sokka confirmed, nodding. Katon and Haka glanced at him cluelessly. But, you'll do it too, right? Haka asked, puzzled. You'll teach a few lessons yourself, at the very least. Huh. Sokka raised his eyebrows, a disbelieving smile spreading over his face. Well, I'm not sure I should. All my students are bound to need potty breaks at the same time, after all. That. We were like 6 back then. Katon exclaimed, blushing as Haka chuckled, shaking his head. Is that why you've told Suki to do it? He asked. Come on, Sokka. We've all learned to hold our water until after the lesson's done. Or to go take a piss before the lesson, actually, Katon intervened, at which Haka rolled his eyes but smiled. Fair too, but that's not the point. He said, glancing at Sokka with bright eyes. I know we were messy students, back when we were kids, but you could probably teach everyone plenty of useful techniques. I mean, we could help pass on the ones we already know. That's also true, Katon pointed out. But I'm sure you've got more tricks up your sleeve these days, don't you? Haka said, eyes gleaming. I don't know about everyone else, but Katon and I would be thrilled to be your students again. Sokka's eyes shifted towards Hakata questioningly. Had he put these two up to this? The older man had stayed silent so far, and he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence while under Sokka's scrutiny. I had nothing to do with this. They came to ask me about it just now. I didn't know what they were up to, he stated earnestly. Sokka smiled a bit, despite himself. If you say so, he said, biting his lip as he glanced at Haka and Katon. I'm not sure yet. I've said maybe I'll try to help with a lesson or two eventually, but Suki's probably better off helming this project for now. Okay, but, how about you teach advanced stuff to the warriors, while she teaches everyone else? Haka suggested, and Katon nodded promptly. She'll have to start with basics, right, and as we already know basics. You don't know the basics the way Suki does, Sokka smiled a little, shaking his head. You'll have to take double lessons, hers and mine, if anything. Sure thing. Their enthusiasm startled him, profoundly. Beside him, Katara smiled fondly, bumping Sokka's shoulder gently with her own. You can't let them down, now, can you? She teased him. At the very least think about it, will you? Sokka sighed, hands on his hips as he regarded his two former apprentices with uncertainty. In the end, what truly mattered was that the tribe was as prepared as possible for Oze's impending, inevitable attack. No one's discomfort would ever be as important as keeping everyone alive. He bit his lip before nodding, at which Haka and Katon gasped happily. This shouldn't be mandatory, he clarified, raising a hand to slow them down. Feel free to tell whoever you think might want to join my lessons, I guess, but don't go around recruiting the whole tribe if they don't want to be part of it, all right? Oh, well, sure, but we'll tell some people anyway, Katon said, with a casual shrug. It's probably easier if you have less students, right? Yeah, you guys taught me that much, Sokka said, smirking a little as the two warriors before him laughed carelessly. All right, then. Once Suki's daily lesson is finished and she can take care of her kids again, seek me out and I'll try to teach you guys whatever you want to know. Yeah. Thanks, Sokka. Haka exclaimed, throwing a fist in the air as Katon clapped, even if his hands were covered by the mittens. You're the best. He declared, at which Haka nodded vehemently. Their enthusiasm sat awkwardly with him, taking root among his heart's uncertainties. He had been told his people cared for him, that they wouldn't judge him, at least, not too harshly, that they only wanted his happiness. He wasn't sure that could be true for everyone, but perhaps it was true for those who had known him best, back in the day. Those who didn't think less of him for his experiences, those who wanted to understand, rather than reject, everything he'd been through. Sharing everything the way he had with Mari had proven easy because the child had next to no idea of what he was truly talking about. Doing the same thing with everyone else, without hiding behind the safety of Jing and Wenta, felt like bleeding his heart out. Going about it that way was much easier, so much easier than confronting reality fully. If you need to hear it again. Hakata spoke up, startling his frowning son as the two excited warriors walked away, to inform others about Sokka's agreement to teach them a few lessons. I had nothing to do with this. Not even a tiny bit. I believe you, Sokka said, smiling weakly and nodding in his father's direction. I didn't expect this, is all. Let alone this soon. You'll get used to it eventually, Katara said, patting his back gently. And you'll have the whole tribe swarming around you once they overhear your stories for Mari, the way we did. Ah? Getting along well with that little wonder, are you? Hakata asked, amused. Sokka smiled and shrugged. Just because I've bribed her with stories, I'm pretty sure her little sister likes me better, all in all, he said. With how much noise we were making, I thought she'd start crying at any given moment, but she just spent the whole time staring at me without making a sound. Zi is as quiet and calm as her big sister is boisterous and enthusiastic, Hakata explained. But if you can get Mari to settle down for stories, that's a good idea to handle her, truth be told. Sounds like your babysitting sessions have been successful. So far, yeah, Sokka smiled a little. Though I know I won't be able to spend all day telling stories, though. We have a lot to plan for, right? Weapons crafting, gathering of resources, more plans for any battles ahead. We have some busy days in the horizon, for sure, Hakata confirmed, nodding as he glanced at his children and their friends, with a softening smile. All the more reason to cherish a proper lunch together, I'd say. We'll talk more about our plans afterwards, or during the meal, if you want, Sokka. Sure, Sokka smiled, nodding approvingly as his father stepped inside the igloo, followed by a hasty Kino, ever delighted by the prospect of food. Katara entered the igloo next. When Aang attempted to follow, however, Sokka's hand darted out and clasped his shoulder, yanking him back towards himself. Sokka had instilled fear in many people throughout his life, he knew as much, but seeing the color drain from the Avatar's face as Sokka scrutinized him with deadpan eyes had felt like a most unique circumstance compared to his previous experiences at intimidating people. What Sokka wanted to know was obvious, and Aang, clearly, didn't expect anything good to come from it. Sokka. Aang said, swallowing hard as his shaky eyes met the former gladiator's own. I wasn't paying attention so far, I admit it, Sokka said, his eyebrow twitching. But I am paying attention now, and looking back, maybe there's enough reason to think Mari wasn't talking nonsense when she said what she said. That. Well. Why, you don't have anything to worry about. Whatsoever. Aang exclaimed, nervously. Katara and we're weary not, well, it's not like. Sokka clapped his shoulder, in a gesture that once again seemed menacing. Aang fell silent, immediately flinching as Sokka closed his eyes, drawing in a deep breath. Do you seriously think that, after what I went through, I'd be an asshole to you or my sister if you're in any sort of secret relationship? He asked. Aang blinked blankly. I mean, we don't know each other very well, that much is true, but did you seriously expect that from me? So, wait. Why, you mean? Why, you won't be angry that, well. Aang sputtered, his face rushing with color now as Sokka studied him intently. That, you two are together. Sokka finished. Aang swallowed hard. I mean, well. I guess. He admitted, nervously still. But I don't know if we really are, or if we still are, if we were. Sokka raised an eyebrow, and Aang sighed. I don't know what's going on anymore, to be honest, he admitted. We do like each other. But I guess, after you came home, things got a bit busier, so we haven't really talked much about what to do. We didn't feel ready to reveal it to everyone, but I guess most people already figured it out, Yeah, in my experience, most people do, Sokka said, breathing deeply and releasing the air slowly. Well, talk things over with her, whenever you can. You have an igloo of your own, so, if you guys really want to do this, the heavier part is already done, right? Well, maybe I should build one without my bending, Aang said, biting his lip. Isn't the idea of the igloo building right meant to prove I can build a roof over our heads and raise a family underneath it? And you think your bending gets in the way of that? Sokka asked, slightly amused. Come on, I'm sure it counts just fine. If you're not ready, that's okay too, you guys do have the luxury to choose when to move forward and when to hold back, come to think of it. Still, if you want my advice, you probably shouldn't waste much time mulling things over when you already know what you want. Even if you had all the time in the world, the sooner you can spend all of it with the one you love, the better. Aang swallowed hard but nodded. Saying these words might be torture for Sokka, he suspected, but he had said them, nonetheless. As awkward as it might be for him to see his sister in a happy relationship, for apparently all siblings acted that way, Sokka hadn't meant to threaten him away from his sister or so. Instead, he watched out for her, for them. Aang could only offer him a heartfelt smile as he patted Sokka's shoulder too. Thank you. I'll try to talk things out with her, once the time is right, he said, biting his lip. Thanks for the advice and for understanding, too. Understanding, you say? Sokka smiled a little, shaking his head. What sort of hypocrite would I be if I didn't? Now, come on, they'll eat all the sea prunes if we don't hurry. That's not the best way to motivate me to get there faster. Aang admitted, though Sokka still yanked him inside the igloo, both chuckling quietly as they joined the others in their meal. The next day in the Southern Water Tribe saw the tight community shaken up by many changes in what had been a regular, general routine. The first of those changes took place when Hekada called everyone to gather at the center of the village, on the morning Suki would begin imparting her basic combat lessons at the tribe. Most of you already know about the situation at hand, Hekada explained, as Sokka watched on from the back of the crowd, standing next to Zuko, Katara, Aang, and Kino. The Fire Nation didn't attack us for the past years, but we all knew the peace we've enjoyed would be short-lived. We will prepare the tribe for future hostilities as best as possible, and this is but the first step to achieve that. We are the Southern Water Tribe, and we have stood against their conquest for over 100 years, we will continue to do so, no matter in which shape the Fire Lord attempts to lay waste to our pole. We won't yield our homes, our families, our people, to the flames of his greed and wrath. Loud cheers received his spirited words, everyone agreed with his determination to preserve their tribe and defend it against any invaders, it seemed. Sokka swallowed hard, guessing not a lot of people held him responsible for this situation, despite having every right to. All of them had expected the period of tense peace with the Fire Nation to prove ephemeral and false. They were as ready to fight back against the Fire Lord today as they had been when Sokka had last led his men into reckless battle. Suki will begin the combat training next, for those of you who have agreed to learn to fight to defend your families, Hakata said, spreading his hand towards the awkwardly smiling Kyoshi warrior, who stood beside him and bowed her head towards the polite clapping she received. Do your best to follow her indications, everyone. As for the more experienced warriors and weaponsmiths, you will have tasks of your own as well. I will explain them all by my igloo once Suki begins the lessons. Little by little, I'm sure we will strengthen ourselves further to take a stand against the Fire Lord's forces. We are better together, and we will make him rue the day he chose to pick a fight with the Southern Water Tribe. Again, excited cheers. Sokka breathed deeply as he watched his father stepping down from the rough ice dais Aang and Katara had crafted earlier for the speeches and for Suki's later lesson, too. Warriors immediately flocked towards Hakata, all of them eager to find out what their tasks would be, and Sokka ignored the impulse to join them. He had given his father his best understanding of what needed to be done to fight back against the Fire Nation Navy, as good as crafting a list of resources and roles necessary to keep the tribe safe and protected. It would be up to Hakata to determine who was better suited for each task. Leadership was effortless for the man, well used to leading the water tribe as he was, and Sokka still stood in an awkward place with the majority of the village, as far as he could tell. Guess things are bound to be pretty hectic from now on. Katara mused, smiling a little as she watched the tribe's women and a few older children, as well as some warriors who also wished to learn from her, arranging themselves before Suki's dais, following her indications so they wouldn't be close enough to hit each other by accident while imitating her movements. Zuko watched her with amazed joy, ever delighted by the opportunity to witness his wife in action. Kino nudged him teasingly for it, and Zuko scoffed at him, hugging Zi protectively against his chest, as though Kino's taunts would bother the child somehow. Sokka expected Mari might tell Kino off for bothering her father, until he felt a small hand nudging at his trousers. A quick glance downwards revealed a most eager Mari, grinning at him expectantly. You will tell the story of Princess Jing today? She asked, with the sweetest, most manipulative voice a child could possibly resort to. Naturally, it paid off perfectly, for Sokka couldn't help but smile in her direction. That's what I'm here for, isn't it? He said, and Mari giggled as she danced in place in sheer delight. The storytelling session didn't start until after Suki began her explanations of basic combat training. The women, older children, young teenagers, and warriors under her charge made slow movements, taking care to follow Suki's indications, but after half an hour of watching her mother pacing between combat rookies, Mari resorted to her new favorite means of entertainment once more. Sharing the story of the hunt of the rough rhinos would be no easy feat, but Sokka would ensure to skip over the most unpleasant moments, focusing more than anything on the extraordinary discovery of Xin Long. At first, Mari was the only one paying attention. Within 10 minutes, Aang and Kino had joined as well, while Katara attempted to watch the combat training while frequently glancing at Sokka whenever he said anything funny, or anything that stoked her curiosity, such as his description of the pompous Governor Lace, in Jailing, whose name meant garbage. Within another 10 minutes, though, a few warriors who had been leaving Hakata's briefings slowed down to listen in on some of the stories, once Sokka reached the epic conclusion of the tale, dramatically enacting how Princess Jing tamed and bonded with her new dragon. A whole cluster of curious warriors, including Haka and Katan, were listening intently, wide-eyed at his every outlandish explanation. And so, Princess Jing offered her hand to Wenta. Sokka continued, and Mari gasped in joyful excitement. The first flight of a rider and their dragon is supposed to be a lone flight, but not that day. Not for Jing, because she decided to bring Wenta along as well. Together, all three left that cave and flew, as fast as they could, to track down those wretched rough hippo cows. Princess Jing wins. Mari shouted proudly, sending a ripple of laughter through the group. Sokka, of course, smiled and nodded. Princess Jing always wins, right? He said. With Wenta by her side, and her new dragon, Nightmare, there was nothing that could stand in the way of Princess Jing. All three of them fought the rough hippo cows upon finding them. Just before they could barge into another Earth Kingdom village, they fought as hard as they could. And they won, of course, how could they not? A happy cheer rushed through the small crowd that had gathered around Sokka. He hadn't failed to notice them, but he had done his best to focus on Mari alone, the one for whom he told these stories, in the first place. She was the happiest of them all, of course. Any victories for her heroine, of which Sokka had countless to offer, brought the brightest of smiles to her face. Seems like we have nothing to worry about after all, huh? Suki asked Zuko. Her lesson had already ended, and as much as Zuko had ignored Sokka's story this time and focused on Suki instead, he remained fully aware of the fact that his oldest child was utterly enthralled by every surprising development Sokka's storytelling offered her. I should have told her stories with more action than the one with the snowflakes. Your stories are fine, Zuko smiled, kissing the top of her head. I suppose he's just a big hit right now, but she'll probably get tired of Princess Jing after a while. I assume she will, at least. I hope she never does. She looks so happy, Suki laughed, watching as her daughter begged for more stories. To everyone's amusement, Hakka and Katon, despite asking Sokka for combat lessons of their own, seemed happy to second Mari's request, even if Sokka seemed to have finished his story for the day. More tomorrow, okay? Sokka chuckled, messing with the child's hair as she pouted, hoping to persuade him somehow, despite storyteller's attention had shifted towards the warriors who had listened in, too. So, are we supposed to start today with this, Hakka, Katon? Well, we could listen to more stories, but we probably shouldn't be so careless, Hakka admitted, laughing as he rose to his feet, yanking his friend along too. He glanced at the other warriors who'd stuck around for the stories, smiling encouragingly at them. If you guys want, Sokka's going to give us some extra pointers on how to fight firebenders now. Firebenders? Mari asked, pouting a little, and Sokka leaned down quickly. It's just the bad ones, Mari. You know, like Fire Lord Vyuneo, Sokka reassured her, and she seemed to understand his meaning immediately. Princess Jing, she'd never want to fight us in the first place, and we're lucky for that, because she's so powerful she'd kick all our butts. Yeah. Mari grinned. Sokka chuckled as he rose again, nodding in Hakka and Katon's direction, indicating he was ready to get started. Only to find that all the onlookers decided to stick around for his lesson, too. Sokka blinked blankly, having expected a much smaller class, but this would be for the best, he knew. The more people joined in, the better chances they'd have to win when the Fire Nation finally arrived. It was a long day, one he suspected would virtually repeat itself on the next day, structure-wise. More training, more storytelling, he was a lot busier than he expected to be, but that wasn't such a bad thing, he reasoned when he returned to his room later, once his exhaustion demanded he went to sleep. His eyes drifted towards his untouched packs, as they often did. Space Sword's handle stuck out from the bag it was tucked in, as did the hilt of his club. Perhaps his lessons would make far more sense, and they'd move along even more smoothly than they had, if he wielded his actual weapons to instruct everyone, rather than borrowing them from his students. But the mere thought of doing that shot a burst of unbearable pain through his soul once more. He didn't want to, he truly didn't want to. The more he told Princess Jing and Wenta's story, the easier it was to forget his own, an irony that didn't escape him. Picking up any of those weapons again would be a reminder, again, of everything he'd lost, of everyone he'd lost. Of the woman without whom he wouldn't be standing here, in his childhood bedroom, once more. No. He wasn't ready. Not yet. He was broken in more ways than he wanted to acknowledge. Telling Jing and Wenta's story allowed him to put distance between himself and his sorrows, between himself and his own life's experiences. He lived in a strange, confusing duality now, in a haze where so much of his reality could fall out of focus for moments, giving him just a brief respite from his anguish, only for it to sharpen once more whenever her image took shape inside his mind once more. He missed her so much more with every passing day, even if she felt closer to him whenever he made the most of the opportunities to talk about Princess Jing. He continued taking those chances for the next days. Their return to the Fire Nation followed, and Wenta's swordsmanship lessons to Jing saw Mari thrilled by the notion of another firebender with a sword, much like her father. Though, of course, Mari demanded that Jing would defeat Wenta, outright, with next to no training. For once, Sokka put his foot down and explained Jing would win eventually, once she learned how to use swords properly, much as Mari still was learning how to use her fire. No rational argument seemed to convince the child, however, that Jing could ever lose, and as much as Sokka wished to impart a few lessons to the child when it came to victories and defeats, the truth was that seeing Zuko's reactions at his daughter's hero worship of Azula's alter ego persuaded Sokka, more often than not, to let the child have her way. Next, Sokka introduced Haru, whom he named Hyuzi, for mustache. Mari seemed utterly perplexed over the notion of glass bending, for she didn't even know what glass was, and she was convinced it was merely ice bending. For the sake of economy, then, Haru became a waterbender rather than an earthbender, and his Ty Lee certainly hired him in a much less chaotic fashion than she had in real life, rescuing him heroically from an evil noble's clutches without requiring a ridiculous loan for the sake of buying him off the dreadful sponsor's hands. The story of the White Lotus attack, of course, horrified the child, Princess Jing, sick. It was unthinkable, and little Mari was utterly distraught about it. Of all stories he'd shared, none seemed to catch Zuko's attention as much as this one did. He had taken off to hunt over the last few days during most Sokka's storytelling sessions and he returned to the tribe quite late, but he had been too curious not to stay and listen to the complicated events that had taken place when his sister had been ill. Mari was deeply preoccupied over whoever these evil warriors were, and why they had stormed the city, but most of all, she seemed terrified that Princess Jing might fail to defeat them, and she cheered with utmost joy when Wenta showed up, just in time to defend his princess from anyone who might do her harm. Even though Sokka confirmed Jing was still sick afterwards, the battle had been settled and Jing had survived safely, all of which was enough for the child to breathe easily once more. The crowd of listeners only seemed to increase, day by day. Young children or fully grown adults, it made no matter, they had been thrilled to listen in on his storytelling sessions before Sokka had made deliberate efforts to reconnect with his people directly. A week after he'd started the story, he noticed the two boys who had bothered Mari sat within the crowd, as well. They kept their silence throughout the storytelling session, appearing awed, even, over the incredible fight Wenta held against the Pebble, while Prince Peaky sponsored him. More tomorrow, more tomorrow. Sokka reassured his enthusiastic public, who seemed to find that particular tale too short for his daily storytelling sessions. The next story will be so much longer. It's a whole event, a scavenger hunt all across Fire Fountain City. If I started now, I'd have to stop halfway through and you'll be really upset if I do that, won't you? Will Princess Jing be okay tomorrow? Mari asked, biting her lip nervously. Sokka smiled and nodded. She will be all healed from her cold tomorrow, that's for sure, he said, and Mari smiled brightly once more. Yes. Princess Jing will win again, she declared proudly. Sokka chuckled as Suki stepped up to collect her daughters, for her own lesson was done for the day. You've got a gift, honestly. A week of this, and she's still not bored, Suki smiled at him, as Sokka chuckled, unfastening Zi's carrier carefully before handing her over to Suki. There, back with your mom, okay? Sokka told the child, who cooed softly when his warm chest was no longer supporting her weight. I'll rock you again tomorrow, promised thing. You're far better with kids than I'd have expected, Suki smiled, embracing Zi warmly. Guess you're full of surprises, aren't you? I surprise even myself sometimes, sure. Sokka said, with a careless shrug. Suki laughed off his lack of modesty, offering her hand to Mari and leaning down to speak softly to her. Mari nodded at the prospect of eating lunch, and she waved at Sokka as her mother guided her away, towards their igloo. And now that that's done, time for training. Haka asked, nudging Sokka gently with his elbow. Sokka smiled and nodded, clasping the younger man's shoulder. You should train with us directly today, Sokka. I'm sure we'll do better if you show us just how much we have left to learn. I'm still thinking about it, Haka, Sokka admitted, patting his student's back. Maybe soon, eh? I just need a little more preparation. The last of his words spilled out just as he frowned with uncertainty upon facing his students for the day. Among 20 Water Tribe warriors of different strong builds and varying sizes stood a short, black-haired, pale-skinned Kino, who smiled awkwardly while holding a knife in his hands. "I thought I could join in," he said, softly. "I've kind of thought about it, and I don't think I learned much of anything while in the academy, so." Sokka smiled at his nervousness, immediately allowing Kino to partake in the day's training. The former soldier, of course, was delighted to join in, though he certainly wasn't much good when the moment of paired combat arrived. Haka made short work of him every time, even joking about how quickly he could disarm Kino in every bout. "I'm sure that took less than 2 seconds, this time." Haka snickered, as Kino pouted in frustration. "I'll get you yet, Haka. I sure will," he exclaimed, though he turned his hopeless eyes at Sokka afterwards, almost begging him to save him. How do I get him?" "I've already explained, haven't I?" Sokka asked, sighing as he picked up Kino's knife and returned it to him. "Look at him, watch him move, keep your feet light so you can dodge and evade his attacks. If you can't, be at the ready to block his weapon with your own, and most importantly, don't drop your knife whenever he threatens you. Got it?" But that was the only way they'd leave me alone when we trained like this in the academy." Kino sighed. Sokka huffed. "Guess that explains why you didn't learn much," he said, patting his back as Kino groaned. "I'm really no good at this, am I?" he asked. "I need more training, so much more, but you know what? I think I'd be better if I could, follow movements rather than just react. If I could learn a routine, maybe." "Fighting isn't about following a routine, though," Sokka said, raising an eyebrow. I know. Kino sighed, lowering his head in defeat. The Fire Nation man had never been unpleasant for Sokka, not even the first time he'd met him. Zuko lacked the patience to deal with him, clearly, and he had passed that impatience on to Mari. Katara scarcely was any better than that, while Aang mostly seemed to keep Kino company unless he had important things to do, which meant Kino would be left behind whenever anything serious happened. He wanted to be of use, Sokka guessed, to help those he cared about, and that a Fire Nation man would feel that way about the people of the Southern Water Tribe was as good as a miracle, and not something to take for granted. Curses, maybe the guy's accidental persuasiveness was why he annoyed Zuko so much, come to think of it. Okay, you know what?" Sokka sighed, rubbing his brow with his fingertips. "You win. I'll get my gear. Maybe the best way for you to learn is if you can follow, I can't rule that out, so. You'll do it?" Kino asked, eyes gleaming gratefully as Haka smiled as well. "You'll get your weapons, then?" "Great. You can spar with us," he exclaimed. Sokka huffed, glancing at Haka with uncertainty. "I'm not sure that I should do that, not with Space Sword anyway," he mused. "We're not exactly overflowing with weapons in the tribe, cutting any by accident in training would be a waste. Anyway, I'll be back in a moment." "Keep on training, all right?" "Yeah." Kino and Haka responded positively. Sokka sighed as he turned on his heels, wondering why on earth was he making a decision he was so sure he'd regret. Maybe it was simply because he wanted to test his own limits some more. Azula's name slipped from his lips more often these days whenever his friends questioned him about the accuracy of any of his stories, always eager to hear the actual anecdotes behind whatever he'd explained last. It still hurt, of course it did, but his chest's pain had gained a strange, melancholic quality that he guessed he'd grown to crave, in a strange way. Maybe one day he'd feel strong enough to talk more thoroughly, maybe one day he'd finally speak about everything with his father, for Hakata still seemed to wait patiently for Sokka to approach him. One day he would, one day he'd find a way to do so. Maybe that day would be closer if he picked up his weapons today. He crossed the distance to his family's igloo in quick strides, stepping across the common room first, then making for his room, his stomach twisting in anticipation, his heart pumping blood rather than misery, so far. He breathed slowly as he knelt before the pack with his weapons, sitting right by his unused armor. He unfastened the pack's bindings, breathing out slowly as he drew out his boomerang first, with trembling fingers. "Hey, buddy," he whispered, his voice frayed. "Been a while, huh?" How long had it been since he'd last held any of his weapons? Since his fight against Combustion Man, perhaps? He swallowed hard as the memory of that scorching inferno rushed through his mind again. He pushed it aside as he pulled out his sword next, draping it across his back. The club came next, and then he dug around for his knife, awkwardly fishing blindly for the weapon's handle. He found a few surprises in the pack, evidence that the guards had as good as yanked out anything they expected had value in his house and tossed it in the bags that Sokka wound up bringing home. A comb, the old wolf figurine he'd kept since the first visit to Ba Sing Se, mahjong tiles. No, he didn't own a set of those. It was enveloped in a small bag of soft fabric. Pandao's white lotus tile? To think it had traveled this far with him, but that wasn't his intended target. The knife appeared to have slipped to the bottom of the bag, somehow. He brushed against its hilt near the bottom of the pack, only for his fingers to touch an unexpectedly soft, polished stone as well. He frowned immediately, clasping the knife and yanking it out quickly, almost to shake off whatever sense of wrongness he'd felt just now. There, he had all his weapons, and he should simply close that bag and leave. That was it. That was enough progress for today, more than enough, perhaps it was too much. He couldn't. He didn't dare close it yet. Not when his heart hurt upon remembering the last time he had touched a stone so smooth, when he had last worked one, with his own fingers, ensuring to craft something beautiful, something meaningful, for the one he loved most dearly. And no. Sokka blurted out, shaking as the thought manifested in his head, it couldn't be. It just couldn't be what he thought it was. He had given it to her, he had retrieved it and ensured she'd have it. He had asked her to keep it, and she had said she would, so why? It had to be something else. Maybe a button of a strange clothing garment he couldn't remember owning, maybe a weird tile for a game that had been misplaced, even though he knew of no oval-shaped tiles of the sort. He closed his eyes, slipping his hand inside the pack once more, rummaging gently, until he found it. Until his fingers wrapped around that smooth, polished stone, until they brushed the velvet fabric it was attached to. In just that moment, every ounce of progress, every step forward he'd taken over the past 2 weeks, seemed to shatter and crumble. Tears flooded his eyes, tumbling down his cheeks, as he drew his hand back. As he laid eyes upon Azula's betrothal necklace. She had given it back. She had put it back in his things, at some point, she had done it, for whatever reason. She had ensured he'd take it with him, without his awareness. She had returned it without telling him about it. She had. His whole body shuddered violently as sudden sobs overtook him. She had given it back, even though he had begged her to keep it, she had given it back. Was it she feared it would be taken away from her? Did she expect her father would destroy it if he knew it existed? Maybe he would have, yes, but it was hers. It was supposed to be hers. He had asked her to keep it, because it belonged to her, with her. She had stuffed it at the bottom of his pack, to ensure he wouldn't notice it was there until he was home. She had given it back. By the time Kunna noticed something was wrong, Sokka clung to the necklace, pressing it to his forehead, all his pain reclaimed and rekindled, burning into him as painfully as it had when he had watched that ship sailing into a dark horizon, on the moment he had woken up in a world where they could no longer be together. His lessons went completely forgotten, for he could no longer stand up, let alone teach anyone a damn thing. All he could do was sit in his room, swept into his grandmother's gentle embrace that failed to comfort him, for nothing could mitigate his agony any longer. He sat where he did, overcome by the grief he had attempted to escape from across the past week, with no more defenses left between himself and an unforgiving reality. He'd lost more than he'd ever be able to regain. There was no moving on from grief like this, from a sorrow deeper than the darkest of oceans. The only option ahead, the only possibility he could glimpse when he was torn open by his endless misery, would be to succumb to that grief, to lose himself in it, to stop running away from it, and so, that was exactly what Sokka did. Chapter 258. Storytelling/Wedding. 4. Noise. So much noise where she should have heard clear words. Hands tugged and measured, wrapping her body in layer after layer, pulling at her hair, propping it up in an elegant hairdo, stuffing it with ornaments of all kinds, ensuring her head would weigh almost twice as much as it normally did. Everything felt heavier these days, her soul more than anything. She had felt light, once. So light she had been able to dance, to soar in a crimson dress she'd borrowed from someone much taller than herself. With only one night to make up her mind, and mere hours of preparation before the impromptu ceremony, she had scarcely known how to contain her excitement as the women in Firelight Town aided her in every moment of preparation. She had climbed downstairs, once she was ready, and he had waited for her there, gazing at her with the purest blue eyes, with the bliss of a man who saw an impossible dream coming true at that moment. They had crafted a love that would outlast empires, carved in everlasting mountains. Their two souls would be certain seek each other out, over and over, for each of their lifetimes. The mark that proved as much lingered in her right hand, still. She closed it tightly, feeling the scar with her fingertips, remembering the day in which they had spoken their vows, cut their palms, bared themselves fully and promised each other infinity. With her eyes closed, she could still evoke that moment, she could still feel his smiles, shining upon her as sunlight might. No, curses, even the sun had failed to warm her in the way he always did. No one ever smiled at her like that, no one showed her patience, kindness, love, as he had. She had put him through so much pain, so much more than she had ever intended to, from the moment their partnership began, all the way to that last instant, as they faded from each other's view while the barge progressed into the ocean, and he had never held any of it against her. He had always forgiven, he had always set everything aside, generous of heart like nobody else ever could be. She, certainly, didn't think she could ever be as kind as he was, but he had always inspired her to try. He had taught her to forsake all the shame she had spent years associating with her better emotions, to free herself from the constraints of everyone's expectations. He had taught her to live. It was fitting that she'd feel like dying now, instead. Even Xian Long couldn't counter her grief anymore. Even he failed to find strength to ward off her darkest thoughts. He had been chained down, held in place for a week. He hadn't been fed, not once, for all attempts to do so by the guards had resulted in violent outbursts, as the dragon attempted to break free from his restraints to no avail. His weakness was hers. They faltered together. Perhaps, in the end, trying to save him would be no use, perhaps she'd save no one. Perhaps her dim life would amount to a spark of hope that had glowed for a moment, only to be snuffed out by endless darkness. It hadn't seemed that way when he had been here. She had never doubted they could build a new world together. They had started out so young, so weak, waddling awkwardly through a harsh uphill climb, not knowing for sure that they'd ever have a chance to change anything, yet they had believed a chance would come. They had built some opportunities with their own hands, too, and they had risen high enough to touch the sky, if just for one moment, just before everything crumbled into nothingness. Only memories remained. Memories of that beautiful week, the full opposite of the one she had just lived through. Memories of laughter and joy, of teasing and fun, of flying through the skies, of sailing across the ocean, of swimming together, of talking for hours, of cooking side by side, of challenging each other with ridiculous amounts of food, of lessons he'd wanted to share with her, of fireworks that burst in the sky, their brightness reflected beautifully in his eyes as he thanked her, as he made love to her, underneath 1,000 stars. Brushes upon her skin. Details of her face highlighted with colors, sharpened with special techniques. A layer of makeup, strong enough to disguise the dark bags under her eyes, too weak to conceal the sorrow that overwhelmed her. She had no choice over anything, not even the colors chosen and used by the servants tasked to prepare her. They worked systematically, communicating among themselves, ensuring the process would be completed as soon as possible. If only she could have stood up, rejected all of them, tossing their makeup sets across the room, tearing off the hefty white dress that hugged her body, that she could only wish to set on fire. Her hands, resting on her lap, shifted back, ever so slightly, her thumbs brushed her flat womb, and she gritted her teeth painfully, so painfully her head hurt for it. She had no choice but to push forward for Xian Long, for the child she carried inside her, even if the drive to survive and live on dwindled further with every new step she took. No rebellions, no fighting back. Today, she would survive, just as she'd die, on the very same breath. From this day onwards, she would no longer be Crown Princess Angela. The voices dwindled in strength once her full attire, hairdo, and makeup were done. No more hands tugged at her to ensure her dress was in place. The servants exchanged only a few more words, none directed to her. She wouldn't have responded even if they had been. Then, they walked away. The footsteps echoed down the temple's hallways as she was left behind in the preparation room. Only her even, consciously controlled breathing broke the silence they left behind, and now it was only a matter of waiting. She would be called before long. She'd have to carry herself out of this room with strength she doubted resided in her body any longer. She had eaten more lately, forcing herself to do so for the child's sake more than anything. She had spent most her days perched in bed, feeling sicker than when the White Lotus attacked, than when her chi had been corrupted and her shoulder wounded. She should have been stronger now, but she felt weaker. She felt so much weaker. The one thing that could have provided her with strength when she lacked it most direly was Sokka's necklace. She couldn't bring it with her today, not only out of fear of what the servants might do if they found it on her as they readied her for the ceremony, but out of shame, more than anything. How could she cling to it now, when she would break the vows they'd made in a matter of hours? She swallowed hard, closing her eyes as she let herself recall more painful, yet blissful memories. He had asked her to marry him. He always did ask her, repeatedly, even after their ceremony in Firelight Town. The first time he'd asked, he only had a beautiful flower to hand her. Then he'd nearly died, and her answer had changed in the face of the agonizing fear of losing him forever, and she hadn't changed her answer again since. When he had asked her one more time, at another volcano, in the depths of the Fire Nation, he had a gift for her, the symbol of their betrothal, which he had crafted with utmost care and attention for her. The necklace he had taken with him when he had fought Combustion Man, the necklace he had asked her to keep with herself, to remember him by, to remember their countless promises to share their lives with each other. The necklace she had stuffed deep inside his bags on the very last moments they had shared in her cabin, just before they parted ways at the South Pole's shores. In all this grief, in all this torment, she hadn't doubted she'd made the right choice. It would hurt Sokka, she knew so, but he was the safe keeper of her necklace, just as she guarded his. He had been meant to hold onto it, to protect it until the day came when she could wear it freely. That day had arrived when they had binging and Wenta. It had been 7 days, to be precise. She couldn't keep it now, she couldn't risk it being destroyed by her father, let alone when the man he'd forced on her would likely understand, immediately, what that necklace represented. She had made the right choice. If she still had that necklace now, she'd surely hate herself all the more for what she was forced to do. She'd feel unworthy of it, unworthy of him. It would be Sokka who would remember her by it, who would remember the woman he had once loved, and who had loved him back fiercely enough to lose everything else, so long as she could keep him safe. Tears burned in her closed eyes, and she breathed deeply as she tried to still herself. She would do what she had to do. It was simple and straightforward. She had to disconnect her mind and heart from her body for a few hours. By the time it was over, she would have protected her dragon and her unborn child, and she would be perfectly free to despise herself all over again, with far more strength than before. To hate what her father had reduced her to miss Sokka with every ounce of her being, so much she'd stop breathing, barely remembering to start again, whenever she allowed herself to think she might never see him again. After today, would she even deserve to? Necklace or no, would she still be worthy of him? Even her eyelids hung more heavily than ever once she dared, at last, to open her eyes. The room where she'd been prepared was far more spacious than the one Ty Lee had used, back during her friend's wedding. Furnished beautifully with small tables and embroidered cushions, the regal room surely was only meant to be used by the most important people, on the most important occasions, yet none of its splendor meant a damn thing to the princess who gazed into the mirror of the dresser she'd taken her seat at, once she was fully clad in the countless layers of the wedding dress. Where she had barely known how to contain her joy, the first time she experienced her own wedding ceremony, now she saw nothing but misery in the eyes of the woman who looked back at her. If it was meant to be her, well, it certainly didn't feel like her at all. She seemed to dissociate from her own body, from her own existence, anything so she could pretend she wasn't about to betray the man she loved, even if she only wanted to protect the child they should have raised together. Gr's humble dress suited her far better than this one did. So much embroidery, so much complexity, and for what? Luxury couldn't mask the emptiness that permeated this whole ordeal. Her intended husband, who certainly didn't deserve the title in the least, surely felt as ill and disgusted in his groom's robes as she did in hers. Would it suffice? Would this be enough for her father, at last? Would Jose's destructive hand finally ease out of the fist it had kept clenched around her very heart? Would he be satisfied once he saw her, broken and defeated, accepting an unwanted marriage with Zhao just to put a stop to her father's mindless, violent tantrums? She breathed deeply, slowly allowing the air to cleanse her lungs, finding very little respite for it, but enough to calm her racing mind. She had to go through the motions, yet again, only, this time she couldn't quit at the last moment, unlike when she had nearly sacrificed the child she now sacrificed herself for. It should be easy, for all she truly needed to do was stand in place and listen to the head sage's speeches, meaningless as they would be in the face of a forced marriage, where no manner of love united them now, just as none would unite them in the future. She just had to endure it, to live through it long enough to carry forth the deceit so the child growing inside her could continue to grow indeed. By the time her pregnancy was secure, by then, she'd figure out what else to do, how to keep the child safe. Perhaps she could find someone who would escape to the South Pole, carrying the child to Sokka, a futile, pointless fantasy at the moment, yet an idea she would cling to, for now. Maybe she would never return to him, maybe she'd never deserve to, after today, but the child was innocent. Whatever forgiveness Sokka was willing to extend to her, she knew she wouldn't deserve any of it, but their child was another matter. Their child deserved to grow free, deserved to know its father. She had no doubts he'd raise a baby far better than she ever could. It was the future she had to fight for, a complicated future that would require extensive planning to properly execute, but it was the only reason why she hadn't starved herself to death by now, why she hadn't picked up Wolf's Bane and hacked it through her own guts just to make everything end more quickly. He would be so cross with her, Angela knew, if he had any idea of how many different deaths she had pictured over the past weeks, of how she had practically fantasized with the idea, of how she even imagined buildings crumbling atop her, the earth shattering underneath her feet, swallowing her whole, heck, even poisoned through any of the unappetizing meals she'd forced herself to eat, perhaps even just her heart slowing its beats until it decided to stop, altogether. She had spent years scolding him for tossing his life away carelessly, never did she expect the day would come when she'd understand his willingness to die quite as well as she did right now. But she lived for more than herself. She lived for a future she'd never witness with her own eyes. She lived for the sake of ensuring that the love that had changed her world would live on in the child growing inside her. Whatever came after the child had been born and taken to safety, far away from the Fire Lord's clutches, it wouldn't matter at all, not if she fulfilled that single purpose. She gazed at her right hand. That scar, emblazoned upon her palm, had become a reminder of different days, of a different life. A life gone too soon, no matter if she had lived it as best as she could. She carried him with her, eternally etched upon her body, blood, and soul. That thought usually would provide her with comfort, but not today. Not now, when she would unwillingly step into the fire that would burn away so many vows and promises, scorching away the proud woman she had once been, and who knew what would take her place. Surely, not someone worthy of carrying that scar upon her palm. I'm sorry, she spoke aloud, her frail voice jarring to her ears, enough that she closed her eyes, as though wishing to reject every level of her own reality, her own body included. He had always apologized, she had often rebuked him for it, rejected those words, at first out of frustration, eventually out of affection, for he certainly apologized far more often than he needed to. Would he tell her she had nothing to apologize for, if he knew of what she'd do? Would he ever forgive her? If so, would he teach her how to forgive herself, too? Would he understand why she'd done it? Would he let go of any of his rightful outrage, if just for her sake? Would he still love her, as truly and wholeheartedly, as he had throughout all these years? Would she deserve that love, if he did? Footsteps. A surge of nausea forced her to cover her mouth with a hand. No, none of this, not now, damn it. She had kept her condition hidden for a week, in virtue of staying safely inside her room for most those days, but a week wouldn't suffice. A month starting today, that was what the head sage had said, and that was what needed to be done, no matter how difficult and painful it might be. Princess. The grave voice of the head sage was welcome, far more than that of a guard, or any unknown sages. If he saw her struggling with her urge to vomit, he would understand, he would keep quiet. He had done as much, so far. But he wasn't here simply to check on her. Angela knew as much. Everything is ready now," he announced. Angela shuddered violently, and when she lowered her head she almost lost balance fully. The dim bridal hair ornaments felt like bricks. They might have felt light as a breeze if only she wore them to marry the right man. "If you need more time." "I would take forever, if I could," Angela confessed, her jaw clenched as she shook her head lightly. "I barely have any resolve as it is. The sooner it's over, the better." "Of course," the head sage sighed, nodding in submissive agreement. Angela struggled to rise. The old man rushed towards her, offering his hand for support, clutching the princess tightly when she almost lost her balance, halfway to a fully upright position. She huffed once she stood properly, glaring at herself once more in the mirror's reflection. "Just give me a moment to adjust," she said, swallowing hard. How ridiculous that she'd struggle with these garments to this extent, with the dim ornaments that seemed poised to force her to bow down constantly, when she had ever kept her chin high. Instead, perhaps that was their dim purpose, come to think of it. The head sage gave her space as she took a few steps by herself, uneasy and uncertain. To think she had once been as good as a symbol of strength, that she had earned the respect and admiration of countless people through her fearlessness, through her leadership. To think she had stood up to the man who held her figurative leash now, and ensured he respected her. And now she was only this. The embodiment of weakness, of frailty, of defeat. She had been weak, indecisive, once. She had stood by, watching innocent men burning to their deaths, waiting for anyone else to come to their rescue. She had failed to do so, herself. Today, no one would come to her rescue either, much as no one rescued the slaves her father and Zhao had immolated carelessly. Today, she had to step forward to her own figurative pyre, to endure flames her father wouldn't cast through his own fists, yet flames that had already eroded her willpower until there was nothing but emptiness inside her. Today, she hoped, all would come to an end, and even if it didn't, she'd still lack the strength to fight back against whatever else Oze dared sling in her direction. Silently, Angela turned to face the head sage. His apprehension, she suspected, would only be visible and apparent while they were alone. Once outside, he would put on a mask of perfect obedience, performing the ceremony as was expected of him. He would read from the Book of Fire, he would perform every necessary rite. "Oh. The candle's right. Can I ask for something?" Angela blurted out, just as the head sage gestured towards the corridor. He froze immediately, however, and nodded encouragingly. "Anything, princess." "Of course." She spoke her request, and he nodded, immediately. He didn't hesitate to agree, his eyes alight with a spark of rebellion that Angela was sure she didn't bear on her own. No, she didn't make that request just to be contrary, just to anger her father. She simply hoped it would lessen her burden, if just to a small degree. It was one way to stay true to herself, one way to protect herself, even if she knew it would amount to nothing in the end. The rite would be finished regardless of her petition. Somehow, she felt more ready then. She raised her head with difficulty, her shoulders shooting dangerous reminders through her nerve endings that the weight on her head caused strain in her muscles, enough to tug at the still healing wound, reminders that she couldn't possibly abide by. Again, the sooner this was done, the sooner she'd remove it. The sooner her painful shoulder would ease up too, she hoped. She breathed deeply before following the head sage. Together, they stepped outside the preparation room and into the dark corridors of the capital's temple. Since the Grand Royal Dome's destruction, the temple had regained its status as the second largest building within the Fire Nation capital. Sturdy walls enclosed the sacred building where most ceremonial events were hosted. Small celebrations, such as weddings of moderately wealthy citizens or the presentation of children at the temple, would be held within the less ornate ceremonial halls. The ceremony of the sun took place in the most opulent and luxurious chamber, where Feng Guang's beacon would be lit once the festivals began. Only the largest of ceremonies, namely the crowning and funerals of fire lords, happened in the Coronation Temple and Plaza, another building standing opposite to the main temple, southwest to the lake. The Coronation Temple and Plaza allowed commoners to witness important events, even if only from the outskirts. Royal weddings, typically, were held within the main temple itself, and that was the case on that day. Guests poured in gradually, checked thoroughly by domestic forces soldiers outside the temple, by imperial guards next. Once they climbed to the top of the stairs, many elderly guests found the process utterly absurd, yet such was the protocol the Fire Lord had demanded for. The air of unease in the temple couldn't be masked properly underneath so many dishonest grins, for even the most pompous nobles couldn't disguise their discomfort over the Fire Lord's strange actions and behavior over the past month. Many of them had looked forward to the wedding exclusively to unravel the many mysteries currently unfolding in the Fire Nation's higher echelons of power. A handful of those guests were guided by concern rather than curiosity. After traveling to the capital as fast as the airships might carry them, Mayor Morishita and Governor Tien arrived on time for the ceremony. The more eager gossiping nobles filed quickly into the grand hall within which the first royal wedding in over 2 decades would take place, something Tien frowned upon immediately, though he was surprised to find someone else appeared as displeased by these events as he was. "Oh, Mayor Morishita, enquiry, was it?" He smiled, bowing his head respectfully towards the only other pair who hadn't stormed into the grand hall as soon as the doors had been opened. "Governor Tien." Mayor Morishita smiled too, no doubt with far more enthusiasm than required, attempting to mask the discomfort he couldn't shake off. "And you've brought your bride as well, I see. It is my pleasure to meet you." "Bride? Oh, you're too kind," Jin laughed, shaking her head. She kept an arm looped around Tien's, daunted by setting foot in the Fire Nation mainland for the very first time, yet unwilling to waver in her resolve to accompany her husband. "We've been married for 6 years already. I'm not quite sure I qualify as a bride anymore." "Oh, I'm sure you do. And no doubt your husband thinks so, too," Morishita grinned. Tien laughed gracefully and nodded, smiling proudly at his blushing wife. Out of the 4 of them, only Corey remained stern and silent, despite having acknowledged Tien with a nod. They had only met in person once before, in Crescent Island's summit. It had barely been half a year since then, but it felt like much longer than that. As far as Tien recalled, Corey had seemed quite friendly with Princess Azula, and as far as Corey had heard, out of all the Fire Nation's political figureheads, none was closer to royalty than the famed Governor Tien. For a moment, they exchanged questing stares, wondering if there was any chance the other might have more answers than they did, themselves. "You must be exhausted after such a long voyage, I take it," said Morishita, smiling sympathetically before his eyes drifted towards a large box Tien seemed to have brought with him. "And you had heavy luggage as well." "Oh, it's not so heavy," Tien reassured him. "It is a gift. For the princess." "Ah. Naturally, Morishita smiled, nodding promptly. "We left our gift with the guards at the entrance. We will offer it to the newlyweds once the ceremony is finished." "I thought everyone was forced to do that, frankly. But you must have had your reasons to keep yours to yourself." "I'm afraid so," Tien smiled as well, a hint of sadness in his countenance. "I have nothing but respect for my fellow soldiers, but this is a prized possession, one I don't wish to risk getting flung about carelessly by mistake amid the rest of the presents." "I see," Morishita said, nodding. "We'll have to stand at the back of the room with the box," Tien said, smiling weakly. "Might be for the best anyway." Jin's arm squeezed Tien's gently, and a streak of sadness crossed his face, visibly enough for Corey to tense up at the sight of it. He had brought a present for the princess, specifically for her, and he appeared miserable, too. Had he known, then? Or was he simply upset that the princess would be forced into a marriage she'd never wanted? The rumor of voices within the grand hall quieted down slowly. It was the alarming, unwanted sign that the ceremony would begin soon. Morishita guided his daughter into the hall, and Tien picked up his large box carefully as he walked with his wife, ensuring to take his position near the door. The mayor and Corey joined him after glancing about the chamber for any other convenient locations to stand at. For a royal wedding's standards, the grand hall wasn't as crowded as it could have been, but it was still crowded enough that, from as far back as they stood, it would be difficult to glimpse the ceremony at all. All the better, as far as Corey was concerned. Simply serving as a witness to this wretched matter felt wrong, on every level. Others, however, seemed most eager to get better spots. Corey scowled prominently upon glimpsing a giggling young woman with an opulent dress and long brown hair, who seemed to have accompanied her noble father as well, same as Corey. Further down the hall, a smug, thin man smirked as though this wedding were the most entertaining event he'd ever witnessed. Corey's hands balled into fists, and she crossed her arms over her chest as she glared at them, furiously. Governor Quan seems pleased with himself, Tian mumbled next to Corey, and she rejoiced upon finding his stare was just as harsh as her own. That man? Corey asked. Tian nodded slowly. He and the princess had many conflicts. He attempted to marry her himself, she never allowed it. The last I heard, he was in danger of being sacked from his job for his utterly irresponsible behavior. The princess was the one who wanted him gone from jailing, more than anyone. I suppose he's one of the people who most benefits from her loss of power. Corey gritted her teeth, forcing herself not to look at the man any longer. If she kept doing it, she might end up storming up to Quan and beating him up, and she didn't want to cause trouble for her father by doing so. This is wrong, Corey said, softly. Tian breathed deeply and nodded. It is, he agreed, his jaw square as several sages stepped into view, ushering the crowd to quiet down once more. This time, however, the silence became absolute once the newest arrival stepped into the Grand Hall, followed by the General of the Guards, and flanked by 2 pairs of Imperial Guards. Fire Lord Oze strode inside the ceremonial chamber, his head held high. His luxurious attire, embellished with more golden highlights than ever, was topped by a black cloak. His hairpiece gleamed underneath the lanterns of the Grand Hall, beckoning all his subjects to fall in awed silence and bow down respectfully towards him. Corey almost refused to do it. Almost. The daunting presence of the man was oppressive enough to quell her rebellious urges, and she pressed her fist half-heartedly to her palm before she knew what she was doing. All bowed, and all cleared the way, allowing the Fire Lord to claim a seat of honor upon the dais where the ceremony would be held. A tall, throne-like chair awaited him. Thus, he took his place in it with all his men flanking him, right underneath the daunting, golden effigy of an elegant phoenix. He appeared to take that seat as a threat, at least, that was what it felt like to Tian, who frowned heavily once everyone rose again. Is that normal? Jin asked, softly. I know he's the Fire Lord, but I've witnessed no royal weddings before, so I don't know, Tian admitted, swallowing hard. He and Lu Ten had been friends since childhood, but Tian certainly hadn't been important enough at the time to witness Fire Lord Oze's own wedding to the long-gone Lady Ursa. Still, it's hard to believe they'd be held this way. It's like he's threatening them. And us, Corey finished, quietly. Tian nodded in agreement, scowling. Silence, absolute and oppressive, spread across the chamber now. Oze's tall seat allowed him to lord over the ceremony, ensuring it would be held on his terms. His men, utterly out of place in a wedding ceremony, stood by him without any concern for the propriety of this event, a fact that did seem to bother one man who watched from the sidelines so far, and who frowned at his best friend before releasing a displeased sigh. Wearing a traditional groom's outfit seemed wrong for a man who had as good as made a fashion statement of his admiral's armor. Zhao felt sickened in such robes, twitching visibly as he waited impatiently for the head sage to take his place in the dais, and for his unwilling bride to appear at last, too. He wanted to retch as he stood right outside the Grand Hall. Maybe Angela would make a run for it, setting them both free from this wretched burden, which neither of them could have ever wanted. Such hopes were dashed and destroyed when the head sage appeared around a corner, leading Princess Angela towards the man she'd be forced to marry. She barely looked like herself. Zhao's chest tightened as a surge of unwanted, mournful compassion stirred inside him. He couldn't underestimate her, even when she seemed so broken. Treating her as a child, or even as a defenseless woman, would be a mistake. She had already proven herself capable of terrible things, she and her gladiator, both. However she presented herself right now, she was dangerous still. He couldn't forget that, he couldn't drop his guard. He had never seen a more broken expression on Angela's face. I shall head inside first. Once I announce the beginning of the ceremony, both of you shall walk together to the altar, the head sage instructed them. Zhao swallowed hard and nodded. As you wish, he spoke. The head sage gazed at Angela with concerned eyes, but the young woman didn't respond to his words. He bowed his head, then, and walked away quietly. The utter silence in the building would suit a funeral far better than a wedding, same as the vacancy in the princess's eyes. She hadn't looked at Zhao, not even once. Her gaze lingered on the floor as she struggled to keep her head as upright as possible. She had shut down, it seemed, clearing her mind entirely just so she could pull through with this ceremony. If this was an act with which she'd hide her devious plans to uproot her father's own schemes, it was a remarkably good one, even for Angela's standards. He couldn't speak to her. He didn't have it in him, whether to threaten her not to pull anything strange, or to reassure her that he had no ill intent towards her. All he could do was stand by her, eyeing the ceremonial hall with unease, waiting for the head sage to reappear within it, and then he did. The old man didn't begin yet. He spoke with Jose first, quietly, and Zhao wondered foolishly if perhaps he'd ask Jose to climb off that seat, a foolish hope. Jose himself had demanded to preside over the ceremony that way. While not being present in Jose's ceremony due to his assignments in the war, Zhao knew Fire Lord Agelan hadn't threatened his son into marriage by acting like this. To think the day had come when Agelan, of all people, appeared less demanding and extreme in his behavior than Jose did, it was a dark irony Zhao wished he weren't a witness or a victim of. The tense situation within the Grand Hall seemed to worsen over whatever Jose and the head sage spoke about. For a moment, Zhao feared the Fire Lord might lash out in outrage, going by the evident scowl on his face, but he waved a hand dismissively at the head sage. After a moment, the man bowed respectfully towards Jose. Whatever the head sage wanted had been granted dismissively. Jose didn't appear pleased, but they might have witnessed a gruesome, unpleasant spectacle if he had found any sort of unforgivable fault in the older man's words. "We're expected to go now," Zhao announced to Angela, once the head sage took his place, at the center of the dais. Angela breathed deeply, the only sign that she had heard him. She didn't take his hand when he offered his. There was no way she'd let him touch the scar that had already marked her as another man's wife. Instead, she took a step forward, and Zhao lowered his hand as he followed her pace, accepting her rejection gracefully. Truth be told, following wedding protocols when it came to an arranged, forced marriage seemed utterly absurd to him. This was a political union as well as a punishment. There was no point in pretending that there was any sort of attachment between them, not even for the crowd's benefit. Slowly, they stepped into the open, and the eyes of their witnesses fell upon the unwilling match. Corey gasped as the princess came into view, and her father wrapped a warning hand around her elbow, restraining her before she did anything out of place when the ceremony was scarcely beginning. Tian's stomach sank. It was wrong, on so many levels, and he lacked any sort of power to put a stop to it, especially when the Fire Lord's merciless glare followed his daughter intently, waiting for any sign of rebellion to snuff it out at once. Whether the crowd pitied her, whether they resented her, whether they were plainly confused, none of it could matter to Angela anymore. Her body moved on its own as a sprawling, sickening feeling spread from her gut, a feeling quite similar to the chi corruption she had grown terribly acquainted with. Even so, even if her legs threatened to buckle, if her bowed head wasn't strong enough to remain upright, she kept going. She had to keep going, she had no choice but to keep going. There was no best man, no maid of honor. Angela didn't need to glance about the room to make certain that neither of her friends had been invited to this ceremony. Jose had no intentions of allowing her to stage any sort of plan, and he surely didn't trust Mai or Tai Li enough to believe they would choose him over Angela yet. No guests would represent any form of menace for the Fire Lord's schemes, nobody would be a source of comfort for the princess, not even the head sage. His previously remorseful behavior had transformed into professional solemnity once they stopped before him. Angela appreciated the deafening silence in the Grand Hall. For just one more moment, until the head sage started, she could still be free from the chains that were poised to fall upon her, to trap her just like the ones that had captured Xin Long, for just one more moment. On this bright day, gifted to us by Feng Huang, the phoenix that reigns above us, 2 of his children shall be united in sacred matrimony. Her stomach churned, twisted, urged her to run out of the dim Grand Hall to throw up, to escape. To break Xin Long's chains, to fly far away. She didn't want this, she didn't want it any more than she'd wanted to drink Mai's brew. But this time, there was no running away. This time, as sick as she felt, she had to stand where she did until the ceremony was over. Today, Admiral Zhao and Princess Angela shall exchange vows that will bind them together for as long as they may live. The 2 of you will present an offering of fire to Feng Huang, so that the sun that shines above blesses your union for the rest of your days. Angela shuddered. No matter how she tried to repress the reaction, how could she stand here, listening to words so similar to the ones she'd heard half a year ago, unable to speak her mind, unable to reveal she already had given herself to someone else in a ceremony much like this one? She didn't want empty blessings for this hollow union, she didn't want to be linked to Zhao, ever. With the Fire Lord as our witness, as well as our many upstanding guests, let us begin this wedding ceremony. The witnesses, the maid of honor, the best man, were supposed to vouch for the union, ensuring it was done without coercion of any kind. Not today, though, not when it was indeed an arranged, forced marriage where neither party wanted the other. She had the strength to raise her gaze towards the head sage as he began reading aloud from the Book of Fire, the strength to let her eyes travel further back, to find her father's merciless glare bearing into her own eyes. She tore her eyes off him, immediately. She would find no compassion, no remorse, no acknowledgement that this was the worst choice he could have made to punish her. He wanted her destroyed, defeated, and his wish would be fulfilled, no matter if Azula rejected it so deeply in her heart. He wanted to break her, and he already had succeeded. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, as the head sage read aloud the proper passages from the Book of Fire. Occasional mutters could be heard within the grand hall, quickly silenced whenever the Fire Lord took a deep breath, loudly, to express his displeasure wordlessly. Everyone had been cowed into utter submission, everyone overpowered by the man on that dais, the man who controlled every guard positioned around the hall, throughout the temple, even the soldiers that stood by the stairs. No one would get in without proper clearance and invitations, and if anyone with clearance dared make a single move out of line, they would be punished severely before they knew it. Absolute, certain control. Even then, Oze didn't relax, not even for an instant. His cruel glare bore into the head sage's back, or into his daughter's broken shape, even into Zhao's resentful figure. The only one who dared meet his eyes was him, even if he didn't question Oze's choices openly. His mistakes had landed him here, as far as Oze was concerned, and this was how he'd pay for them, just as much as the princess would. If only those passages were longer still, if only the head sage could read the whole damn book out loud. Where Azula had been eager for Sage Ryu to reach the core of the ceremony in Firelight Town, she now regretted how quick that wedding ceremony had been, altogether. Had it taken any longer, she would have had more time to savor it, to rejoice in it, but she had wanted to call Sokka her husband so eagerly she couldn't think things through, not at that point. They had been childish and careless, she knew so now, for, if that was the only full Fire Nation ceremonial wedding she'd ever have with the man she loved, it had ended far too quickly. This one, even if it lasted hours, should never end solely for the sake of delaying the inevitable. But once the head sage finished the readings, it was time to move along to the next stage. Two bonded souls must swear absolute fealty to each other, the truest respect must be fostered and strengthened between you. You shall be expected to stand by each other, at the best times as well as the worst, to nurture the bond that exists between you, to see to each other's health, to protect your union from anything that may threaten it. Above all, you shall cherish each other for the rest of your days, treasuring your companionship and providing for your family, until the moment of your death. Swear to Feng Huang, and to each other, that you shall uphold each of these vows. Zhao bowed his head towards the Fire Lord, no, towards the effigy of the phoenix that stood above him. When he spoke, his firm voice lacked any emotion, altogether. I swear this, to Feng Huang, he said, before rising again, turning towards Azula, he bowed his head in her direction as well, only slightly. And I swear this to you, Azula. Again, her stomach threatened to upend, she had lied so many times, but this wasn't a lie she was prepared to speak. She had no choice, she knew so, and yet. She gritted her teeth, glancing at the head sage first, who nodded in her direction, as though encouraging her to follow on Zhao's example. Then, her eyes fell upon Oze's, once more, no mercy would be found in his furious glare. So she closed her eyes, and bowed. I swear this, to Feng Huang. She spoke with a shaky voice, far more softly than she should have, yet loudly enough for Zhao and the head sage to hear it. Then she rose once more, turning to face Zhao, unwilling, however, to meet his gaze before she bowed, struggling with the accursed weight of the hair adornments. And I swear this to you, Zhao. She could nearly hear her father rising from his seat to shout she was being untruthful, that her words were empty. She could imagine Zhao scoffing, for her vow couldn't be true, not when everyone knew where her heart truly resided, to whom it truly belonged. The whole wedding would be stopped, for never would a vow as dishonest as hers stand true to the demands of Feng Huang. She would spend every waking moment of her life loving another man, cherishing that bond, longing for him with her every heartbeat. And if she couldn't have him, if she had to live this farce for the rest of her days, she treasonously hoped she'd have very little left of it to live. Nothing happened once she rose back to her full height, no sign of disapproval, no dismissal of her vow as false. She rotated in place once more, unwilling and unable to raise her eyes towards that dais again. It took her every ounce of strength to restrain the tears that built in her eyes, to ignore the slowly collapsing heart inside her chest as she gave up, as she gave in, surrendering to her father's plots once more. You have offered your vows from the heart, and Feng Huang shall receive them gladly, the head sage continued. Angela gritted her teeth at those words. She'd done no such thing, but the dem ceremony wouldn't be over unless the sage said so. Now, it is time for your final offering. You shall light the nuptial candle, symbol of your devotion, together. Angela breathed sharply, releasing the breath slowly as the head sage walked to the side of the dais, collecting a tall, thick, red candle, as well as a thin, white one, something that startled Zhao. Why is? He asked. Inevitably, they were two firebenders. There was no need for either of them to light the nuptial candle the way non-benders would. The latest of the princess's qi readings revealed she is still in no shape to firebend, I fear, the head sage explained. Zhao frowned, immediately dismissing the words as an excuse. The ceremony will be just as valid this way, Admiral Zhao. You needn't worry. For a moment, Zhao had hoped the use of the long candle to light the nuptial one could rule the matrimony between two firebenders as false, but he sighed in submission and nodded, guessing they wouldn't be so lucky. The head sage placed the nuptial candle at the altar before reciting the purifying words that accompanied the small flame he evoked at the long candle. Angela swallowed hard as the man offered it to her, and a rush of confusion, sudden mutterings, now spread across the witnesses, who certainly had expected the princess to wield her famous blue fire. Silence. The Fire Lord's demanding, harsh voice quelled every mumble instantly. Even those who hadn't spoken shrank in place under his evident fury. He wasn't any more pleased than everyone else, but he knew what the general public did not. Angela's health was at its most precarious now, in a worse state than it had been in her life. The ceremony would still be valid even if Angela didn't use her personal fire. It made no matter either way, for this was a symbolic rite. In the end, if this was the only dem rebellion she would attempt today, Oze would relent. The head sage had told him, just before the ceremony, that her chi regeneration rate had apparently taken an abrupt stop since he had last inspected her. That her father didn't protest against her choice, that he had only forced the crowd to fall quiet, nearly terrified Angela more than any of his past tantrums had. Her hand trembled as she held the candle, and her feet seemed to fail her when she was expected to climb the dais, along with Zhao, to light the nuptial candle together. That lone, simple, purified flame swayed at the tip of her candle's stem, innocent to what it represented, unaware of what its purpose would be. Truthfully, Angela wasn't sure she could evoke even a simple flame anymore. She hadn't tried, not as of late. She had no interest in trying right now, either. The outcome of the last time she had attempted to firebend still tormented her to this day. She was weak, so weak, and that weak woman was the one who would light a candle with Admiral Zhao now. The man beside her raised two fingers, summoning a small plum of fire, angling his hand towards the candle. Angela closed her eyes, breathing deeply before slowly guiding her thin candle towards the thicker stem of the nuptial one. They lit it at the same time. The fire spiked, stoked by Zhao's fire-bending, and a round of polite applause followed. Angela withdrew her candle, and Zhao withdrew his fingers as well. It was done, then. What she had avoided for years, what she had prevented by every possible means she could think of, she couldn't run away from it anymore. Her life as Crown Princess Angela had ended. The light of this candle, the fire that burns before us, needs to be nurtured, taken care of, just as the fire you share for each other does. You have already sworn to uphold the noblest of loyalties for each other, and you have lit the candle that symbolizes your love, the head sage spoke, and Angela held back a snarl. Love? It was the traditional speech, she knew so, but she felt she could have crushed the candle she still held, kicking the altar down with sheer fury at the misuse of the word. This was no union of love, everyone could see that. The next words the head sage would speak would only worsen matters. Her stomach sank, and she dreaded she'd be sick in front of the whole crowd. Therefore, it is my great honor to allow Feng Huang to speak through me, as I announce that, from this day forward, Zhao and Angela shall be known as husband and wife. The ceremony had ended. Again, a round of polite applause rang inside the hall. Some people didn't clap at all, such as the four at the back of the room, who watched the dais with utmost chagrin. Most weddings ended with a cheerful kiss between the bride and groom. Neither Angela nor Zhao made a single move to do as much. Fortunately, it seemed the Fire Lord wouldn't demand for it, either. But the clapping continued, and it seemed fitting to Angela that it would. It was a similar means of twisted entertainment as what the old amateur league had been founded on, translated to the higher circles of society. It was no challenge to recognize an unwilling, forced marriage when it happened. It certainly had to be no challenge now, either. But much as the violence-eager bastards from the crime dens thrived in watching two slaves battling to the death unwillingly, the worst of her father's nobles rejoiced in witnessing this forced union, a spectacle of cruelty they watched from the sidelines, unaffected by the slow destruction of two lives before their eyes. Jose rose to his feet and the applause dwindled into silence again. Angela didn't know what he intended to do, until she glimpsed a gold hairpiece in her father's hand. Her jaw clenched as she stepped back, away from the center of attention. Zhao lingered by the altar, where he exchanged a meaningful stare with Jose. The admiral took a deep breath before turning to face the many witnesses of his wedding. He knelt ceremoniously, eyes shifting across the crowd, identifying several familiar faces in it, such as every member of Jose's council. Whether they envied or judged him, he couldn't tell within the dark hall, but most eyes watched in awe as the Fire Lord placed the gold hairpiece in the head sage's hands. The man bowed to Jose curtly before stepping towards Zhao. Reverent silence took hold of the witnesses as the head sage raised the golden hairpiece solemnly. Angela had heard those words once before, on the day she had knelt in her father's throne room, when she had been presented the golden armor that she had worn proudly for years. The golden armor that had been rendered useless, broken and scarred much as she was. Perhaps she should have taken that as an ill omen, even if she had never been too superstitious. Yet to hear those words again, spoken to Zhao, in virtue of having attained this title through marriage to her, if only things had never taken such a dark turn, she might have only heard them anew when her own child was ready to inherit the throne. She would have welcomed hearing them for her brother, or his progeny, if he had become Fire Lord after Jose. At this point, anything was preferable than reality. Anything. But the oaths of the Crown Prince continued, and Zhao responded affirmatively for each one. Every line stabbed at Angela's heart, so battered and broken now that the pain was practically comforting for its persistence, a strange form of stability within such grim circumstances, until, at last, the final oath was spoken. Do you swear, by the blood that built our nation, by the lives of the Fire Lord and his forefathers before him, to uphold your nation's honor until your last breath? I swear, Zhao responded, firmly. The head sage raised the hairpiece, so all would see it. He lowered his hands gradually, lodging the ornament right before Zhao's top knot. A soft murmur across the crowd could be heard then, moments before the ceremonial crowning was finished. Jose's eyes shifted towards his daughter, as though challenging her with a cruel glare to make her move now, or to surrender in silence, if she didn't dare do so. She felt his stare, but she didn't respond to it. She watched Zhao instead, with mournful eyes that grieved once more for everything she'd lost, everything she'd surrendered. With this hairpiece, and with the Fire Lord, Princess Angela, the sages of the capital temple and our upstanding citizens as witnesses. The head sage spoke, his voice almost shaking as he spoke words that tasted of ashes. I now declare you Crown Prince Zhao of our nation of fire. Jose breathed deeply, tearing his gaze from Angela and focusing on his friend. Instead, Zhao awaited his next command on his knees. Rise, my heir. Crown Prince Zhao. The admiral obeyed. Every person in attendance but the Fire Lord bowed their torsos forward. Angela moved slowly, pressing her fist to her palm, shutting her eyes tightly. In the face of so much grief, losing her title didn't seem as bad as most the hardships she had faced lately, but it still hurt. Zhao stood strong, breathing deeply as he eyed all the people before him with uncertainty. He had married into the Fire Nation's royal family. He was the Fire Lord's heir now. After being born an innocent child in the colonies, after committing a terrible crime against his nation's soldiers, he had thought his life would end on the day he had been presented to Fire Lord Agellan, the most powerful man in their world. Then he had been saved by another boy, scarcely a year older than himself, who had given him a chance to live another life, to make something of his existence, to serve his nation with his powerful fire. Today, that man stood behind him, watching him intently as that hairpiece glistened. Zhao had never expected to progress as he had never believed the day would come when he would be the next in line for the throne, when he would be the second most powerful man in the whole world. That day had arrived, though, and he wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Jose recognized confusion, rather than rejection, in the Admiral's face. Whatever troubled emotions he might have felt over the ceremony, the truth was that the marriage itself barely mattered. Its purpose was this outcome: Zhao was the only man worthy of becoming his heir. Zhao, the first friend he'd ever made. Jose still remembered so clearly, so vividly, how he strode into the capital's military academy, nerves nearly doing away with him, as he sought to recruit whoever he could for his grand mission, as commanded by Fire Lord Agellan. No squads of guards were available for his use. He had yet to assemble his own royal guards, for he wasn't of the right age for that privilege yet. The domestic forces, Agellan had said, weren't for him to make use of for personal voyages. The Fire Lord was adamant that he had to recruit soldiers on his own, and he had authorized Jose to do so in the academy. Jose hoped to find well-trained soldiers there, enough of them to help him in his dangerous quest to find the Avatar. Perhaps he could persuade one of the instructors to join him, to bring his whole class along. The instructor could even help him learn more about military leadership. He should be thrilled to take to the seas and set out with his young soldiers on a mission in the field instead of staying within the confines of the academy. Such were his childish fantasies when he arrived, fantasies that collapsed immediately when the academy's director almost scoffed in his face at his enthusiastic request. "Impossible," he stated, bluntly. Jose's excitement faded at once, as utmost confusion took hold of him. "I cannot, and will not, give any orders for our academy to spare soldiers for whatever petty journey you intend to undertake. Finding the Avatar? It's a fool's errand. You will fail, and you would waste the formative years of recruits who would do much more for our nation by fighting in the front lines than by sailing about, chasing folktales." The Avatar is no folktale, Jose had said, swallowing hard. He was used to arguing with his brother, to backing down with his father. He had no knowledge of how to handle arguments with strangers, especially strangers who had the power to block his initiatives and plans with a single word. Respect was the obvious answer, but his body shivered unpleasantly when all his dreams of a wondrous voyage seemed to dwindle into nothingness. "The Fire Lord has given me this task, and I cannot take to the seas on my own. If I am to find the Avatar, I must have help. If so, you'd do best to knock on people's doors and invite them on this fun trip of yours personally, Prince Jose," the man answered, sardonically. The prince's thin patience began to wear, as his brow drew together slowly. "I don't see why I should do your job myself. Surely Fire Lord Agellan has set this task so you prove yourself to him. So far, you've done a sorry job at selling why this venture of yours is so important. We have more pressing matters to deal with, a war fought on countless fronts, and finding the Avatar has already proven to be impossible. If my brother has been able to slay the last of the dragons, I'm sure finding the Avatar won't be as challenging a task as that," Jose said, scowling. Nobody refused to join him, though. "Your brother, if you so wish to know, attended this academy and earned the loyalty of numerous soldiers even before graduation," the director said. You're but the second child of the Fire Lord. Which should mean something to people with any sense in their heads," Jose hissed. The director chuckled, shaking his head. "Then I don't see how it means anything to you. A man who interrupts others when asking them for a favor is certainly displaying no sense at all," the director said, scowling. Jose shrank in place, uncertain and unsteady. "Go home or sail alone. If you cannot earn the loyalty of any soldiers with your own charisma, and you must beg me to spare you scraps just to get by, then I rue the day you find the Avatar, Prince Jose. You aren't ready to face a master of 4 elements, let alone to fight and defeat one, much less kill one. Until the day you are. I will be ready," Jose exclaimed, disregarding the man's taunt over his willingness to interrupt him quickly. The director huffed. All I need, all I'm asking for, is one chance. I will make the most of it. I will make my father proud. I will strengthen myself to find, defeat and bring the Avatar back to the Fire Lord, as he requested. If you give me that chance, I won't forget it. A prince's favor isn't something to take lightly, is it? Surely it's worth it, having me indebted to you. Whoever comes with me will be stronger for this experience, too. Ugh, you are persistent, for certain. The director sighed, shaking his head before studying Jose intently. One chance, you said? Oh, one chance, yes, Jose nodded. Somehow, the man's smile only seemed ominous, even if it meant Jose was about to get what he wanted, in whatever roundabout way it would happen. And it was roundabout indeed. Within 20 minutes, a young Prince Jose stood before every available recruit within the academy, in one of its inner courtyards. Many men, some twice his age, a few of them towering over him, even though Jose had always been quite tall, or so he had believed, all of them utterly humorless, waited for him to say his piece. The director had summoned every class in the academy to that courtyard, asking the instructors to spare their soldiers just for a short time to humor the Fire Lord's second son briefly. Some recruits welcomed the respite from the demanding lessons, others seemed to find this ordeal utterly pointless, and Jose's chest tightened as he dreaded it might be. Well, the director said, his voice teasing. They're yours to sway, Prince Jose. Jose swallowed hard as he stepped up, climbing a small ledge in the courtyard to ensure everyone could see him. He trembled violently, but his convictions would not waver. He was strong and he would prove that to them through his words first, through his actions once they set out on this voyage. Good day. He started, unsure if that was the right choice to begin a speech. A few crooked, mocking grins suggested it wasn't. I am Prince Jose, second-born son of Fire Lord Ajalon. I have been tasked with a mission of great importance, and I need the strongest, the most ambitious and adventurous recruits to join me in it. The smiles shifted, and he detected curiosity in some of their faces. His heart raced, hoping he would sway some of them, at the very least. My father has requested that I take to the seas and seek out the greatest enemy of the Fire Nation, the Avatar. He declared, and a sudden rumor of voices stirred among the recruits. Jose couldn't make sense of their words, just as he couldn't seem to put a stop to their chatter once it began. Several of the recruits laughed, others gawked at him in confusion, many talked among themselves, perhaps about the greatness of his mission, Jose hoped, perhaps about the futility of it. His fists tightened and he raised one over his head, conjuring a powerful plum of fire that he shot through the air, startling many of the recruits into paying attention to him once more. This is not a quest to be taken lightly. He continued, frowning heavily. It's a great honor, but a dangerous one as well. If you wish to join me, you will be commended for your bravery and your loyalty to our great nation. You will be remembered as heroes by history once we've captured the Avatar and ensured he won't ever stop the legacy of fire that Fire Lord Ajalon intends to spread across the world. I will stop at nothing until we've found the Avatar. This, I swear. The mutterings started again, as Jose swallowed hard and watched the group of soldiers intently. Nerves gnawed away at him, evident by how he breathed anxiously. So, any takers? He asked, swallowing hard. He could see some eyes glistening with interest, with curiosity. His chest tightened with excitement, hoping his own enthusiasm would cause them, any of them, to step forward. Nothing. His excitement dwindled, replaced by fear. No one would join him? Not a single man? That couldn't be right. He was offering them a great opportunity, wasn't he? How could they snub it so easily, so carelessly? Mutterings started again, and this time he wasn't brave enough to silence them by tossing a fire punch into the air. He stood quietly, watching them anxiously. Couldn't at least one of them step forward? Were they afraid of being judged? They could even ask him questions, if they wanted to, anything, so long as he could feel he hadn't messed up. Anyone, just anyone. He lowered his head, trembling violently, when sudden movement in the group startled him. I'll go. The noise was all the louder now, as Jose's spirits rose at once. A young man, close to his age, stood at the center of the group. Everyone had turned to look at him, and he held his head high as he regarded Jose with defiance. He would likely be able to grow a spectacular beard one day, Jose guessed, going by how thick his sideburns already were. "Zhao!" hissed one of the instructors at the edge of the courtyard. The young man's nonchalant air gave away that he had no intention of abiding by whatever this authority figure wanted from him. "I'll do it," I said, Zhao responded, folding his arms over his chest as he regarded Jose with certainty, as though there was nothing to fear about taking up this strange mission with the prince. He was familiar, though Jose couldn't place him yet. Why would he be familiar at all? He'd seldom seen people his age, his father had little patience for teenagers or children, and he had refused to send Jose to the academy or any type of schooling outside the palace. Why, then? His confusion and curiosity about the young man named Zhao dwindled, though, when he realized no one else had stepped forward to follow the example set by the arrogant recruit. Jose swallowed hard, glancing about the others with uncertainty. "Nothing? Truly, no one else?" "I think you've said your piece, Prince Jose," the director spoke, and an unpleasant shiver ran down Jose's spine. "You're done here." "Done? With just one soldier?" That wasn't enough. That couldn't be enough. He would never succeed at capturing the Avatar with just one recruit, half-trained as he was bound to be. Jose himself only knew fire-bending, with no military training or experience to his name. He shuddered, knowing he couldn't overstep himself, knowing, too, that this wouldn't suffice. He swallowed hard and spoke out again, to the director's displeasure. I will wait for you, in the harbor," he said, eyes shifting across the crowd of recruits, slowing at Zhao. "My ship will be ready to set sail tomorrow. I thank you for your willingness to serve your nation. This is the best way to do it, I promise. You won't regret joining me, and neither will anyone else who chooses to join me as well. I hope all of you will think on my offer. Thank you, in advance." He bowed his head curtly towards them, then he turned on his heels. If that wasn't how he should finish a speech, so be it. He had no idea what he was doing. He had never given a damn speech before, for starters, and the director's harsh intervention had only worsened matters. Perhaps, if he'd had a little more time, a chance to explain how generously he'd reward the man who'd joined him, the others would wish to join too, but everything seemed poised against him, much as it was back at home. His chest tightened as he walked away, nearly in tears, afraid that his grand voyage might amount to nothing if he truly couldn't sway more than that one recruit. He barely slept that night, anxious and desperate as he felt. Morning arrived and he ensured his bags were properly packed by the servants, who then were tasked with carrying them to his ship, an old model Ajalon had agreed to spare for his use. Whatever happened with the recruits, Jose would change his luck starting today. He would succeed where his father had failed and gain his respect at last. That was what mattered the most. Sailors worked hard to prepare the ship when Jose arrived, hoisted by his palanquin bearers. He rushed on board, quick to ask the ship's captain if any soldiers had presented themselves. He received an immediate negative answer. Jose froze in place, but he resolved to wait. He hadn't given them a deadline after all, so surely that Zhao would turn up sooner than later, and hopefully others would follow his example, too. An hour passed. 2 hours. 3 hours. He sat on the deck with his face buried in his hand as the noon sun glowed mercilessly upon him. They should be here already. Someone should show up by now. It made no sense that no one would, not even the one who'd stepped forward after Jose's speech. Who didn't wish to have a prince indebted to them? Who wouldn't wish to partake in the greatest adventure of their lifetimes? Perhaps they'd gone to the wrong ship, perhaps they sought a more opulent one, expecting more grandeur from a prince. It was a childish hope to cling to, but he refused to believe none of the recruits would want to participate in such an important, honorable mission. He shivered as he glanced over the railing of his ship's deck, hoping to spot any soldiers nearby, soldiers who weren't just patrolling the port. He couldn't bear waiting here and doing nothing. He climbed off the ship and rushed down to the pier, racing hastily throughout the harbor. The young man who had spoken out yesterday would be enough. He no longer hoped for more than that. Someone had to come, someone would, someone surely had, and they had simply lost their way when searching for his ship. It was the only explanation. 2 hours of searching yielded no results. He had never felt so disheartened, the very grounds underneath his feet so unstable he nearly stumbled on his way back to his ship. Had his speech been so bad? Had he truly lacked the charisma and leadership to persuade anyone? No, it wasn't his fault. It couldn't be. They were the ones who lacked ambition, who couldn't recognize a great opportunity when it stared them in the face. They would regret snubbing him just as Iroh would regret mocking him, just as Ajalon would regret looking down on him. He froze upon climbing the ramp to his ship again. A young man, carrying a small bag, stood in the middle of the deck, gazing about himself as he waited for something. Jose recognized him at once as the only recruit who had stepped forward yesterday. "You. Oh, greetings," he exclaimed, almost stumbling off the ramp as he rushed towards the young man. Jose froze in place when Zhao turned around. He definitely recognized that face, even more so up close, though Jose couldn't place it. Still, he had the feeling he hadn't seen it in a long time, though. "Ah. Prince Jose, right?" the young man said, smiling carelessly. A few strands of his hair stuck out rebelliously from his otherwise perfect top knot. "You haven't changed much since that day, heh? Nice to see you again." "Since that day?" Jose repeated, blinking blankly. "Guess you forgot, huh?" Zhao shrugged. "No surprises there, I was a nobody after all. But I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you, you know." Well, I guess so. I asked if you wished to join me," Jose said, but Zhao laughed and shook his head. "That's not what I mean," he said. I was probably going to be executed, and you intervened. The Fire Lord, he gave me a chance to serve in the army because I was a promising firebender, all because you asked him to let me live and serve the Fire Nation." Jose was utterly stunned now, his jaw dropped. Zhao snickered, shrugging again at the young man's shock, though he couldn't stay nonchalant once the prince placed his hands on his shoulders, shaking him suddenly. "It's you. You're the kid from that day," he exclaimed, and his face broke into a bright smile. "You made it this far, then? You must be a great recruit by now." Don't know if my instructors would agree with that," Zhao said, amused. "Apparently, I'm a piece of shit who can't do what he's told, eh?" "Why you are?" Jose asked, releasing him from his hold. Zhao snickered and placed his hands on his hips. "I don't feel like listening to boring, stubborn old men who tell me I have to hold back and restrain my fire. I'm dangerous, right? Why shouldn't I use that for the Fire Nation's sake?" he said, smirking. "I don't care for authority figures, but you saved my life and you strike me as someone who's not going to give me stupid orders to hold back in the face of danger." Well, I wouldn't, but I've never really led anyone in a mission before. It's my first," Jose admitted, with a shy shrug. Zhao laughed happily. "Great. That makes it better then, you and I will lead this ship and everyone else will do what we tell them to," he snickered. Jose swallowed hard. "I won't mind that, especially if you're that kid," he said, glancing about himself. "But if more experienced soldiers join us too, we may have to dispute authority with them, I guess. Not a lot of people take me seriously." "Oh? Well, I think they do, but," Zhao said, scratching the back of his neck before sighing. "A level with you, no one else is coming, Prince Jose." What? Jose frowned, startled by Zhao's sudden, honest claim. "Once you left, that spark bender who's supposed to train me lately told me off for saying I'd join you at all," Zhao said, breathing deeply. "Fact is, before you gave your speech, just when we were asked to go listen, well, the director warned us not to join you. Which is, partly, why I wanted to do it, piss on him and his lot, bunch of old farts with nothing but dung for brains." Why would he?" Jose asked, horrified, mortified. Zhao shrugged, his mouth a tight line. "Might be the fault of the oldest fart of the bunch," he ventured. "I wasn't paying enough attention, but I'm pretty sure he said something along the lines of Fire Lord's orders at some point, so." "Fire Lord's orders?" "Of course. Everything made sense now. My father ordered them not to." Jose repeated, and where Zhao might have dreaded he would be depressed, miserable, Jose only scowled in unbridled fury. He ordered them not to join me. That's why. He wants me to fail. He wants me to fail. Well, to tell you the truth, finding the Avatar does sound like a crazy quest, Zhao said, stretching his neck from side to side. Are there any leads to follow, for starters? If there were, do we know they'll take us somewhere productive? Could be the Avatar's dead and gone, like all the air nomads. Then he would have been reborn in the water tribes, Jose said, scowling. And that means we're not likely to get to him, right? Zhao sighed. If he's in the north, well, that's definitely bad news. I don't know a lot about them, but my old master, Zhang, he said their waterbenders are the strongest in the world. My father's been attacking the southern waterbenders for a long time, Jose said, frowning. That must be why. He hopes the Avatar will be found there, and he wants to kill him before he is. But if the old air nomad Avatar hasn't died yet? Zhao ventured. Jose's lips spread into a devious smirk. If he hasn't died yet, we can find him. My father won't be able to track him down among the waterbenders if that's the case, Jose declared. We will investigate everything we can about the Avatar, about his past lives, anything we can do to find the best methods to track him down. Sounds like a plan, Zhao smiled, nodding. We'll start with the sages from the Crescent Island Temple, Jose stated, frowning heavily. They knew Avatar Roku, they might have papers, more information about the Avatar than we'd find anywhere else in the Fire Nation. Huh, that's a thought, Zhao said, tapping his chin. Then, what are we waiting for? Jose glanced about the harbor, uncertain. What were they waiting for? More recruits? If what Zhao had said was true, nobody but him would join in. This trip would be difficult enough as it was to add delays to their problems, too. What did your instructor tell you, exactly? Jose asked, softly. Did he scold you badly? I hope he didn't kick you from the academy. Doesn't matter much if he did, I'll just go back to Zhang if that happens. He's serving in the Earth Kingdom right now, got sent there for I don't know what operation a couple months ago, Zhao smirked. He'll be so horrified to see me again that he'll pull every string in the world to make sure I'm taken in by another instructor, far away from him. The great Admiral Zhang dislikes you that much? Jose asked, puzzled. Zhao shrugged. He's about as lame as your old man, you know? Always trying to sabotage me, always holding me back instead of pushing me to do my best. Zhao grumbled, his mood darkening for the first time since he climbed aboard the ship. Jose's heart sank. Yes, he never wanted to acknowledge it, but he knew the truth. Even so, Ajalon wanted to set him up for failure on every possible level. He didn't want Jose to triumph at anything, but if Jose ever did, if he returned home as a hero, his full council would acknowledge him. Ajalon wouldn't be able to shrug off Jose as he always did. He wouldn't have the strength, the excuses, to do so. If Zhao came along with him, too, they would become a team, an unstoppable one. All the stubborn old bastards, as Zhao had put it, would have no choice but to bow down to them. So Jose's fists tightened, but he raised his head with a proud smile, stepping towards Zhao and placing a hand on his shoulder again. Zhao raised his eyebrows, surprised by the sudden enthusiasm displayed by the prince. They'll see what we can do. We'll show them. Zhao, that is your name, right? It's what that instructor called you. Jose said, his confidence quickly fading when the young man gazed at him quizzically. Zhao snorted and laughed before nodding, removing Jose's hand from his shoulder only to clasp it firmly in a firm handshake. We're off to show them what we're made of, he declared, smiling proudly. I've never cared to follow anyone in the past, but I guess I might end up having fun following you, Prince Jose. Let's see where the world takes us, shall we? Jose nodded proudly, clasping Zhao's hand firmly before giving orders to his sailors. They would take off through the waters of the Fire Nation first, and far beyond them once they were ready. They set sail as teenagers, young and innocent. He trusted, fully, that they would return as men, proud and strong, whom no one would look down upon ever again. They were each other's first friend, a kindred spirit in whom they found understanding they'd never experienced elsewhere. They trusted one another fully, despite barely knowing each other at the time. It was the beginning of a bond that had strengthened and thrived, a bond that they would treasure forever, as it was the mark of a grand friendship that would remain true, for its foundations were sturdy and strong. Jose hoped those foundations still stood as stalwart as when they were established, back in those days. Because now he had placed all his trust on that very man, the young boy who had stepped forward for him once before, who had chosen to travel alongside him when no one else did. His one true friend, the only man he could trust to be wed to his daughter and not take advantage of the situation for his own benefit. Yet again, though, an unsettling feeling tugged away at his gut, much as the one that had bothered him when Angela had agreed to this wedding at last. Whatever it was, he wanted to set it aside, to ignore it. This should be a moment of celebration. His daughter had bowed down, his daughter had surrendered, and she was no longer crown princess of the Fire Nation. She was no longer his heir, a privilege she had lost over her poor judgment, over her utterly reckless, wrong decisions. This punishment was all she deserved, Jose had no doubt of it. She could not be trusted at the helm of their great nation. So why did it feel so wrong for that golden hairpiece to decorate Zhao's top knot, rather than hers? Why had his stomach twisted when Zhao agreed to each oath, twisting with an unwanted sensation he hadn't experienced in years? He remembered it from many years ago, from facing another woman in whose eyes burned a fire she had contained until it had unleashed in full, a fire like the one he had snuffed from Angela's own gaze. A fire he thought she had inherited from him, but there was enough of her mother in it, just as well. Of the woman who first introduced him to the wretched feeling that compelled him to glance at Angela again, bowing down as she was. Guilt. That's what it was. He gritted his teeth and scowled. He was Fire Lord, regret was a concept he shouldn't be acquainted with, not in the least. Yet it wasn't the first time he experienced it, though it certainly was the first time he felt it over Angela. She stood there, silently, still bowing, showing no sign of rebellion once again. There had to be something, any sort of underlying plan. She couldn't have done this without a strategy in mind. Perhaps Iroh as a cursed earthbender would shatter the temple open from underground, attempting to kill everyone in the room but Angela. They were friends, after all. It would come as no surprise, if the midget remained in the city at all, of course, which apparently wasn't the case. So someone else, perhaps her treasonous guards were closer than he thought, perhaps the plan had been to keep everyone on a goose chase after them, only for them to return to the Fire Nation with her and start a civil war. Everyone began rising once Zhao gestured at them to stand upright again. Angela obeyed too, upon hearing others were straightening their posture once more, and still, her eyes lingered on the marble floor. Vacancy, emptiness, frustration, perhaps, because of her tightened right hand. Jose's furrowed brow scrutinized her. He wanted her to fight back. He truly wanted her to take a stand and refuse his demands. If she did, he'd feel more justified. It would be easier to think he was right to do this. He'd shake off all the damn guilt he had no business experiencing at all. She didn't meet his eyes. His heart sank when he wondered if she intended to keep her head down for the rest of her life. Oh, but she should do that. Of course she should, after the wrong she'd done, after the mistakes she'd made, fool that he was. Her sorry act almost broke his resolve somehow. What was wrong with him? Why would he allow this to stir his heart, when he had no such thing as a heart to begin with? He tore his eyes from her at last, furious with her, and far more furious with himself. He had won. Angela had married Zhao, as he had determined she would. Whatever remorse he felt, he certainly wouldn't act on it, and he would shake it off immediately. There were still more than enough loose ends to tie up, a fair share of problems he needed to resolve before he knew, for certain, that his daughter would truly yield, with no more secrets, no more rotten bonds with the wrong people, such as her wretched slave, who, of course, was the very first of those loose ends. She had taken him back to the Water Tribe. It was where he had to strike, then, that was where he'd find him. There would be no more guilt, no more complications, no more reasons to fear his daughter's devious mind. All of his frustrations would vanish when he succeeded at ridding the world from that loathsome gladiator at long last. Chapter 259. Storytelling/Wedding. 5. Changing the stars. An unthinkable, impossible wish, unattainable for one so little, for a simple life, in a simple world, as opposed to the eternity contained in the bright sparks that shone in the depths of a dark sky. Sometimes, bright, colorful shapes danced alongside them. The southern lights ever offered spectacles to behold when they formed up in the sky, a beautiful display of nature's harmony, of the fascinating phenomena it was capable of. If only he had climbed that icy hill outside the village just to watch the colors swaying in the sky, the contrasts of darkness and light, of beauty sparkling brightly among the dark space between them, if only he could truly appreciate the beautiful view. If only his heart weren't clenched, so hard, so painfully that he could barely hold himself upright where he sat. His hand was clenched, as well, around the dark velvet of the betrothal necklace he had been unable to let go of since he'd found it. Instead of gazing up at the sky, Sokka's attention focused solely on the necklace he'd worked so hard to perfect. For weeks he had devoted himself to the task of carving properly, refusing to offer her a poor rendition of an ancient water tribe tradition, determined to give it their own spin, merging their cultures together meaningfully. And she had given it back. Somehow, at some point or another, she had given it back. She could have refused to his face. She could have just told him she couldn't keep it, she could have simply asked him to hold on to it, if that was what she wanted. Instead she had stashed it in his things quietly, he barely knew when, he barely cared, at this point. The gesture spoke for itself, her reasons didn't matter quite as much as his treacherous mind wanted to make him think they did. He had broken down, unable to return to his work. Suki had to offer her own pointers and training ideas to the warriors waiting for him, for Sokka's crippling reaction to his discovery had frozen over his heart, much as it had been when he'd left himself to die on the pier at the harbor. It had taken him a long time to persuade Kunna that he just wanted to be alone, that he wouldn't do that again, no matter how miserable he was. Hakata had been out on a hunt, Katara was busy working on building their defenses for the impending, inevitable attacks. His family wouldn't be burdened any further by his misery, if Sokka could avoid it. How small and delicate that oval felt on his palm now, resting on his thick mitten. The white ridges, carved into the stone, felt as familiar now as on the day he'd crafted them. The thumb of his mitten brushed over the polished stone, and a miserable sigh shook his whole body. This necklace wasn't his to hold onto. It would be impossible to find even a shred of peace by holding it right now, for he hadn't asked for this. He hadn't accepted this. Much as she often did, Azula had called the shots, made choices he couldn't help but resent her for. That he understood her reasoning, or that he thought he did, couldn't change the heartbreak that took hold of him. It was her gift, it was hers. Returning it now, it felt like the absolute dismissal of every vow they'd made on those last days. Every promise to return to each other, to restore their relationship, by the time they did, no matter how long it might take until that day arrived. Was there no point in hoping for that anymore, then? Was he to take this as her utmost surrender, the very final message she left him with? No hopes for a better future than what they were left with? Nothing but memories, stories to cling onto, to both cherish the past and forsake it, for the bright days they'd shared would never return again? Tears welled in his eyes again, tears of frustration, of outrage, even of betrayal. She could have been forthright, she should have been. He didn't care if she didn't want to hurt him then, it hurt far worse now, for he couldn't know for sure what this meant. He couldn't simply pack up his things and go to the Fire Nation to ask her why she'd given back the necklace that she'd always accepted with a heartfelt smile, with that loving excitement she couldn't help but showcase openly when any of his gestures moved her deeply. She had loved this necklace, damn it. She had loved him, too. She should have kept it. She should have stayed with him. He buried his face in his flexed knees, knowing the tears would run away with him anyway. He couldn't contain them before, he certainly wouldn't succeed at holding them back now. His grip on the necklace trembled as he brought it closer, as he found no comfort in holding it, unlike how it always had been. It had been his idea, too, for them to keep each other's necklace for the sake of staying close to one another, no matter what. If that was what she wanted, couldn't she have told him so? He wouldn't have fought it, he barely had fought her intentions at the very end. He would have accepted her choice, whatever it might have been. Muffled footsteps in the snow. Sokka flinched, trying to stop the tears from rushing out, but he couldn't restrain the soft shake of his shoulders as he struggled to regain his breath. He cried silently, alone, well out of everyone's reach, and that certainly didn't sit well with his sister. Gran told me you were here, Katara whispered, softly. Sokka only seemed to hide further, unwilling to respond to his sister so far. The waterbender released a deep breath before taking her seat beside him. Her gaze shifted towards the necklace, confusion rising inside her as she pondered what it meant. It resembled hers, to a fault, only, the stone in hers was circular rather than an oval. Hers was also sculpted out, as a relief, whereas the one in Sokka's hand was carved into the stone, with lines of white that crossed the blue to form fire. Katara gritted her teeth. It wasn't hard to decipher who this necklace had belonged to, or who it should have belonged to. Yet, what had broken her brother to this extent? Kunna hadn't understood it either, not when Sokka had made so much progress over the last week. He smiled more, mostly when he was telling his stories. He talked with the rest of the tribe's people more often, and the fear the villagers held for him had shifted permanently into curiosity, apparently. He still was a far cry from the Sokka she remembered. Katara wouldn't deny that, a far cry from the Sokka she had met in Whaletail Island, too. But he seemed to be healing, as far as she could tell, and all that progress had been subverted, broken to bits, over his discovery of this necklace. He was back to the man he had been upon returning home, though maybe the truth was that he'd never stopped being that man, no matter if Katara hoped otherwise. Southern lights are out, huh? She said, biting her lip. Talking about the sky wouldn't help, she knew. Guess you mustn't have seen them in a while. To her surprise, Sokka sniffed and raised his head. Some would. The lights fluctuated, making it a brighter night than the usual ones in the dark period. Katara had made her way to the small hill with a lantern, aware that she wouldn't have it easy to locate Sokka otherwise in the deep darkness of the everlasting night. Sokka let himself gaze at the sky for a moment before a sigh slipped out of him. His gaze returned to the necklace, then, it shifted to the snow before him. I know you're worried. I know I've given you cause to be, he whispered, his voice tattered, strained. But you don't have to watch over me right now, Katara. I'll be fine. I just... Whatever happened, it hurt you badly, Katara whispered. There's no shame in that, Sokka. There shouldn't be. Sokka swallowed hard, tightly shutting his eyes again. Katara sighed, letting her gaze travel to the village's enclosure again. Life had been so much simpler, once. I owe you an apology, don't I? She said, softly. Sokka nearly jumped where he sat upon hearing the unexpected words. Probably many apologies, actually. Katara. He dared glance at her through his tearful eyes, unsure of what the motive behind her words might be. I have no idea how many times you've done this since we were young, Katara said, with a sad smile. How many times you've just rushed off to deal with everything by yourself. How many times I ignored you were hurting or took for granted you could handle it just because you were my big brother and you always had a snarky answer for everything. I guess. Mom used to comfort me when I cried. Then Gran and Dad did too. You did it as well, a few times, but I can't remember ever seeing you cry until you came back to us, Sokka. He gritted his teeth, swallowing hard at Katara's observation. He had repressed a lot of emotions over the years, Sokka knew he had forced himself not to react to many tragedies the way he should have, for there was much work to be done and he didn't have the luxury to cry until it was finished. Maybe, sometimes, he'd let himself grieve and brood in his room, when they were stuck indoors during blizzards, but usually, he forced himself not to feel everything he was feeling. He had to protect the tribe, at all costs. It was far more important than his personal comfort or safety. It was just one more factor he hadn't even noticed had changed over the years. He did cry in the amateur arena, cowering in the dark, especially during his early months stuck in that nightmare of a place. Afterwards, he buckled down and shut off his emotions again, as best he could, and then she'd re-entered his life. She'd found him and she'd given him new purpose. He had to protect her at all costs, too, but she protected him just as much. She talked to him about his sorrows, she was concerned with his well-being, prioritizing his health, whether that of his body, mind, or soul, and doing her best to keep him in his best possible shape, in all regards, before he had to step into the ring and take on another dangerous enemy. She had changed him in more ways than he knew, more ways than he'd ever recognized. With her, he didn't have to be the confident older brother, the tribal leader, that everyone else leaned on and upon whom all hopes were deposited. He didn't have to shoulder everything, no, she had been the one to do that, instead. And without knowing it, precisely because he understood her pressures far better than he realized, Sokka had helped her. He had recognized the struggle, her rejection of emotions, her forceful rationality, for it was her only way to stay level-headed and stand her ground against every challenge. He hadn't allowed her to lose herself to sorrow and grief, he had helped her, at every point he could, and she had done the same for him. In so many ways, they had set each other free. He sighed, rubbing his tearful eyes with his mitten. Katara watched him compassionately, remorse filling her heart. To no surprise, Sokka shook his head. "You don't owe me any apologies," he whispered. "I didn't keep everything in because I didn't trust you. It wasn't like that, back when we were kids, it isn't like that now, either. It just hurts. Even thinking about speaking my mind, it's like I'm stabbing myself. My throat closes in, I can barely breathe, it feels bad. I don't even know how to explain how I feel, so, instead of burdening you, or Dad or Gran, I just try to deal with it myself." "Well, you're free to do that, if you're sure you want to," Katara said, biting her lip. "But, you don't have to, all right? And more importantly, you're not a burden, Sokka. You're my brother, you're our family. We love you. I hoped you already realized that, since you were so much calmer lately. But whatever you've been through, it really doesn't change that, okay? Not even for you." Sokka asked quietly, glancing at her with unease. I know after you saw the scar, you must have felt terrible. But did it really change what you thought of me?" "No, it didn't," Katara said, breathing deeply. "It changed what I thought of her, not of you." Sokka tensed up, as his sister's gaze was lost in the horizon again. She breathed deeply, closing her eyes after a moment. "You know why I have so much trouble accepting all this. Even back in Whaletail Island, I felt so weird being anywhere near her. Kino thought I was going to attack her at some point, because I always said I wouldn't forgive her for taking you, and the truth is, he wasn't wrong to worry about that because that's what I always had intended to do. I figured I'd whisk you away, once we traveled to the Fire Nation. We'd take you with us, and she'd likely come after us, and I'd fight my damnedest to ensure she couldn't keep up, so, you see, I had a whole fantasy cooked up in my head, and when I actually saw her that day, I didn't know what to do. I was at a loss. She was intimidating, but she was also nowhere near as inhumane as I expected, as I always prepared myself for. From the day Kino told us you were her gladiator, I should have accepted, that reality might not shape into what I thought it would. Then, Zuko and Suki were so sure you two cared about each other, at least to some degree. I refused to believe it, because it was too difficult to wrap my head around it. Gran and Dad, they didn't seem to mind it much, as long as she was truly the wonderful woman who saved Suki, as that'd mean she either wasn't that bad, or that you'd helped her learn better. But I was too proud to wrap my head around the possibility that maybe she wasn't who I thought she was. Then, all this, it's been a lot, you realize? Everything you've revealed, whether that day by the harbor or when you share the stories of Princess Jing, it's been a pretty serious reminder that you've been living your life for all these years, in whatever quality you did, while I had no idea what was going on with you. I jumped to conclusions. I thought I knew more than I did. And now, I just want to hear more of Princess Jing and Wenta because it feels like another way of getting to know my brother. To understand who you've been, in all these years, because, well, you'd shared a lot of these stories in a truncated way, back in Whaletail Island. But you did skip, well, everything about your relationship. Because, you knew I wouldn't understand, right? Sokka swallowed hard, tears burning in his eyes. He only offered Katara a half-hearted shrug, and she sighed at the sight of it. "I wouldn't have, she said, biting her lip. "It was impossible for me to wrap my head around this in a single day, and that's all we had. So, I won't pretend to be much better than I am. Won't do me any good, won't do you any good, either. But that day, by the harbor, I guess you really got to me. When you told me to slow down for a moment and let myself believe, if just for an instant, that everything you'd told us was the truth. That she had gone through all those hardships to save you, that you were so desperate to go back to her that you disregarded all sense and laid there waiting for her to come back. That she's probably going through hell on earth right now, for you, and in the meantime, I was just here, judging her and condemning her without understanding how badly she's struggling right now. Sokka swallowed hard, glancing at Katara with unease. She pressed her lips into a tight line, releasing another slow breath before speaking again. If you were right, whatever she did to break your heart now, Sokka, is there any reason for it? Katara asked, softly. Does it make any sense? Would it hurt her, just as badly as it hurt you, if not more so, to do what she did? Sokka gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He took a moment to respond, and Katara waited patiently, uncertain if he'd speak at all. It must have hurt her. A lot, Sokka finally said, and Katara clenched her jaw. This necklace, I made it for her. We always said she'd wear it when we were free to be together. It was her betrothal necklace, the symbol of our commitment to each other. When I fought Combustion Man, I had the chance to bring it with me. I hoped that, if I died that day, she might still be able to reclaim it from my corpse. But she saved me, and when I offered her the necklace again, after I accepted that she'd bring me back here, she seemed unsure at first but then accepted it. She said she was worried that her father, his people, would find the necklace and destroy it if they had the chance. So, I'm guessing that's why. It makes enough sense, I guess. But if she'd just told me, I would have understood. If she'd just said so, but she didn't. If she didn't want to hurt me, well, she sure as hell didn't think things through. It hurt more to find it now than that it would have hurt to hear her say I should have kept it. A betrothal necklace, then? Katara said, eyeing him with curious confusion. I suppose if she returned it, it means the betrophal's broken. Sokka said, mournfully. Sure as hell feels like it. Maybe she just wanted me to offer it to her again when she comes back, but maybe she never will. And then I'll keep it forever, and I'll spend the rest of my days regretting I failed even at giving her this necklace. Well, from another point of view, if you want to hear it, Katara said, swallowing hard. If someone I love gave me something precious, and I might lose it, I'd think of it as a treasure. As something to keep safe, at all costs. In some way, that might be what she was doing. Yeah. I know that, but it doesn't hurt any less, Sokka admitted, closing his eyes tightly. It sucks, Katara. I can't think my way out of this. I can't reason with it. All I can do is feel like shit at every damn moment. I wasn't fine, you know? Telling Jing and Wenta's story, it's fun for sure, but deep down, it was just a way to deflect things. To take control of the narrative, to pretend things turned out better than they did. To keep her with me, even when she's so far away, to make the memories sting less, if just for a moment. But then reality catches up with me and I'm back to square one. Because you're not very good at coping and working through all these bad emotions, Katara said, biting her lip. No judgment here, though. I exteriorize my feelings all the time and I can barely make sense of them even then. And I definitely haven't been through, well, what you're going through. We've both known what it's like to lose those we love, but I guess this is worse than Mom for you, huh? You loved her, and you wanted to build a future with her. So. Awareness dawned on Sokka upon those words. Was it worse? In some ways, maybe it was. Angela still lived, though. She was still out there. He knew she had to be, no matter what form of heinous punishment Oze had cooked up for her. For as long as Angela still survived Oze's worst, Sokka would have hope, damaging, devastating hope that filled his heart with a strange vertigo, as though he were about to leap off a massive cliff while hoping he'd somehow develop the skills to fly mid-fall, or that a massive eagle might snatch him up when he was plummeting to the ground. That tug in the pit of his stomach, he woke up feeling it every day. It never went away. The awareness that she was out there, that he could be with her now if anything had been different. That she needed him, too, that if the world were any kinder, they would have never been torn apart. There was no such feeling with Kia anymore, there was no hope to be had. She was gone, and it was devastating, to this day, but it was a final, dreadful reality. It wasn't a suspended agony, it was a fulfilled one, of which they still picked up the pieces to this day. Yet the actions of both Angela and Kia. Sokka frowned upon reflecting on them. They had immolated themselves, hadn't they? They'd stood between monsters and the ones they loved, demanding they'd be the ones to be punished instead, and the shadows they cast offered protective shade upon everyone else. Kia had paid with her life. Angela, by losing everything. Just as Kia had protected her daughter at all costs, Angela had protected him. Was he even worthy of that kind of sacrifice? Whether she was right or wrong, Angela had decided he was. Where she had once told him to love her less, if it meant he'd be alive and safe for a little longer, now it was Sokka who shivered in the snow, wishing her affection for him hadn't been so unconditional, wishing she'd restrained the love she professed for him. If only she had, maybe he would be the one paying the price, all of it. If only she had. Was it a good idea, telling Katara the truth about Kia's demise? He wasn't sure about it. He glanced at his sister with uncertainty, finding she was just as apprehensive as he was, albeit for different reasons. She might never recover from learning Kia had died for her sake. It'd be an unacceptable reality for her, she'd sooner have died herself, he thought, for she wouldn't have wanted her safety to cost their mother her life. Much as Sokka now would gladly give up his own life, so long as Angela could be free. She didn't need this weighing on her conscience. He wouldn't burden her with that knowledge. I'm not saying you have to lean on me right now, maybe you don't trust me not to judge you, after all, Katara whispered, lowering her gaze. I've never had the most open mind, and, well, it wasn't easy to accept Zuko, and he was right here for me to truly get to know him. It's harder yet this way, but I'm willing to try. To get to know her through you, through your stories, if you think that's okay. Sokka remained silent, remorseful. Katara feared he'd send her away then, dark as his face had grown now, but then he nodded, and her heart jolted because of it. I don't mind. It's okay. It's even good that you're trying. I know it's hard. I know it's always going to be hard, Sokka said, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his gloved hand. But I know you want what's best for me, Katara. I've never doubted that. We just have very different concepts of what's best for you, she reasoned. Sokka nodded. At this point, though, I'm not sure I know what's best at all, he whispered. Not anymore. Not when everything feels broken. I have no aim, no goal, nothing to work for. Just surviving once Oze strikes, then, nothing. Whatever we swore and promised, it feels like it's never going to happen anymore. Like maybe she just clung to that idea for a moment because it made things easier. Maybe we were lying to ourselves when the truth was, that we'll never find our way to each other again. His throat tightened as he finished saying those words. It hurt, it devastated him. He longed for her so badly, he needed her, she had been such a bright beacon in his life, guiding him towards a future she was building slowly, a future she wanted him to shape with her. It was wrong to feel this way, he guessed, but however wrong it might be, he felt lost without her. Well, Katara said, swallowing hard. I know you don't want to hear that you can have a life here, even if she's not around. I know that's not going to help, so I won't say that. But, what did she say, Sokka, when she brought you here? What sorts of promises do you think are broken already, just because of this? I mean, maybe they're not. Maybe I'm giving you false hopes too, but isn't it possible she's just trying to keep everything she wants to protect in the safety of the tribe? She didn't think the tribe was safe. She was pretty sure it wasn't, actually, Sokka admitted. Had she known about the Avatar, maybe she'd have thought differently. Maybe she would have stayed, she might have thought we stood a chance, but that's why she left. Because she thought, if she turned herself in, she'd be able to stop her father. Maybe she's done that, huh? Maybe she's succeeded, somehow. Could be why he hasn't attacked us yet, and then we'll owe her the tribe's survival yet again, won't we? A favor we'll try to pay back by ensuring your survival, too, Katara said, softly. Sokka gritted his teeth. I don't know, to be honest, if she succeeded. I don't know what the price might have been, if she really did. If the Fire Lord is truly the vicious demon everyone says he is. He's no demon, he's a man, Sokka said, bitterly, frowning heavily. A rotten, disgusting man unworthy of every damboon the world's granted him. Unworthy of his throne, unworthy of his nation. More than anything, unworthy of his daughter. Well, whatever he is, she's definitely sacrificing a lot to keep us safe from him, Katara said, gazing into the horizon wistfully. I don't like owing her anything, but, she did bring you back to us, huh? Regardless of what shape you were in when you arrived. If you still won't believe that's my fault. I didn't say I didn't. Though I still have trouble wrapping my head around that, Katara said, frowning. Have you really wanted to die, Sokka, all along? All the time? You said something along those lines. I didn't want to make things worse by asking about that, but I'm a little worried about you. Okay, no, I'm very worried about you. Yeah, well, I did want to die, Katara, Sokka said, his jaw square. She didn't like that side of me at all. Always told me I had no sense of self-preservation, she scolded me for it, a few times. But more than that, she was scared for my sake. She was worried about me. She didn't want me to feel that way. When I first talked with her about it all, when I told her I was scared of coming back here because I thought I'd disappoint you all, she offered me the chance to visit the tribe and then go back with her, if I wanted to. I didn't hesitate to agree to that. I just wanted to be with her. To stand by her side, as I always did, as I always had. Before I knew it, I had a purpose, a reason to keep going, and she was that reason. I could look towards the future. I no longer expected death at every corner. I didn't long for it, because I had Angela. Because when she found me one night, when I was losing my mind to my fears, she soothed me, and she told me she needed me. How could I ever want death when I had a chance to live with her? So, when that chance was gone, you lost sight of reality, Katara finished, once her brother fell quiet. He nodded weakly. You succumbed to your grief. And, you nearly died again. She'd be so angry if she knew, Sokka said, with a sad smile. I can picture the outrage on her face. She'd just storm up to me and ask me if I'd lost my mind before slamming me with a dose of reality, straight to the point, and I'd try to apologize, then she'd likely tell me to save it. She didn't like it much. When I apologized, she'd probably be too mad to forgive me for nearly dying moments after she'd left. Well, as wild as it may be, I can't help but agree with her entirely about that, Katara said, with a weak smile of her own. And, isn't that why she brought you here, Sokka? So you could live on. All the lingering, nostalgic humor on Sokka's face fled upon hearing those words. Katara swallowed hard, biting her lower lip. I don't know her half as well as you do, of course. I'd never pretend I do, she said. I'm not going to be unreasonable and tell you something senseless like move on or get over it. I mean, I barely ever let go of anything that means something to me. I'd have no right to ask that of anyone else, would I? And after all this time, I still hurt so much whenever I think of Mom. I used to hurt just as badly when I thought you were dead. That you're back here, that you're with us again, it's a miracle of a sort, Sokka. I know it's not where you want to be. I know it's not how you wanted your life to turn out. But, she didn't bring you back for no reason. She did it because she thought you deserved to live. To keep going. So did she, Sokka said, snarling as tears burned in his eyes. She deserves those things even more than I do, damn it. Maybe. I don't know. I couldn't know, Katara sighed, reaching out a hand to Sokka's shoulder. But if her very last wish was that you lived on, isn't it worth a shot, Sokka? No matter how difficult and painful it is, whenever you think of her, Don't you think the right thing to do would be to honor her wishes for you? Sokka gritted his teeth, unwilling to meet his sister's eyes. Honoring her wishes? Living on, careless and happily, telling stories to her niece, relearning his place in the tribe and gaining their respect? Was that what he ought to do, from this day onwards? Was that all he would amount to? Had the best, brightest moments of his life already fizzled out, leaving him with a simple life he'd used to resent for its very simplicity? Yet the truth was, the simplicity no longer was a problem. The stories, they helped. The people were already growing used to him again. Most the fearful glares from his early days in the tribe had turned into either neutral glances or friendly ones, these days. All of this would sit well with him, truly, if only Angela were here too. If only she hadn't returned to the Fire Nation, if only he could protect her himself, without simply having to rely on hope, on praying to spirits or gods he barely knew existed, in the hopes that she'd still be safe. This was what she'd wanted, this was what she'd asked of him. To live on, to keep going, because if he didn't, she wouldn't be able to keep going too. As broken as his heart might be, was it only right to raise his head again and return to training soldiers tomorrow, to telling stories to children, too? Was this what she'd wanted for him, and was he honor-bound to fulfill that wish, because it was what she hoped he'd do? Maybe so, maybe so. He gritted his teeth, taking in a sharp breath before releasing it slowly. It might be, he said, swallowing hard. But it's going to be much harder than anything I've ever done. Accepting this life, a life without her. I never wanted to do it. Whatever shape our future might take. I wanted to be by her side. Fighting Combustion Man, standing my ground against the worst gladiators, all of it sounds like child's play, compared to accepting that I might never see Angela again. I know, Katara whispered, gritting her teeth. Sokka took another deep breath, easing the air out just as slowly as before. I'm not ready. I wasn't ready to say goodbye, and I don't think I ever would have been, Sokka said, earnestly. But I guess it is her last wish. The last thing she asked of me was, that I was patient. That I gave myself time to heal from all my wounds. That I ate properly, she even told me to hurry to the village, heh. And I messed it up, so, she'd be pretty mad, for sure. Well, she won't have to be, as long as you take better care of yourself from now on, Katara said, patting his back affectionately. And if you refuse to take better care of yourself, well, there's still all of us, you know? We'll look after you too, so she won't have to worry. We'll give you the very best life you can live while you're here. Just what she hoped for. Sokka gritted his teeth, letting his gaze move towards the necklace in his hands once more. Instead of tightly wrapping his hand on the velvet, he spread his hand to gaze at the stone resting on his palm. Painful as it was, surprising and unwelcome as it had been, maybe it was for the best. Maybe he had to keep it, maybe it was the best way to still feel her close to him, somehow. And maybe he had to try to fulfill his many promises to her, too. To live on, to do it as best he could so that, if the day came when she returned for him, she'd have nothing to fear, nothing to worry about. Life here was difficult, no doubt, but it could be beautiful, too. Just as he would have been thrilled to be here with Angela, if she'd chosen to stay with him, just so, he should make the most of this chance, a chance she had given him, sacrificing so much just to ensure he lived on. It felt selfish to live this way, somehow, but was it truly, if that was her final wish for him? If that was the last request she'd made, before they shared the final kiss upon which he'd lost his heart, his life partner, his soulmate, forever? She had asked it of him, the least he could do was try. I'll do my best, Katara, he said, his voice faltering. Just be patient, too. I don't know if this will happen again. If I'll break the next time I find anything that reminds me of her. As it is, everything does, so I won't be back to who I used to be anytime soon. Fact is, I might never go back to who I was, before all this happened. Before I met her. I don't need you to go back to that. Katara said, reassuringly. Not even back to the happy goofball you were in Whaletail Island. It's okay, Sokka. I don't need you to try and fake a smile for me, or for anyone else. I'd rather know what's wrong. I'd rather help, if I can, or stand by you, if there's nothing else I can do. You're my brother, all right? And I think I've wanted you back too damn hard, for too damn long, to act like a brat now and complain because you're not exactly the brother you used to be before you were taken away. Don't force yourself, don't lie to yourself, or to me, even if you think it's for my benefit. This will be hard, it will take forever, I bet. But maybe there's a chance you'll be truly happy again someday, Sokka. And if there really is, I don't plan on wasting it. You deserve to live in peace, and I know she thought so too. So, even if you don't do it for us, do it for her. For the one you loved, the one who convinced you to keep living when you wanted to die. For the one who brought you here, who thought this was what was best for you. I don't know if she was always right in her assessment of you, but I'd like to think she was, this time. We may not have been your home for all the years you were gone, but we can be, again, if you let us. When you're ready. Sokka breathed deeply, and then offered Katara a small nod. He gazed at the necklace still, delicate and beautiful as it was, wishing he could feel a stronger resolve to do what Katara had asked of him, but that was what the patience was for, wasn't it? So that one day, maybe, he'd be that strong. So that, eventually, he'd find his way back to his people in every sense that mattered. I'll do my best, he whispered. Katara, beside him, smiled affectionately before wrapping an arm around his shoulders. I know it's not easy, but I'll do my best to help you, every step of the way, she said, with certainty. Sokka nodded weakly. Now, though, I have a small question? If you don't mind answering, of course. Sokka bit his lip, careless about the contents of his sister's inquiry at first. If she asked something too personal he'd likely shut her down, but he doubted she would. It was Katara, after all, so why did you make her a betrothal necklace? Her question caught him by surprise. He glanced at her to find genuine, confused curiosity as she reached out to touch the velvet in his hands. And, moreover, why does it look like mine? She asked, eyeing Sokka cautiously now. That. Sokka blinked once before smiling earnestly for the first time in hours, to Katara's utter surprise. For a moment I thought you were questioning why I'd asked her to marry me. No, it's just, what's this whole idea of a betrothal necklace? Katara asked, blinking blankly. I'd never heard of that before. It's an old northern tradition. I read about it in a book Song had. Song, my healer and cook, damn, she cooked up a storm like no one else you've ever known, I guarantee it, Sokka explained, with a sad smile. As much as his pain for Azula trumped everything else, he missed all his friends, just as well. Anyway, when northern men wish to marry a woman, they must craft and offer her a betrothal necklace. And yeah, I'm pretty sure yours is a betrothal necklace too, that's why they look similar. Mine. But mine is. Katara started, puzzled, as Sokka eyed her expectantly. Yours was Mom's heirloom, Sokka continued when she fell silent. Who got it from Dad, who gave it to her because it was Gran-Gran's? Yeah, but wait, does that mean? Katara said, eyes widening as Sokka smiled and nodded. Gran-Gran was engaged to someone in the north. I reached that conclusion, too. I hadn't thought to ask her about it yet, though, he admitted, with a weak smile. It slipped my mind, but oh, no. She's not getting out of explaining this, not on my watch, Katara determined, amusing Sokka. Whenever you're ready, we're heading back down there, and she's going to tell me, point blank, what kind of guy tried to marry her up there that she decided she was better off fleeing halfway across the world and giving away his necklace to her family's next 2 generations. Should be fun for someone else to tell the stories, for a change, Sokka reasoned, with a chuckle. The warmth of his sister's laughter didn't always get to him, but it did that night. Sokka smiled, leaning sideways against her, their heads resting together. From the moment he had woken up in the south again, she had rushed to stand by him, to help him up, to lend him her strength and heal his wounds however possible. Her frustrations, even her hostility, upon learning the truth, were easy to understand. But she made efforts now, efforts Sokka hadn't expected she'd want to make at all. She was patient, she was understanding. As resentful as she had been towards Azula, she had let go of her rage for his sake, if just for this moment. He had the feeling it would be longer than that, though. Katara meant to try her best to help him find his place back among his tribe. Would Azula approve, if he let her? He closed his eyes, evoking her in his heart. In his mind, he didn't see her broken, torn up by dark emotions, by fears and sorrow. No, he saw her smiling at him, those golden eyes glistening as she encouraged him with a silent nod. She had done this for him, she had done her very best for his sake. The least he could do was honor her sacrifices, by living up to the future she'd hoped to grant to him. Her image dissipated as he let himself open his eyes again. The pain in his heart lingered, he knew it would never fade away. The stars above still glistened, but maybe he didn't resent them quite so much for remaining so firm and immutable anymore. Perhaps it was time to let go, time to live, for however long he could, among his people. Time to cherish what he'd regained, just as he had learned to cherish everything he'd obtained while in the Fire Nation. What he'd lost would never stop hurting, but he could hear her voice in his mind, encouraging him to move forward, for she could live on as long as he did. For her sacrifices had meaning, as long as he survived. My gold fire, my inner flame. My gladiator. He inhaled slowly, deeply, and then released the air, puffing out in a white cloud that faded after an instant. His arm slipped into place around Katara's shoulders, startling his sister as he offered her that one-armed embrace. Katara. He whispered softly. Thank you. Well, you're welcome, she said, smiling a little, unsure of herself. Her brother's new, serious, darker side certainly had taken her by surprise from the first moment, but never before had she heard him say anything quite so heartfelt and kind while speaking with that stern voice tone. I missed you, he said, with a sad smile now, gazing into the horizon, at the tribe, too. A smidge of guilt still gnawed at him, the guilt of knowing himself, as always, unworthy of the blessings he'd been granted. Aware, always, that so many others deserved them, just as well, determined, as always, to make them count, by becoming a man worthy of them indeed. I missed this place. The tribe, our family. We all missed you too, Sokka, Katara whispered, wondering why, when Sokka finally seemed to settle down, she'd be the one on the verge of tears, instead. I know you're not happy, who would be, under these circumstances? But we really wanted to see you again. As bad as it may be for us to rejoice in having you around again. It's not bad. I'm not angry that you're happy I'm in the South Pole again, Sokka raised an eyebrow, nudging his sister lightly. I could never be. Really? Katara asked, glancing at him with uncertainty, but hope. Sokka nodded, and his smile gained more confidence, no matter how melancholic it still was. Resolve of some nature had taken form inside his heart, as much as Katara couldn't understand what that resolve truly was, but he might explain it properly some other day. For now, he squeezed her shoulder before saying, Let's go home. It's freezing out here. Took you that long to notice. Katara teased him, lightening the mood as best she could before laughing softly, dabbing at the tears pooling in the corners of her eyes. They rose to their feet, but Katara ensured to keep an arm wrapped around her brother, and he returned the favor, still embracing her shoulders. They made the trek back to the village together. For the first time since Sokka's return, Katara's enthusiasm had been revamped, and her heart was infused with hope. Her brother's heartfelt words, his gradual opening up to her, brought some peace to her heart, compelling her to hope that the dark times that plagued the Water Tribe, and not merely the ones related to the weather, wouldn't last forever. Soft music, the clinking of cups, plates, and bowls, chatter that rose in intensity, shifting into laughter at times, the cacophony of countless sounds rang across the courtyard in the temple, especially prepared for the reception of the grand ceremony witnessed by an exclusive group of guests. Tables had been set and distributed perfectly throughout the enclosure of the courtyard, with a set of beautiful lanterns dangling right above the rejoicing guests, offering a warm glow to the slowly darkening evening. Anyone with little knowledge or understanding of such events might actually believe it a cheerful, genuine celebration. Someone with no experience among the Fire Nation's high class would take for granted that the wealthiest citizens of Fire Lord Oze's regime truly rejoiced today, but perhaps, upon setting eyes on the princess, sitting immobile, quietly, next to the new crown prince, they might just perceive something was off in the false peace in the celebration's atmosphere. None of the tension from the wedding rite had truly receded. The two small tables for the new spouses sat side by side at the head of the celebration. Two rows of tables for the most important of guests flanked theirs, at a fair distance, yet not far enough to prevent the constant, frequent glares shot from the Fire Lord at his best friend, at his daughter, right beside him. She hadn't touched her meal, not once. Zhao, busy accepting gifts gracefully from each approaching nobleman or highly ranked soldier, didn't appear to have noticed as much, just as Angela seemed utterly unconcerned with his activities. She was immobile, silent. If not for the light shift of her shoulders, Oze might even wonder if she had genuinely died where she sat. Oze scowled, shaking his head before nudging the Imperial Guard assigned to guard him for the feast. The man received his newest order and nodded, stepping up to Zhao without any regard for the old man who currently knelt before his table. He seemed to explain his family tradition of decorated lanterns, such as the one he had gifted the newlyweds, which could glow most beautifully while also telling a story. Zhao hoped to make up an excuse to leave to the bathroom after the fifth detour the man had taken in his roundabout explanations, when the guard's presence finally daunted the guest into silence. "If you would excuse us," Zhao told him, with a tense smile that he didn't even bother masquerading as genuine. The man, terrified over the guard's sudden approach, nodded quickly. It's fine. Do excuse me for taking so much of your time," he exclaimed. Zhao thought he'd finally said something sensible. He turned towards the princess, intending to address his farewell to her as well, finding, however, that she hadn't even raised her gaze to meet his. "Pointless, then. Congratulations on your wedding again. May you enjoy the lantern." Zhao nodded promptly, quickly ushering the man to leave. The guard beside him could have dropped by just to inform him that there was a worm walking on his table. For all Zhao cared, at least that meant he'd have one less bothersome guest to worry about. The guard's words, however, weren't what he expected. He frowned quickly before glancing at his so-called bride. Indeed, the opulent cuisine on her table remained untouched, to this moment. "I see," Zhao told the guard, nodding to dismiss him as well. "I'll take care of it. And, if you might be so kind, find any other available guard who can get rid of the guests who take too long with their gifts." The guard nodded obediently, and Zhao turned towards Angela only once he was out of earshot. She remained unresponsive. "Your father isn't pleased that you haven't eaten at all," Zhao said, bluntly. There was no point in sugarcoating the truth. Chances were Angela would only react if he reminded her that her father's wrath was best kept at bay by doing exactly what he wanted them to. "Please remediate that, if you would be so kind. He's made enough scenes today, and the guests are scared shitless as it is, so." She still didn't speak. Zhao huffed, wondering if she'd fallen asleep with her eyes open. Of course she was grieving, he knew that. Of course she was upset and miserable, but couldn't she get out of her cocoon of grief for at least one moment and act rationally? What would she gain from a tantrum like? Her right hand rose to her chopsticks, and she collected a small amount of rice she brought to her lips. Zhao's mental rant slowed immediately. She remained expressionless, much as she had been before, but Oze wouldn't have much of a right to complain about her unwillingness to eat, if nothing else. He'd likely come up with something else that sat ill with him, Zhao suspected, but for now. "Thank you," he said to her, softly, before focusing on his own, half-finished meal. More nobles would be brought before them, with more gifts to offer the newlyweds. As much as Angela had started eating, she had yet to respond to any words addressed to her. It didn't matter how polite someone might be, or how they deliberately sought to elicit any form of conversation between themselves and the royal. The princess remained silent, as though her tongue had been cut off, her voice yanked out of her throat. Most guests found her behavior displeasing, Zhao could tell, but whenever any of them seemed to be about to criticize her for it, the admiral would shoot them a warning glare that silenced them, in turn. Whatever they thought of the princess, they were certainly better off keeping it to themselves or talking about it once they were well outside of earshot. Only one person seemed utterly oblivious to Zhao's warning glares, Her smug smirk was bad news from the moment she stepped up to accompany her father as he offered their gift, but Zhao mistakenly expected her to know better than to antagonize him, especially when he had only just been named Crown Prince. "We hope to congratulate you, Prince Zhao," Gao said, with the most amicable smile he could muster, as he offered an ornate box within which Zhao assumed they'd find an utterly useless trinket neither he nor Angela would care for, not that she cared for anything in general, these days. "We were most surprised to receive this invitation. Nobody expected Princess Angela to take a husband so soon, but without a doubt, she is most fortunate it is you, of course. Our most upstanding, extraordinary admiral." Hina, beside him, ignored all his words as she smirked at Angela, at least, at first. Within a few moments, the lack of response from the princess, as well as her apparent unwillingness to acknowledge her very existence, sat ill with Hina. She smiled unpleasantly at Zhao, her head tilted sideways lightly. "I'm sure you two deserve each other," she said, startling her father, who eyed her warily, as though to warn her not to go overboard, a warning she, of course, would disregard in a heartbeat. "My husband thought the same, once he heard of your match. It's only a shame he couldn't be here to witness your union. I suppose Princess Angela might have feared she'd have second thoughts over tossing my dear Han aside if she saw him again. Is that it?" "Hina," Gao hissed, immediately panicking. He didn't want his daughter to make a scene of any sort in front of such a large audience, especially by picking a fight with their host, no less. "Oh? Your husband wasn't allowed to come, then?" Zhao asked, and Hina eyed him warily. "I had no idea. The Fire Lord handpicked the guests himself, from my understanding. I expect whatever conditions he demanded you abided by were of his making. My bride has had nothing to do with it, I'm certain." "Oh, please. No doubt she did it herself, she still holds a grudge since that day," Hina growled, leering at Angela skeptically. "Whatever she did with her Water Tribe man, she obviously is jealous that I took better care of mine than she did with hers. That she spoke of fully grown men as toys, or even pets, didn't sit ill with Zhao, though it did with Angela, for sure." For the first time in the night, her brow drew together, a hand curling into a fist she wished to crash through Hina's teeth. With what little she knew of her, she had no doubt she'd be utterly defenseless. And Angela would be in a world of trouble. She had very little interest in triggering her father's darkest side again, let alone by embarrassing him in front of his nobles. So, she breathed, slowly, and closed her eyes. There was no point in engaging Hina, no purpose in letting her drag her into some confrontation that would help no one. "You are out of line." Zhao's sharp, sudden words caused Angela to twitch, slightly. The stern tone of his voice allowed no room for protest, and Hina didn't even try to pretend otherwise. She turned her eyes to Zhao, this time fearfully, and this time, she found his utmost outrage quite intimidating, as much as she'd have liked to pretend otherwise. It wasn't the way Hina spoke of those men, of course, instead, it was the fact that she'd speak to Angela with no sign of respect, altogether. "I expect you to rescind your last comment," Zhao said, unyielding eyes glaring into hers. "And then I will ask you to step down, immediately." "I apologize for Hina, Prince Zhao." Gao grimaced, bowing his head, but Zhao shook his own. "No. If she is already a wife, she should not hide behind her father's back whenever her actions carry consequences," Zhao hissed. "Your apology would be meaningless, Lord Gao. Hers is the one I demand for. Now." Han had told Hina about Zhao, relaying how demanding and infuriating he was, how unpredictable and unreadable, too. Unyielding when displeased, merciless when affronted, she would fight a losing battle if she attempted to refuse the man's demands right now. It was his wedding, after all, and as antagonistic as she felt towards the princess, she couldn't possibly argue that she had been goaded into an argument she had picked and started, all on her own. I apologize," Hina said, bowing her head so Zhao wouldn't glimpse the frustration across her face. "I forgot my place." "See to it that you don't make that mistake again," Zhao hissed. He wasn't stupid enough to believe the apology was genuine, but the less chaos this wedding saw, the better. He dismissed them, and while Gao appeared relieved to get away so freely at first, his face reddened with pompous displeasure when he walked away with his daughter. However harshly he intended to scold her, it wouldn't faze Hina at all, in all likelihood. Thank you. The words startled Zhao. He glanced quickly at Angela, finding her still emotionless, yet not unresponsive. He swallowed hard, eyeing her warily. I didn't wish for them to cause a scene. He explained, unsure of why he was explaining anything at all, frankly. Angela nodded, a soft movement of her head, so light Zhao barely noticed it. And I have no intentions of allowing anyone to speak to you that way. Angela had seemed more alive just now, but Zhao only realized it when she faded back into that strange, death-like state of hers. Had he said something wrong? Had her gratitude been the full extent of what she dared say to him, so far? He sighed, a thank you was better than nothing, at the very least. More guests came by, and more gifts were offered. Angela had finished half her rice bowl, at least, so Zhao focused on receiving each new present, trusting she'd have enough sense to continue eating, no matter if she lacked an appetite entirely. Another pair came by with their gift and she focused on her food, ignoring them entirely. They took their seats, as everyone else did, and upon hearing the man's voice, Angela stopped in her motions. Please, accept our deepest and most sincere congratulations, Prince Zhao. Ah, Mayor Morishita. How fortunate that you could join us. The chopsticks sank in the remaining rice as Angela's unresponsive eyes gained a fearful, wary quality, as they focused on the elegant clothes of the woman who sat before her. She didn't need to raise her eyes to guess her identity correctly, and yet she did, impulsive and foolish as she was. The brown eyes of Kori Morishita met her own, filled with no shortage of distraught grief, no doubt, for her sake. Angela couldn't hold her gaze. She didn't dare to. No, she didn't want any friends of hers here. Not Kori, not anyone, none of them should see her like this. None should have served as witnesses of the heinous crime she had only just committed, a crime against her very soul, against all sense and propriety, and against the actual marriage she had already consummated and lived in for the short months since that secret union. Kori's eyes hadn't judged her. Angela wished they had. She wanted to be condemned, to be told she had made a terrible mistake, to hear from someone, anyone, that she deserved no forgiveness, no leniency, for what she'd done. Not compassion, not kindness. Not sympathy. If Kori showed any form of concern for her, anything at all, her father would immediately guess they were friends, and just as in the amateur arena, where any gladiators who got along briefly might be forced to kill each other on the next day, Kori would be a victim of her father's unless she didn't do anything stupid. If she stuck to her role, as her father's companion, as long as she did that, everything would be fine. But if she acted out, if she made even the smallest gesture of support, her lowered eyes couldn't possibly block off everything about Kori. She could see her movements, her hands working on her skirt, perhaps shifting into a more comfortable position, perhaps simply attempting to gain Angela's attention. Whatever it was, though, Angela wished she would understand. She hoped she would know better than to make any mistakes that couldn't be taken back. Kori had to know, she had to empathize enough to know that there was no way Angela would have agreed to this if she'd had any other choice. If fighting hadn't been more costly, too costly, compared to surrendering. If she were in the same situation, Kori might have done the same thing. But her father sat beside her, talking amicably, kindly, with Zhao. Kori's father would have never put his daughter through the living hell Oze had inflicted upon Angela. Kori certainly was fortunate for that. It is but a small gift, but I certainly hope you shall enjoy it. Artisans in Udeo are renowned for their craft all across the world, Mayor Morishita said with an enthusiastic smile to a most puzzled Zhao, who had noticed his bride's small reactions, yet made no attempts to unravel them. He supposed that she knew the mayor and his daughter, it would be no surprise, but the young woman sitting across Angela certainly didn't appear to have any ill intent in mind, as opposed to Hina. If anything, the compassionate gaze with which she regarded the princess would be troubling for the exact, opposite reasons why Hina was a cause for concern. Kori's hands tightened on the fabric of her dress, and Angela held back a shudder for it. Kori, she hadn't only respected but admired her. Angela had inspired her in making difficult, but important choices. She had reassured her, too, in breaking away from Angela's example and finding her own path. Ironically, that path had wound up resembling Angela's own, but the princess hoped, deeply, that Kori would outdo her in these regards. That she would keep Sneers safe, that she would never allow anyone to corner her the way Angela had been cornered. She could only hope the young woman would be better than her, and the likelihood was that she would be, for Angela now should be nothing short of the epitome of disappointment for her. Shame seemed to course Angela's veins as her father's new, unintentional brand of torment ravaged her soul. He could have refrained from inviting those who might have known her, those she had any sort of positive relationship with. Dealing with Hina, or with Kwan, who had presented a gift as pompously as possible, among the first to do so, and Angela had ignored him pointedly the whole time, was almost easy. Their disdain, their hatred for her, it felt suitable, fitting, what she'd earned, well reaped after sowing it. But compassion, kindness? She wanted none of it. Any sign of it, even for an instant, would only represent a greater, worse punishment in the future. She had no doubts about that, but more than that, she felt unworthy of it. At this point, she truly felt unworthy of everything she had ever been, only to wind up as the hollow entity she'd become. Her father had won in every sense that mattered. He had forced her apart from Sokka, into a loveless marriage with the man of his choosing, isolated her from all those whose loyalty she'd earned, and along with that, he had made her feel she deserved all of it. "We sincerely wish you all the best, Prince Zhao," Morishita continued, after Zhao gave him some sort of answer Angela didn't care to listen to. "Me and my wife, and of course, my daughter, too. She and the princess have become friends. Over the years, it only seemed right that she would accompany me today." It seemed right? He had decided to bring Corey just so she could congratulate Angela? Or had Corey chosen to come here, of her own volition, to offer her support instead? She wasn't likely to find whatever she might have hoped for, though. "Ah, is that so?" Zhao spoke amicably, glancing at Corey next. "Well, I'm sure Princess Angela appreciates her friend's companionship. She has always valued such bonds." Angela tensed up. Was that meant to be some sort of challenge? It would likely unsettle Corey to not even be acknowledged, just as Angela had refused to acknowledge anyone else to stop by here. She would be distraught if their bond felt false now when it had been perfectly genuine until the last time they met and spoke. Angela gritted her teeth. She wanted to push people away on her terms, not by lies and political schemes spun either by her father or Zhao. She wanted them to understand, she did this for their sake, not for hers. She still valued them, of course she did, but they were better off away. They were better off away. She allowed her gaze to rise again, as unwilling as she was to look at Corey at all. The young woman's distraught eyes found hers immediately, and the hopelessness she had exhibited since taking her seat before the princess dwindled, shifting into perplexed hopefulness instead. "Oh, absolutely," Corey's father said, smiling kindly at Angela. "In all the years we've been acquainted, I have gained nothing but respect for Princess Angela. I'm sure that won't change anytime soon." A bold claim to make, though it shouldn't have felt so bold at all, yet it sent a strange rush through Angela's body, aimed towards her heart. No, she didn't deserve that kindness, she didn't deserve to be defended at all, or to be spoken of with such reverent loyalty. But that anyone still dared do so. Corey nodded at her father's words, and Angela gritted her teeth painfully upon noticing as much. "I feel the same way," she said, proudly. Angela's urges to cry, to retch, to sink into the ground below and be enveloped by lava, increased so vastly she barely had the strength to reel them in. No longer could she hold back the trembling, light as it was, but still visible enough for concern to surge in Corey's face. No, Angela couldn't even fathom speaking aloud now, not right now. But she didn't want to reject Corey's declaration of loyalty either, just as she knew she couldn't quite accept it boldly. If only there were a way to speak without words, the way she'd been able to with Sokka, sometimes. If only she could do something, anything, to communicate her heart's true feelings. Upon glimpsing Corey's constant wringing of her dress's fabric with her nervous hands, an idea crossed Angela's mind. "Well, then, we are both grateful to you for attending our wedding and feast," Zhao said, bowing his head curtly towards Mayor Morishita, who imitated him quickly, and Corey followed suit. "I certainly hope your journey wasn't too lengthy or troublesome. Be sure to visit us in Udeo, whenever you have the opportunity to do so." Morishita smiled as he rose back to sitting upright, right after Zhao did, but Corey didn't. The mayor glanced at his daughter, puzzled by her long reverence. Her eyes had widened, and she lingered in place, gazing at Angela, no, at Angela's lap. Rather, at the thumbs-up shape in which she'd positioned her trembling right hand, concealed from Zhao's sight by the large sleeve of her left, as she had raised it to pick up her chopsticks once more. Corey gasped, raising her gaze at the princess in utmost disbelief. Angela had shut down again, however. Her facial expression had been schooled back into utter bleakness once more, as though disconnected from her hand's motion. But there it remained, right before Corey's eyes. She knew what that meant. Anyone who'd so much as heard of the princess's achievements would know what it meant. It wasn't a simple gesture of reassurance, it was a symbol of confidence, of strength, a symbol of her gladiator, no less. Corey rose slowly back to her proper sitting position, clenching her jaws as tightly as she could to keep herself from crying. She had no idea what the princess had endured, what she'd been through, but her gladiator's absence on this day spoke for itself. Were this happening on her terms, she wouldn't let her new husband take charge of every exchange with the wedding guests. She wouldn't have been the embodiment of the silent, submissive, porcelain-like wife whose only duty was to accompany her husband. That she acted this way was, in itself, a sign of rebellion. A sign of resentment, a direct display of how unwilling she was to accept this so-called fate her father had inflicted upon her, for it couldn't be anyone else's doing. Whatever had happened to Sokka, Corey could only hope he was okay, both for his sake and the princess's. That she'd dared use her gladiator's symbol suggested that, as much pain as she had to be undergoing, it wasn't enough that the mere thought of him would shatter her, so Corey hoped he still lived. Wherever he might be, whatever state he was in, if a man as strong as him could survive where Combustion Man had perished, he had to survive the Fire Lord's wrath as well, somehow. "You may retire now," Zhao said, startling Corey out of her thoughts. The young earthbender glanced at the admiral warily, as Angela reeled back her left hand silently. The thumbs-up shifted into a tight fist once her left arm's sleeve couldn't conceal the gesture from Zhao's sight any longer, but Corey had seen it. That was what mattered. "Thank you, again, for your gracious invitation," Morishita spoke softly before rising to his feet, urging his daughter to follow. Corey allowed herself to gaze at Angela for as long as possible, even as her father pulled her away. Curses, she hadn't been able to do a damn thing for her. She hadn't even managed to say anything to soothe her, to support her, to ensure she understood that, no matter what hardships she faced, she could always count on her. No, instead it was the princess, she who had lost everything, who appeared to face the most devastating moments of her life, who offered her some form of appeasement through that thumbs up. Corey gritted her teeth as her father wrapped an arm around her shoulders, guiding her away, leaving the cushions for the next nobles who would sit upon them, and he did so at the right time, certainly, for Corey's eyes flooded with tears as they walked back to their table. It was bad enough already that Angela attempted to offer her even a smidge of comfort. Corey couldn't trouble her any further when she was as burdened, devastated, and lost as she appeared to be right now. She had wanted to help, she still did. But what could she possibly do when the very world the princess had inhabited all her life, a world she knew far better than Corey did, had turned against her? There, it's all right, Corey," her father said, as her shoulders shook with a light sob. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to cause any trouble, Dad." "You didn't. You did fine, my dear, you did fine." Despite her better sense, Angela allowed herself to watch them walk away. The sight of a father embracing his daughter when the young woman was distraught, if she had little appetite already, it died out even further after that. She could only hope Corey appreciated her better fortune, that she would cherish the kind father that treasured her. Angela, despite her better sense, could only envy their closeness, their evident love for each other. Whatever affection she'd held for her father in her battered heart had certainly tumbled out of it, stomped out of existence underneath Jose's own merciless boot. "I take it you don't intend to speak to anyone today?" Zhao sighed, glancing at her warily. Angela's brow drew into a frown. "I won't force you to, evidently, but it is quite all right to speak with your friends, if any others have been invited. No one will hold it against you." Whether he spoke out of genuine ignorance, or he merely wanted to lull her into a sense of security she'd never feel again, Angela couldn't help but resent his words, and the carelessness with which he spoke them. He had been there, he had seen her crumble before her father, and he thought she'd risk the lives of anyone else that still mattered to her, just for the sake of playing the kindly hostess? Any displays of overt friendliness would merely offer her father more targets than he already had at his disposal. If so, Angela dared speak, and she barely knew where the edge in her voice had come from. "Where are my other friends today, Admiral?" Zhao frowned at her question. He knew of Mai and Tai Li, though he seldom met or interacted with them. He knew, as well, that Oze had summoned them at some point to the palace, that he had sent Angela to speak with them once. Oze was the one who determined the guests for today's celebration, and there was no sign of the stoic young woman, or the excessively cheerful one, anywhere among the tables distributed for today's celebration. Oze expected more rebelliousness. He expected Angela to hold a card in her sleeve, of any sort, to overturn the day's events and come out triumphant, somehow. He wouldn't risk letting her friends nearby in fear that they might be the means through which Angela would take action. It was, Zhao realized, the only explanation for their absence. He gritted his teeth, tearing his eyes away from Angela. As punished as he felt, in light of the circumstances, he had no doubt it was nothing compared to the pain Oze still inflicted on his daughter with his every choice. "I apologize. It was I who was out of line now," he said, curtly. Angela gritted her teeth, saying nothing in response. More guests followed, none of whom distressed Angela again, not until her rice bowl was near empty, and she had also forced herself to eat some of the contents of the side dishes. The unfamiliar cuisine style was still grating, even if the meal didn't lack quality. It was, as ever, a bitter reminder of all the people her actions had affected, all the people she no longer had any power to save, to spare from the consequences of her actions. Then, a new pair stepped up to offer their congratulations, a pair that carried the largest gift to be brought to the newlyweds so far. Even the miserable princess couldn't remain impassive at the sight of the large, black mahogany box, adorned with no shortage of golden, flourishing decorations. A design so thorough and careful certainly couldn't be a last-minute gift bought for a wedding they had been invited to on such short notice. Zhao seemed stunned cold too by the large gift, but more so, by the fact that the man carrying it had walked towards the cushion before Angela, rather than the one before the newly appointed crown prince. It was his wife who sat before Zhao, beautiful and young, with a spark of cleverness in her eyes that revealed she knew exactly how controversial she and her husband were right now, and that she didn't regret any of it, no matter what the consequences might turn out to be. Angela was taken aback. Her eyes flickered towards Jin quickly, instantly fearful of what her father might make of her presence, of the utterly outrageous notion that the low-born Earth Kingdom woman would sit before the crown prince, while the governor of Ba Sing Se, on the other hand, took his seat before her, setting down the large gift with a soft sigh. "I apologize for the unwieldy present," Tian said, with a light grin, perfected for dealing with unpleasant nobles of all sorts. "But upon receiving the news of your impending nuptials, I had the feeling I could offer a meaningful gift to you, not only as a gesture to acknowledge my long-standing respect for you, Princess, but in the hopes that you might be able to give this instrument better use than I have, in all the years it's been in my possession." He hadn't said anything along the lines of congratulations for their wedding, a remarkable breach in protocol that Angela expected he would remediate later, yet her rational mind, her concern for Tian's well-being, didn't supersede her curiosity. Something about that box felt eerily familiar, though she couldn't place it. Tian didn't wait for Angela to ask him to open the box, immediately moving to do so himself. The delicate golden clasps opened under his fingers, and he raised the lid of the box to reveal a delicate, long instrument with a set of strings taut and stretched across movable bridges, positioned in a delicate arch. A depiction of an embellished golden phoenix decorated the head of the guhan, matched by another one at the tail, as well as many more adornments around the blackwood frame. Memories Angela had discarded, from what felt like another lifetime, hit her then. She had seen that instrument before, the very same one, when she was a child, no less. That guhan had once been quite the sensation in the palace, when its former owner had graduated from the military academy and bought it for himself. He had decided he needed something else to occupy his time with other than the war. The tunes he had been able to evoke had soothed Angela to sleep a few times, when she had been far too young to truly appreciate the beauty of the guhan, as well as the talent of the young man who played it with delicate, heartfelt passion. The world seemed to go away, if just for a moment, as Angela raised her hand instinctively. This time she couldn't conceal her reaction, for she didn't even remember to, no, not when faced with a gift as meaningful as this one. Her finger reached out, slowly, towards the strings that her cousin had once plucked, for her and her brother, for her father and her mother, just as well. Her finger touched the string, and its sound was as weak and faint as her own voice felt these days. As far as she could guess, they couldn't be the same strings Lu Ten had plucked so many years ago. They would no longer deliver proper sound if they were, yet the mere touch upon that instrument brought back the memories so powerfully she almost felt as though Lu Ten sat before her, offering his own guhan to her, with that kindly smile that ever spread across his features. Lu Ten, he always carried it with him. Or he had someone carrying it for him, sometimes, Tian explained, with a gentle smile. At nights, at camp, he'd always play it for everyone. Those nights, they were lively enough that we'd forget who we were, and what we were supposed to be doing. It felt like a whole army could crumble over the sound of his guhan, for we weren't soldiers while we heard those tunes, we were simply men, friends, dancing under the moonlight to the most beautiful melodies he could perform. I kept it after he died, even if I didn't know how to play it. I thought, perhaps I shouldn't play it myself at all, for I could never gift anyone with the melodies he had performed for us. Jin, she encouraged me to try, sometimes. I never had the guts, though, so, instead of leaving it to gather dust back at Ba Sing Se, I thought it best if you could have it. Maybe I should have given it to you sooner, but I hope it isn't too late now. I hope, perhaps, that once you play it yourself, you'll be able to evoke your precious memories of him, with your own music. Angela's breath caught in her throat, she gazed at the beautiful instrument in utmost awe, finding she had never even coveted it, never wished it for herself, unlike how she had acted with Zuko's treasures. A beautiful guhan like Lu Ten's. Tian could have offered no better gift than this one, even if the occasion, in her earnest opinion, did not warrant it in the least. Yet it was one thing, one good, precious thing worth treasuring out of the misery she currently dwelled in, one that, all common sense be damned, she could feel truly grateful for. Thank you, she spoke, her voice weak, uncertain. Tian, before her, smiled kindly at her, a painful smile, she realized. He had kept this instrument, he had ensured to take proper care of it, even if he hadn't known how to play it himself. Perhaps it wasn't properly tuned. Angela would be able to fix that later. In every other regard, however, the guhan was perfect, the only bright spot in the darkest day of her life so far. Memories could be so painful, so overwhelming, but the knowledge that they had happened at all could be soothing. Her cousin, whom she had resented for childish reasons, would no doubt watch over her, from whatever stage of existence he currently lingered in. If only he yet lived, if only he had survived, none of this would be happening now, Angela guessed. She wouldn't have had to marry Zhao, she wouldn't have been tormented by a father whose ambitions would never thrive, not if his nephew still lived. Curses. Iroh might have never taken a second look at her, and that would have meant he'd never have hurt her, either. So much would be different, if only he'd lived. She wouldn't have known Sokka, if he had. She gritted her teeth at the thought, as awareness dawned on her, slowly and surely. Her lover had told her to regret nothing of who they were, of what they had meant to each other, no doubt, this is what he'd meant. Yes, a different life could feel appealing, but when the price to be paid might prove so steep, giving up their love and every beautiful memory they'd created together, she knew she could never cling to that thought for a moment longer. No regrets. This was the life she had to lead, and she had no choice left but to hope Lu Ten would have been proud, at least, of the woman she had been before. Either way, she intended to honor him through the gift she had only just been granted. I will have the guards carry it back to the palace, Zhao intervened. Angela froze in place, reality dawning on her again immediately. Had her father seen this? He surely had. If so, curses, she'd have to hope he'd still have a shred of decency in his soul, enough to decide that disrespecting Lu Ten's memory wasn't worth it just to continue punishing his daughter. Please, make certain they'll be careful, Tian requested, bowing his head towards Zhao. It's a delicate instrument. You needn't say so twice, Zhao said, breathing deeply as he gestured at Tian with his chin, urging him wordlessly to close the black case once again. A streak of annoyance crossed the governor's features. It's a most meaningful, valuable gift. I thank you as well, Governor Tian. You're most welcome, Tian said, glancing at Angela again, offering her a small smile. May it serve you well in the years to come. I will endeavor to make it so, Angela whispered, quietly. Tian nodded, wishing to say more, anything more, even though the response he'd obtained from Angela was, evidently, the strongest anyone had received from her so far. Yet two guards stepped up to the now closed case of the Guhan, picking it up without waiting for confirmation on their orders. Tian scowled, no doubt wishing to ensure the delicate instrument wouldn't be harmed by the reckless behavior of guards who saw little value in what they might deem a mere plaything. You should take your leave now, Zhao said, nodding at Tian and Jin, whose brows furrowed at his words. It seemed it didn't sit well with the admiral to be sidelined while his new bride hogged up their guest's attention. As you wish, Tian chose to say, though he smiled at Angela in that brotherly, kindly manner still. Have a good evening. Still no sign of any congratulations for the wedding. Had the situation been any less tense, Angela might have actually smiled at Tian's bold, underlying insult at Zhao, at Oze, even. Chances were, of all present noblemen, none were at less risk of losing their jobs over any trespasses than he was, the effective leader of Ba Sing Se, capable of managing the city better than many Earth Kings had, couldn't easily be replaced. If someone could get away with speaking out in Angela's benefit, standing up for her without offering her new husband any form of acknowledgement, it was him. Zhao's light displeasure didn't affect Angela directly. So far, the man merely moved on to the next guests, whom Angela regarded with very little interest once more, merely bowing her head lightly in acknowledgement. They seemed to assume her responsiveness to Tian's gesture meant she was ready to speak to others, to react to their gifts. They were mistaken if so, albeit her heart certainly felt lighter for now. In the end, whether Zhao or her father liked it or not, at least a few of the highly ranked officers in the Fire Nation held her in high esteem, and that might not suffice in its entirety, but it eased her burdens slightly, since Tian had to be untouchable. The Fire Lord would never harm him just to have his way, as he was too valuable, politically. The sound of pouring liquid beside her startled Angela out of her daze when the latest two guests walked away. Her eyes narrowed, as her heart drummed more urgently in her chest. Zhao had poured water for himself. Water? You don't wish to drink something stronger? Angela asked, unsure of how to speak without arousing suspicion, though she probably had done exactly that by speaking suddenly of something Zhao would deem as mundane as his choice in drinks. He shook his head, though, raising the bottle of water in her direction. Not particularly. Do you wish for water as well? I could pour it for you, if you wish for something else, Angela said, bitterly, hating even uttering the words, but it was needed. If this was how she'd get it done, no matter how much of a bootlicker she might have to be, she'd do it. It was the last stage of today's plan, the only thing she needed to do other than sitting here like a lifeless doll. I don't have any intentions of drinking wine tonight, Zhao said, cuttingly. Angela froze in place. Her blood seemed to curdle inside her body as she slowly took in the meaning of his words. No drinking? She certainly didn't wish to do so, it was ill-advised for anyone with child. She didn't need to ask Mai or the head sage to know as much, but if Zhao didn't do it, how would she pull off the deceit? How could she possibly pass the child as his, other than by? She shuddered. She felt the bile rising, and she forced it back down, immediately. No. She'd find a way. Perhaps, when someone else brought a gift comprised of a bottle of some special vintage of wine, she'd ask the guest to sample it, along with her husband. Then, Zhao wouldn't have a choice, but he would be wary. He would find her keenness on getting him to drink suspicious, of course he would, and then. Oh, hell. Curse everything, by 1,000-fold. Curse the dim man sitting beside her for always making the very worst choices he possibly could, the last choices she ever wanted him to make. He could change his mind, maybe, all on his own. Maybe, as the night went by, someone would offer him a drink, and he'd have no choice but to accept it. But Angela's hands were tied, had been for weeks now, with her back against a wall, and with only one way out, if that could even be called a way out. She shut down again, she couldn't help it. Whatever shred of relief and gratefulness she'd experienced from Tian's gift, whatever motivation to do right by someone else's Corey had elicited in her, all of it was gone now that her vision had drifted towards the near future. Towards the night that awaited her, once the feast ended. More guests would step up to offer gifts, none dared do what Angela hoped they might. The tension in what should have been a day of revelry, a grand celebration of a matrimony long awaited by the city that loved their princess, could not be deflated, not with so many soldiers watching over every guest, over the hosts, over each sage, even by those who still stood by the temple's every entrance, flanking them and scaring away every lurker, to varying degrees of success. I know I'm not a guest, but I am a member of our armed forces, have been for years. I'm a commanding officer, so, can't you at the very least bring the princess our best wishes? The Imperial Guard by the long staircase glared at Mason, and she didn't need him to remove his helmet to sense his irritation. Her poorly contained rage and frustrations almost got the better of her. She'd be a fool if she attacked the man, although she had the feeling she could take him on, especially if she struck him by surprise. Nothing she'd said so far had changed his mind, and nothing she said next would, as far as she could tell. The Fire Lord's explicit orders were to ensure that anyone who isn't within the guest list won't enter the temple's premises today, and I will be damned if I don't fulfill them, the man hissed. I don't care if you're the captain of the enforcers, you're turning tail with your little girls and walking away, or maybe you won't be captain of the enforcers for much longer. Were they in any different circumstances, the threat would be utterly futile, hollow, but after everything that had transpired over the past weeks, Mason couldn't call the man's bluff. It probably wasn't one, to begin with. She snarled, shaking her head before turning around. Behind her waited Sae, her lieutenant, and Sergeant Deki, both of whom had insisted on coming with her when she announced she'd attempt to speak to the princess after the wedding ceremony was finished. Evidently, all hopes to be treated with the respect her rank warranted her had been pointless. Nothing? Deki asked, grimacing. As far as that piece of shit is concerned, we're worthless, Mason said, disregarding all propriety, furious as she felt. I always had the feeling the enforcers would be looked down upon by the other branches eventually, but I guess the princess's support kept us from feeling it until now. Both her companions seemed downcast at her words. They had noticed the changes just as much as Mason had. Domestic forces, old allies, friendly as they had been with the enforcers for as long as the group had existed, seemed wary of them nowadays. The palace's guards outright disdained them, the imperial ones, even more so. It was ironic, in the case of the latter, for their great general, Xiao Feng, was set to take over the princess's duties as commanding officer of the enforcers. That bit of news had taken everyone at headquarters by surprise, and Mason had hoped to set things right, to find the Fire Lord and make him understand they intended to serve under Princess Angela, no matter if she was married to Admiral Zhao now. Curses, but just that thought made Mason want to punch something hard. She had little trouble guessing what had happened. Most enforcers, she thought, had already reached the same conclusion. It wasn't chance that the arena had burned down, that the princess had vanished, that she'd suddenly returned and married the Fire Lord's top confidant, and that instructor Sokka hadn't been seen in the city for as long as all these catastrophes had begun. Mason certainly had read more than enough romantic novels to know exactly what was likely to have taken place, even if she had no idea how, or why now. We really won't be able to see her? Sae asked, gazing at Mason hopelessly. The young woman's old crush on Sokka seemed to have faded quickly upon catching on to the common theory, frequently debated by the enforcers, that the Gladiator had a much closer relationship with the princess than they were bound to admit. He had told her, after all, that he wasn't available, and that explained why, and Sae was certain that he and the princess didn't deserve any of the horrors that appeared to have taken place so mysteriously all across the Fire Nation as of late. Do you think, maybe, we could get one of the earthbending recruits to help us break in? We'd only make everything worse, Mason said, shaking her head. And we'll cause her more trouble than we're worth. As far as I can tell, the Fire Lord's furious. If she makes any mistakes, or anyone else does and he can pin them on her, Prince Zuko's Agni Kai will pale next to the nightmares he'll inflict on her. I know you want to help her. I do too, Sae. But it's bigger than us. Much bigger than the enforcers, evidently. Sae lowered her gaze, and Sergeant Deki placed a hand on her shoulder. The lean man was no less distraught than his companion, but he seemed even less creative about whatever solutions they could come up with than Sae was. Mason's direct approach had failed too, and it hardly seemed like anything else would work. "Do you think there's any chance the Fire Lord will let her continue to work with us?" Sae asked, sadly. If we request an audience." "He's not taking audiences as of late," Deki said, softly. Sae gritted her teeth. "There has to be something, anything we can do," she said, gazing at him hopelessly. "Right now?" Mason whispered, glancing back at the temple, her brow furrowed. "I'm afraid all we can do is wait. Maybe in a few months, when things cool down. The general of the guards will have taken over by then, though." Sae frowned. "If he has enough time to get comfortable as our commanding officer. If we give him that time, he may grow complacent. A man with that many titles and responsibilities will struggle juggling them all," Mason said, breathing deeply as she turned towards her companions. "At least, it's what I hope for. It's next to no hope, I know that, Sae, but we have to see beyond ourselves. To anticipate to the future and be ready to adapt to it. The way she would." Sae gritted her teeth but nodded in compliant surrender. Mason took a deep breath, casting one more glance at the temple, hoping she wasn't making a terrible mistake. Hoping they weren't turning tail and leaving when the princess needed them the most, but how could they ever do anything for her? What could they possibly achieve at this point, when she had already been roped into an unwanted marriage with the most convenient suitor for her father? Wishful as it was, Mason could only let herself imagine Sokka rushing in, wearing his blue-black armor, sword in tow, prepared to fight to the bitter end to defend the princess's honor. She could only imagine the princess might long for the same thing. It was hard to imagine the man wouldn't outright rush to his death if need be, just to save her. But if this was happening at all, it was because the princess's protector wasn't here anymore. She should not be helpless without him, evidently, but the Fire Lord clearly had played his cards right. If he hadn't, he would have never trapped the princess, he would have never gotten away with setting up a match she'd never want. It was done, however, it was long over now. And the enforcers weren't welcome anywhere in the princess's vicinity. Mason could only hope one day that would change for the better, once more. Until then. "Let's go back, then," she said, shaking her head at the sergeant and the lieutenant. "No point in sticking around. Hell knows if we'll cause her further trouble otherwise." Remorsefully, Sae and Deki followed Mason back into the city, where they'd find carriages to take them all the way to the enforcers' headquarters. There was no telling how long it'd be before they had a chance to act, to meet the princess and reinstate her as the leader of the group she had built from scratch. In fact, there was no telling if they'd have that opportunity at all. They could only hope so, and hope was the most fragile, brittle thing anyone could dare cling to in Ose's Fire Nation. Hours drifted by. Darkness settled. Silence reigned in the daunting hallways of the Fire Nation Palace. Weddings usually saw revelry almost until dawn, especially those of members of high society. Occasionally, the wild celebrations could be held across days, even. Not that day, though. On that day, the palace felt like a mausoleum, and Angela, sitting on the edge of her bed, felt like she belonged in one, too. She had waited for many hours. Anxiety racked her terrified body, nerves doing away with her strength of mind, of which she already had very little left. It had been bad enough as it was, she had been through so much strife, and somehow, there was still more left ahead. Still more, and she couldn't take it. More thoughts of death coursed through her mind, now more than ever, and even Xian Long's occasional, mournful thoughts, attempting to soothe her, couldn't succeed in calming her. He hadn't had more drinks over the rest of the celebration. No, Zhao had been sober and upstanding, through and through. By the time they had been told to retire, Zhao had urged her to go ahead first, and she had done as much, knowing the next stage was inevitable, her heart faint and weak. She wouldn't be able to shrug off the traditional consummation of the marriage. She couldn't reject it now. If she did, all would be lost. Her father might even kill her, outright, in a bout of frantic rage, knowing she had not only given herself to a man he'd never accept, but that the next heir for the throne would be that very man's child. He might force her to abort, he might lose his temper to such an extent she would burn under his flames, just as the executed gladiators had, right before her eyes. It was wrong for those thoughts to sound appealing, but there was no way she could accept them, not anymore. Not when she lived for someone other than herself, at this point. The child was blameless. The child was innocent. Whatever she did to keep it safe, it was her fault, not the child's. Never the child's. The door creaked open. She nearly jumped to her feet. Anxious, frightened, hopeless. "You're still awake?" Zhao asked, grimacing as he stepped inside the room. "You could have turned in already and cleaned up, too. I suppose you took off the headdress, at least, must be a weight off your head, not quite your shoulders, but still." Angela didn't answer to his conversational tone. Was he truly surprised to find she was awake? Her whole body felt weak, appalled by Zhao's very presence, no matter if he kept his distance from her so far, shrugging off his boots in a surprisingly casual manner. "Go on," then Zhao said, gesturing at Angela's private bathroom. "Get cleaned up. I can send for servants if you need to." "What are you doing?" she asked, point blank. Zhao, busy undoing the fastening of his groom's attire, glanced at Angela with just as much confusion as she did. "I intend to change for bed." "As should you," he said, simply. "I understand your apprehension about my being here now, but it is my understanding that you are no stranger to the notion of sharing your sleeping area with a man. You needn't worry, I'll keep my distance." "What's that supposed to mean?" Angela asked, shuddering violently. Zhao sighed, shaking his head. "What do you think it means?" he said, raising his eyebrows. "Angela, you are beautiful. If I were 20 years younger than I am, you'd likely have knocked out my teeth by now because I might have just thrown myself at you without thinking twice about whether you wanted me or not. I have no qualms with admitting that truth. But part of the truth is also that, however beautiful you may be, I've never considered doing to you what is expected of a husband and his wife on their wedding night. You, as we know, are no longer a virgin, so there's no evidence to be had about our alleged first night together. We can pretend it happened, if asked, but no." Zhao's hands, rising back to undo his vest, dropped on either side of his body again. His brow furrowed as he stared at the horror-struck princess, who rose to her feet and stepped around the bed, towards him. Her eyes had never seemed so fearful, not in Zhao's presence. "No?" he asked again, puzzled. "No what? You don't wish to even pretend it was done? What are you intending to do, then, kill me where I stand, or?" I won't do that." "But we can't lie about this," Angela said, shivering violently. Zhao raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "You, of all people, unwilling to lie?" he asked. "You've lied to your father for years now. And look where that's landed me," she hissed, glaring at him furiously. "I understand your fears and apprehension, and I share no shortage of them myself. Jose is quite unhinged of late, it's true, but he won't be any less unhinged solely if we consummate a marriage neither of us wanted in the first place," Zhao said, waving a hand towards the bed dismissively. "You don't want this, Angela. I don't want this. I never wished for a wife, and I certainly never thought that, if I ever took one, it'd be you. As paranoid as you may be about Jose. You think he can't know?" Angela asked, and her tone cut across Zhao's confident rambling immediately. "You think he doesn't have means to find out, to spy on our every move and choice? You truly underestimate him to this extent, after what he's burdened you with. After everything he's done to you, to punish you for whatever you've done to displease him. There's no way anyone can know what happens in the alcove of a man and a woman," Zhao said, scowling. "I'd even considered finding a room of my own, if this made you too uncomfortable." "No, not now, at least, not yet," Angela hissed, gritting her teeth and shaking her head. "Damn it, Zhao. I don't understand you," he admitted, perplexed. "I'm doing this to spare you the discomfort, the disgust, but it's as though you want to suffer more than you already have? You don't need to do this, not in the least, so. Do you really think you know him that well?" Angela said, looking at him pointedly. "That he's shared all his secrets with you? That, as you're his best friend, he trusts you more than anyone and wouldn't do anything to jeopardize your bond? That's..." Zhao frowned, as Angela breathed deeply. "If so, does the word Cephas mean anything to you?" she asked. Zhao's utter perplexity answered her question on its own. She grimaced, shivering violently, shaking her head. He'd have means to find out, to see through everything. You think I'm losing my mind for saying this? Well, maybe I am, she said, nearly stumbling as she brought her hands to her head. But he'll know. And if you don't do it, if we don't consummate this marriage. You were there, damn you. You heard him yourself. What's expected of me, of us, is a new heir. Zhao finished, his eyes widening. Angela shuddered even more violently than before. Angela. That's all it takes, that's all I need to do. The only way he'll stop, she said, gripping her hair in frustration. It was already in chaotic disarray, after she'd gotten rid of all the atrocious ornaments. If he gains any reason to believe you didn't do your duty, whether because I pushed you away or because you decided to play the gallant hero, he will strike. My dragon, my friends, no one will be safe. He'll use them, every damn time he can, to force me into whatever role he wants for me. And I can't stop him, I can't, not unless I comply. Not unless I give him exactly what he wants. If I do, he'll back off eventually. He'll get tired, he'll get bored. He'll toss me aside, once he's done with me, and only then will I be free again, if just to die, without bringing the child with her. Once she ensured Xin Long's freedom, once the baby was born, she could do it then. She could make it stop, she could let everything end, once she had nothing else to live for. Zhao scowled prominently at her, though a hint of fear sprung in his eyes after her words. Angela gritted her teeth, almost pleading with him by then. I can't risk his wrath anymore, she said. I can't let him hurt anyone else. If someone's to get hurt, it should be me, but it won't be. He's made that clear. So I'm stuck. I can't do anything other than what he wants. It's hard to believe he's broken you to this extent, Zhao said, and as much as his voice suggested suspicion, there was still a hint of compassion in his gaze. Angela, however, only registered the former. Is it, really? Angela asked. Suddenly, her outrage, her fury and wrath, seemed to take control upon hearing the man's careless words. You think losing everything's easy, then? That I've enjoyed it, perhaps? That seeing that hairpiece on your head lightens my heart's load, somehow. Zhao flinched, he had nearly forgotten the crown prince's hairpiece lingered where it was. The princess, evidently, had not. Everything that mattered to me is gone, she hissed. I have nothing. My father saw to it. And I'm not stupid enough to think he'll stop anytime soon. So please, damn you, even if just for my sake, just because I'm paranoid, and a coward, and whatever lowly things you think of me now. You're forcing yourself to do something you don't want, Zhao growled, shaking his head. Sex, you know, as well as I do, that it won't work that way. Are you? Was she trying to punish herself through him? He couldn't finish uttering the sentence, as Angela gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Maybe she was, maybe that was where all this came from. Instead of accepting his gesture of kindness, she rejected it, because she wanted to inflict further pain upon herself, in the desperate hope that Jose would finally have enough. He wouldn't call her a coward, truth be told, but if her actions were truly led by fear of her father, she was scarcely the woman she had been ever since Zhao returned to the Fire Nation. Not much of that Angela remained now, if anything did. All we need, is a damn heir. A child, Angela spat out, gritting her teeth. If you do this now, if it works today, then we'll be free from having to do this ever again. If it doesn't, then we will have to try again, in a month. One time, then we wait, until it works. It's simple, straightforward, and it's the last damn thing you want. Isn't it? Zhao hissed. Do you truly believe I still have the luxury to do whatever I want? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. That I can do as I please, to no consequences? Not even you have that luxury anymore, no matter if you're crown prince. Or is it you know of any other way my father's lust for blood and for inflicting pain will be sated at last? Do you? Because as far as I've been able to tell, it won't be. Not until he's sure I'm never crossing him again. I'm afraid he's not likely to ever believe that, Zhao said, frowning slightly. Whatever your intentions for the future may be, he won't ever trust you the way he used to. I don't expect he would either, Angela said, gritting her teeth. I just want him to stop. The more I fight back, the worse he gets, so I don't want to do that anymore. I've stopped doing it and I don't intend to start again now. So please. You do understand what you're asking of me? Zhao said, breathing deeply as he placed his hands on his hips. What's your plan, to imagine I'm him, maybe? To close your eyes and wait for it to end? You think that I, as a man, would simply jump at the chance of sticking my dick into anyone willing to take it? Angela trembled, lowering her head. Yes, frankly, she had thought so. She had expected as much, simply because she had believed, that Zhao feared her father, at least, to a fault. What other choice did she have, though? Telling Zhao the truth, it was beside the question. He had helped her once, yes, he had understood her bond with Sokka, apparently, and he had intended to respect it. He had kept his silence, he hadn't revealed the truth to Oze, but then his gladiator had been burned to death. To this moment, Angela didn't know what Oze had put him through while she was at sea, not truly. The way he looked at her now, it was the same way he had looked at her when he retrieved her near Whaletail Island. He was wary of her, he had every reason to be. Her intentions weren't pure, she wasn't offering this out of selflessness of any kind, there was already an heir to the royal family on its way, and she needed to trick him, and everyone else, into believing he was the father. How to persuade him, though? How? She felt too weak to try anymore. Standing where she did, tears burned in her eyes once more, tears she couldn't hold back, tears she'd never show to a man like Zhao, under any circumstances. If he hadn't listened to anything she'd said so far, if he already had suspicions that she had an ulterior motive, too, then everything was lost. She would be caught in her schemes, and she would be forced to lose the child. Xin Long would follow, for sure. Her friends might be next. A sob shook her, one she couldn't suppress, as the desperation clawed at her, greedily taking root in her heart and spreading out throughout her veins, immediately. She wouldn't protect anyone if she couldn't do this now, she wouldn't keep anyone safe, none of the people she had tried to shield from her father's nefarious, nightmarish choices. Angela. She wanted to pull away upon hearing him call her name. When she felt his hands on her shoulders she flinched, instinctively. It didn't stop him, however, from pulling her closer, wrapping her in a kinder embrace than she had expected from her father's second-in-command. And no, Dante, she sobbed, gritting her teeth. I don't deserve, please, don't. She couldn't seem to utter a full sentence, distraught and destroyed by every unwanted emotion ravaging her soul. Fear, panic, horror, and grief warred over her heart, squeezing out every other emotion, and as outrageous as it was to break out in tears in front of a man she had once deemed her greatest rival, someone she had to defeat, she had lost control of her body entirely. Never before had she felt so lost, so broken, never before had she stood at the precipice of truly losing everything the way she did now. She had to find a way to keep this child alive, but the odds worsened by the minute. She didn't want compassion, she wanted help. But she couldn't say it, she couldn't tell him the truth. She couldn't trust him any more than Zhao trusted her, even now. He sighed, patting her back kindly, rubbing circles with his palms between her shoulder blades. Slowly, he lowered his head, and he took in the scent of her hair, washed thoroughly, enhanced with whatever fragrant oils the servants had poured on it. In many ways, he couldn't shake off the awareness of who she was. He remembered her childish grins from 20 years ago just fine, her chaotic streak as she got her brother in trouble with their father by tricking him with clever schemes. He remembered the young girl speaking out in war meetings with pride and confidence that no one had expected from the child princess. He had thought of her as a girl, then, upon returning home from the North Pole, she had become a woman. Her beauty, her growth, had certainly taken him by surprise when he saw her for the first time in so long, but he had forced himself to set aside whatever instinctive admiration he might have held, clinging again to the thoughts and awareness of who she was, her father's loyal daughter, too clever for her own good, but a child in his eyes, Nonetheless, her body against him now, however, reminded him that she was no longer that much of a child. She was well of age, 24 years, soon to be 25. If he simply shut his mind out, just for a moment, if he let himself forget who she truly was, deliberately losing focus to deliver what she saw, would she finally be at peace? If just for one moment? He was no fool. He knew she had never intended to share herself with him this way. She may have been a woman, but she was still young enough to believe blindly in love, blindly enough that said belief had landed her where she stood now, wilting in tears while trembling violently at the prospect of the dark future that would await her if she displeased her father any further. A woman who'd take a leap of faith like the one Zhao had directly witnessed that day, when she had jumped off the sponsor's balcony and reached for her gladiator, could never be persuaded, not without good reason, that she'd ever love again. That she could find happiness, even a shred of it, with anyone but that very man. If she weren't half as devoted to him, if it had been the careless misdeeds of a foolish young woman testing the waters of romance without any true commitment, he wouldn't have minded as much. But he knew she loved the gladiator, and he had loved her, just as much. For the first time in weeks, Zhao let himself think of Sokka as something other than a dangerous man, far more dangerous than he let on. For the first time since it had happened, their encounter in prison returned to his mind. And with it, the memory of a promise he had made to the broken, hopeless warrior who wanted for nothing but the safety, the well-being, of the woman he loved. Be kind to her. Please, be patient. She will be in pain for a long time, she will lash out, hurt others, but it's only because she will be hurting and won't know what else to do. Give her time. Let her grieve, and then help her move forward. Zhao's lips parted, as though to say something, unsure, suddenly, of what he was doing. Those words, he had promised, hadn't he? He'd accepted that vow, thoughtlessly, carelessly. Promise me you'll do right by her. That you'll protect her from Ose's fury as best you can, promise to give her space for as long as she needs it. 2. To find a way to bring a smile to her face once again, even if her heart is broken. To give her reasons to live on, because she may lose sight of how valuable, how important she is, how much she can change the world for the better. Listen to her, respect her. Bear with your own pain, as best you can, for her sake. He had sworn that vow to a man who had been staring in the face of death, and still had no requests for his remains to be sent to his people, for his keepsakes to be left to the woman he loved. No, he had not thought of himself, not once, at that moment. All he'd asked for was the hope that she would be able to live on without him, and right now, she was doing a rather dreadful job of that. She didn't need to voice all her thoughts. Zhao could tell, by the frequent vacancy in her eyes, by her constant unwillingness to so much as climb off her bed, that she didn't wish to live on at all. That she only did for the sake of those who depended on her, those who cared for her, those she still could protect by taking her father's figurative lashes on her back. She longed for death. And as much as he could have told her to snap out of it, it didn't seem he'd keep true to the promise he'd made to Sokka, if he acted that way. He gritted his teeth, pushing Angela away, but only slightly. She lowered her head, and he forced her to raise it, against her will. Don't look at me, she managed to say, knowing the request to be foolish, pointless. There was nothing to hide from Zhao, no scrap of dignity left she could still salvage. Nothing could be done. Nothing. You will always love him. Won't you? Zhao asked. Angela shuddered in his arms, teeth clenched. Our marriage, it is one of convenience. Arranged, forced may even be the proper term. I would hold back to respect your former ties. I intended to. But Angela's sprawling, surging spiral of misery suddenly slowed when Zhao's fingers brushed disorderly strands of hair from her face. Her stomach sank with an immediate, instinctive rejection, visceral and powerful. Only Sokka was allowed to touch her that way. Only he could hold her as she cried. Only Sokka. Sokka was gone. Sokka wasn't coming back. Sokka deserved better than the hollow woman she had become. She raised her head, unsteady, fearful. Zhao, no doubt, recognized that fear. He breathed deeply, taking her face in his hands, and again Angela shuddered involuntarily, as though she were close to being sick because of him, but she didn't pull away. No, she forced herself to stay put. She had to do this. For the child, for Xin Long, for everyone her father might still hurt. As there will never be love between us, it makes no sense to delay this, does it? Zhao asked. Angela almost whimpered, snarling at his words. Perhaps. I'm being a sentimental fool now, despite everything. I do wish to do right by you, and this may be the only way to do so, if it will keep you out of your father's warpath. If conceiving a child will give you something to live for. He was right about that, of course. He simply didn't know a child had already been conceived, hell knew when. Please. Angela said, gritting her teeth as she closed her eyes. Just do it. Please. Zhao breathed deeply, pressing his brow to hers. Again, the wrongness of it threatened to break her, but she didn't move, not beyond her violent shaking. I won't punish you, Zhao announced, softly. I can't do that to you. If that's what you're looking for, then I'm sorry. It won't work that way. So, if we do this, it shall be on my terms. Angela nearly shook her head. She nearly shrieked, demanding he did exactly what he refused to, but she couldn't do so. Maybe her desperation for punishment had reached its end, maybe she couldn't take any more of it. Maybe one day, she'd be grateful to Zhao for whatever kindness he'd showed her when she had wanted none. For helping her save her child, unbeknownst to him, at least until it was born. She nodded, weakly. A surrender, like so many others she had offered across the past days. How she hated to submit, to set aside her impulse to fight for her freedom, for her dignity, but how to fight for what she had already lost and would never regain. Zhao leaned in, and she closed her eyes tighter still. The Fire Lord slept sparsely these days. Dreams of fire catching up to him, burning him to cinders, under the control of a man who had never been born to tame fire, and yet had learned how to do so, would force him awake in a blinding fit of fury. Thoughts of the Gladiator had plagued him for as long as this mess had begun, but most of all, across this last week. Even now that Angela had given up, that she had failed to fight back against Oze's designs, that wretched man's actions still shook Oze profoundly. What he was capable of amounted to madness, of feats no one of his lowly birth should ever achieve. That his own daughter had been swayed, that she had lost her way because of him, it was revolting, and yet it was the undeniable truth. Now that she was broken, though, now that the larger hurdle had been dealt with, it was said man's turn to face his doom. Cephas sat in the corner of Oze's study, as he often did. The wrecked furniture had been replaced, though it seemed the Fire Lord intended to shatter his new desk under the power of the sharp, small blades he'd used to mark locations on a map of their world, spread over the mahogany board. Will you require me to join this mission? Cephas asked, quietly. Oze huffed. I have told you. I need you by my side, he hissed. You won't be necessary for this operation. We have enough forces to spare for it. Just so, footsteps echoed down the hallway. Cephas melded with the air, it seemed, instants before the door swung open with a careless, forceful shove. What do you want? I'm busy, Oze spat at Xiaofeng, who reacted in no visible manner as he stepped up towards him. I can see that. Stabbing your desk, the general of the guards retorted, stepping up carefully. I merely intended to confirm that you were finally satisfied after today's spectacle. I see, however, that you're already plotting your next ventures. If you've merely come here to judge my choices, perhaps you can make yourself useful yet, Oze hissed, reaching for a scroll he'd set down, to his left. After spreading it one more time, he dipped his royal seal in ink before stamping it on his latest orders. Once it was dry, he rolled the scroll back into place, handing it to Xiaofeng, who took it delicately. Find a messenger. Have them deliver these orders to the Naval Coordination and Communication Office, Oze said, frowning heavily. At once. Finally. The Imperial Guard asked. Oze nodded. May you rest at ease from now on, then, knowing that scum will be destroyed. I won't be at ease until I've spat on his corpse, Oze growled, tightening his fists over the desk. But I may have that chance yet. And even if I don't, the South Pole will be destroyed. Xiaofeng nodded, curtly. He retired without another word, carrying the message in his hands, leaving behind a haggard, still wrathful Fire Lord, who would not be sated with anything short of an absolute, lethal victory over the Gladiator, the man who, by all effects, had become his most despised enemy. Chapter 260. Under Attack / Child of Two Worlds. 1. Stability, peace, and quiet. She hadn't known those three beautiful, idyllic concepts during most her life. Whenever all of them converged at once, though, Ari's countless worries would fall to the wayside, and she would indulge in the small, simple pleasures of her small, simple life. She would go to sleep quite late at nights, after watching the stars gleaming brightly in the sky until she dozed off carelessly on a seat in the estate's open courtyard, huddled comfortably in the warmth of her blanket. On some days, she'd sneak into the barn and, instead of only feeding the dragon moose, she would take to riding it across the estate's terrain. If she felt particularly energetic, she might even take to jumping on her bed, making a mess of her sheets, simply basking in the fact that she had a bed altogether, though she always made sure to fix the bed covers right after indulging in her childish fun. That being said, a twinge of guilt manifested itself often on those days, guilt she often translated into overworking herself by cleaning every nook and cranny in the building, in case Zhao returned that day. She would have her fun later, but she wouldn't risk angering him by disregarding her responsibilities. Her luck had taken a vast turn after he had brought her to live in his home, and Rei didn't intend to displease him, giving him no cause to ever send her away. So she had fun on her terms, and without ever taking any of it too far, always mindful and wary of making any dangerous mistakes. Living in this beautiful, ridiculously large house was a privilege she didn't take for granted. That Zhao hadn't returned after 2 months had passed, however, was odd. He had spent long periods of time away before, like during that crisis in the capital that he hadn't explained to Rei upon returning. Was something similar happening now? Truth be told, Rei didn't know. On some days she could bask in her peace, her stability, and the silence in these halls, but on other days she would simply sit by the door, waiting for any sign that he was all right, and that he'd come back eventually. She'd had enough food to cook while he was gone, and if need be, he had long authorized her to make purchases for groceries with the money he set aside specifically for her needs. Rei, frankly, didn't know if she wanted to use it at all, though sometimes she dreaded that she might have to. Leaving the safety of Zhao's estate to brave the world beyond it didn't appetize her in the least, but if he wasn't coming back, she'd certainly have to do that at some point. For now, though, she ate whatever food she could still cook, mainly rice and beans, for there was little risk of any of them going bad in storage. Still, they might run out in time. There were only 2 sacks left of each right now. No doubt, her diet could be much better than this, and it would be once she finally gathered her courage to go to the market, but for now, she settled for eating small rations, hoping the Admiral would return sometime soon and spare her the need of going shopping altogether by taking care of that matter himself, as he usually did. She wasn't much good with strangers. She focused on working on her lunch instead of worrying about him. By now, she might have tested every possible way in which to cook beans, and she still wasn't sure she'd found any she liked. She'd seldom cooked any before moving into Zhao's grand estate, thus, she'd never served them to him when he was around. Risking displeasing or disappointing him with a meal below his standards wasn't something Rei intended to do, not now, not ever, but he wasn't here now. He wasn't, and the sky was blue, and the sun shone brightly, and she would be delighted to take the dragon moose on a careless stroll once she'd finished her meal. Deep in the kitchen as she was, she didn't hear any noise by the estate's entrance. She saw no movement through the windows, as they didn't offer a view of the front door. So she continued to hum absent-mindedly, tapping her foot to the rhythm of a song she hadn't heard in many years, and of which she could only recall a few verses, as she stirred her carelessly sloppy brew of overbaked beans. They had spilled a little on the furnace. She'd clean that up later. The front door swung open, creaking loudly enough that Rei couldn't possibly miss it. She gasped, immediately ceasing her humming and light dancing, turning in a panic towards the door. Oh, no. Oh, not right now, not at lunchtime. He'd returned. She couldn't cook anything good enough for him at such short notice. But she had to make sure it was him. Maybe something bad had happened and it was someone else, bringing a message to say as much, though, goodness, she hoped that wasn't the case. She drew in a breath, sharply, before striding out of the kitchen quietly, nervously. Her heart eased when she recognized the tall, respectable profile of Admiral Zhao as she was halfway to the door. He was all right, then. He had returned. The uncertainty, the fear that something bad might have befallen him had been misplaced. Or so she thought, until she glimpsed the fatigued, displeased frown across his face. A frown he turned towards her once she stepped out into view. Welcome home. I didn't know you'd be returning today. Rei spoke softly, bowing her head curtly towards the Admiral. He breathed out, loudly, visibly, and stepped towards her. It feels like 1,000 years since I've been home, he said, clenching his jaw as he stopped right in front of her. Have you been well? Did you run out of food? Any problems to report? No, everything is well, Rei said, with a small smile that betrayed what little pride she felt over not having failed at her duties. There was still some food left. I can make rice for you, if you want any. No, not right now, Zhao said, shaking his head. In fact, I know I've barged in here in the middle of lunchtime, but I have very little time to spare. Forget about whatever you were cooking, Rei. Maybe feed it to the dragon moose, instead. As cold as Zhao could be in a bad mood, he never was quite so dismissive of Rei's meals. He hadn't even known she'd been working with awkwardly baked beans. Is something wrong? She asked, uncertain. You won't eat at home. Neither will you, he said, cuttingly. Instinctively, Rei flinched. We have some place to be. You can eat there. Oh, we are going out. Rei asked, puzzled. Admiral Zhao never took her anywhere. Whatever his intentions might be, it would be the first time she'd leave the general safety of the estate ever since she'd had no choice but to run away, after being left alone with Han for far longer than she should have been. It's more complicated than that, Zhao admitted, lowering his gaze. A glint of light played on the hairpiece he carried on his head, a hairpiece Rei certainly hadn't seen on his person in all the years she'd known him. She hadn't noticed it until that moment, when the glimmer's reflection fell upon her eyes. Why was he wearing that golden, sharp adornment over his top knot? It felt familiar, somehow. She had seen it before, if just the one time. I have been assigned new duties, he said, swallowing hard. Rei's mind raced as she pondered the possible meaning of his words, but she didn't speak, waiting for further explanations quietly. I'm not returning to the war front, however, if that's what you thought. Goodness, hell knows if I'll ever return, at this point. At any rate, I have been named Crown Prince of the Fire Nation, Rei. Rei's emotions always presented themselves overtly on her face, as she was seldom capable of hiding any of her reactions to whatever events unfolded around her. Thus, her confusion was evident, just as much as her horror was. She couldn't bring herself to ask questions, shocked as she was, but they formulated in her mind all the same. How could Admiral Zhao become the Crown Prince when, as far as she knew, he had no blood ties with the royal family? Though, if he did have them, and he'd never told her, curses, that meant something rather strange for her that Rei certainly wasn't ready to ponder right now. She shuddered at the idea, immediately deciding it couldn't be the case, just as her mind trailed towards another path. What had happened to Crown Princess Azula? The hairpiece no longer played elusive games with her. She knew she had seen it once before, and now she realized it was when the princess had suddenly visited the estate. The young woman had been strong and intimidating, the embodiment of Fire Nation ideals, carrying effortless authority in the sharp tone of her voice, displaying no end of intelligence in her steely eyes. As much as Rei had only seen her that one time, the impression the Crown Princess had left on her couldn't be easily shaken, whereas Rei had likely left no such impression on the royal, whatsoever. Rei was most unremarkable, after all, and the princess had likely met countless people more interesting than. She stopped her rampaging thoughts on their tracks. Her expression shifted when her need to dispel her confusion outdid her shock. Why, are you Crown Prince now? She managed to ask, before wincing. If I can ask, that is. Ugh. Zhao huffed, lowering his head. If only I could say you can't ask at all, but you have a right to the truth. It's not like you'll remain ignorant of it for much longer, either way. His reluctance to share information never heralded anything good. Rei knew he sheltered her from the darker side of most his work for the Fire Lord, typically sending her to eat by herself elsewhere whenever he shared dinner with his gladiator. Rei, frankly, had never understood what sort of confidential information they'd speak of, seeing as the massive man with the metal limbs didn't appear to speak at all, but she always accepted anything Zhao commanded of her without question. He did not share stories of his time at war, or his learning years at the academy, and Rei assumed he thought this was for her own good. Maybe he was right, too, but she had certainly seen more darkness in the years before he'd found her than she'd ever truly processed or accounted for. If he had hoped to protect her from any and all darkness in the world, regrettably, he had been 17 years too late to achieve that goal. The past months were trying. Many unwanted developments took place. Zhao started, running a nervous hand over his hair. I might explain better once we're on our way to the palace, but what's most important is, well, I'm Crown Prince because I've been wed to Princess Azula. Rei's eyes snapped wide open. Of all possible explanations, that one hadn't even crossed her mind. I know. It sounds like madness, and I certainly don't feel any more comfortable with it than you must, right now. Zhao said, averting his gaze from hers. She is much too young, and I am far too old, and, if you find it revolting, I won't blame you for that. I didn't say that, Rei whispered, jaw tightly set. It was no novel notion for her, older men with women far too young for them. What was novel, however, was the notion of Zhao being one such man. Well, if you ever do feel like saying anything of the sort, no, it's nothing I haven't already said to myself, Zhao said, rubbing his face with his fingertips now. At any rate, now you understand, I take it? We needn't drag this out longer than necessary. Pack your bags, and I'll answer your questions on our way to the capital, if you would. Pack my bags. Rei repeated, blinking blankly. What? Did you not understand? Zhao asked, puzzled. Yes, Rei, pack your bags, any valuable belongings you wish to bring with you. We are moving to the palace. But Rei flinched, shrinking in place. What about the estate? Who will take care of it? I'll work something out, Zhao said, dismissively. I might even sell it, if I can't find anyone else to mind it. I can stay, Rei said, in a soft voice. I won't cause trouble. I'll keep the house in good shape. You won't stay here, Zhao frowned, and Rei lowered her head immediately, submissively. Her confused emotions suddenly seemed to have been drained violently, replaced by fearful dread. Without needing to hear his command a second time, she did her best to push aside all thoughts and hopes of remaining in the first place where she had ever felt safe, though her heart seemed to be in denial of Zhao's orders, still. Merely 10 minutes ago she had been baking beans awkwardly, and now she was leaving this place, without any warning? You will come with me, Zhao continued, breathing deeply. I've actually put off coming to fetch you for far longer than I should have. I will require your services in the palace. My services? Rei repeated, perplexed. The Fire Lord's servants, are they, insufficient? I suppose that's one way to put it, Zhao said, though the frown on his face spoke for itself. There was some reason why he wanted her to work as a maid at the palace, a reason well beyond Rei's reckoning, at the moment. Then, will we come here, sometimes? Rei asked, eyeing Zhao warily. It's just, well. You like it here, I know, Zhao said, nodding. We will see. The palace may be a complicated place, in many regards, but I hope you will grow used to it, much as you did with the estate. That, truthfully, sounded easier said than done. Rei had grown to love the estate because it embodied everything she'd never known she wanted in life. It was quiet, peaceful, and stable, and something told her life in the palace would never be any of those things. Maybe it was the persistent scowl on Zhao's face, maybe it was the displeasure of his voice tone. Maybe it was the hairpiece on his head, gleaming and sticking out in an unusual splash of brightness in the Admiral's typically sober armor and outfit. So, no more time to waste, Zhao said, hands on his hips. Go gather your things. I will meet you at the front doors, I have a carriage there. We can carry everything to the capital in it. Oh, will we take the dragon moose? Rei asked, a glimmer of hope sparkling in her heart. If they could have the gentle creature in the palace, it'd most definitely help her adapt to a new home much faster. Yet Zhao's brow drew together, and he shook his head. Rei's innocent hope was squashed to smithereens, just with that. I will speak to Daliang, he said. He's served me for many years, he can keep the dragon moose. But. Rei's voice was tinged with a soft touch of desperation as she pleaded with Zhao, uncertain of how successful her request might be. Can't we take the dragon moose too? There should be stables in the palace. Zhao raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Rei flinched and lowered her gaze. She shouldn't ask for more, he was already far too generous as it was. I'm sorry. I will go pack, right away, she vowed. Zhao nodded in her direction. Please do. Without another word, the admiral took off to the stairs, intending to gather his belongings as well. Rei stood in place for a moment, floored by the sudden changes, by the strange conditions under which they'd taken place, by Zhao's apparent need for her services. There was no way she would be a better cook or a more thorough maidservant than any of the people already working for the Fire Lord. That thought froze her in place. That was when it sank in that she would be living in the seat of power of the Fire Nation. She brought her hands to her mouth, utmost confusion petrifying her again. What on earth was happening? How come had she landed herself in such a strange situation? She, certainly, had no active role in making it so, but it made no sense. She was nothing special, a mere maid, not even a good one, according to her mother and her fellow workers. Zhao's only reason to bring her here with him was, well, the obvious one. He had protected her from a life she didn't want, even if she was resigned to endure it. Once Lady Meili decided it was time, but she could be just as safe from that life by staying here, couldn't she? Winding up at the palace, of all places, a nobody like Rei didn't belong there. Zhao, clearly, had to move permanently to the palace if he would be crown prince, but Rei couldn't understand why he needed to bring her along. Of all the things she could have expected when Zhao told her they were going out today, permanently leaving her first haven and marching off to the ominous palace she'd be serving at, from that day forward, sounded like the absolute worst possibility of all right now. But however unsettling it might be, Rei knew she had no choice but to accept these changes, as she always did. She rushed to the kitchen first, taking the beans out of the fire. Zhao had sounded quite dismissive when he'd advised her to feed them to the dragon moose, but as she'd have to say goodbye to the creature, her sole friend so far, Rei hoped he'd enjoy these, as a parting gift of some sort. The dragon moose stood inside his pen, quiet, elegant and stoic as he ever was. Rei sighed, wishing she could have ridden on his back at least one more time before leaving. Here, she said, smiling sadly as she poured the beans on the dragon moose's empty food plate. The creature huffed with interest, sniffing the food before burying his face in the sudden snack he had been gifted so generously. Rei sighed. Interrupting a creature during a meal was, she knew, a bad idea. Maybe she would have hugged his neck if she'd had no gift to bring him, but she hoped the food would serve as a more meaningful gesture to part ways with the dragon moose. I will miss you, she said, softly. I hope Daliang will be good to you. She had no reason to fear otherwise. Daliang had never mistreated the dragon moose, and he even thanked Rei often for keeping it well fed whenever he couldn't take care of it himself, if he was too busy with his other jobs to visit the estate. Still, saying goodbye had never been Rei's forte, and it wouldn't be today, either. She swallowed back a few tears before returning to the main building of the estate. The beautiful white walls and crimson roof tiles had never felt all that suitable for a girl like her, used to much humbler accommodations, but she had grown to enjoy them, no matter how out of place she felt in such grandeur. No doubt, she'd feel even more displaced in the palace. Would it be white and red, like this, as well? Or would it be golden, much like the princess's armor had been? That remarkably opulent attire had given away her status immediately when Rei had first seen her. What on earth could have stripped away said status from her? It wasn't like Rei knew her all that well, of course she didn't. She barely even heard about her from Zhao, but she couldn't imagine that powerful woman surrendering her position to anyone else by anything short of being on her deathbed. Still, she'd understand once they were on their way to the palace. Admiral Zhao would explain some more, he said, so, hopefully, she'd know how he, of all people, had wound up married to the Fire Lord's daughter. It barely took 10 minutes for Rei to gather all her things. While Zhao bought her clothes whenever he deemed it necessary, Rei didn't have many belongings, in truth. All her garments fit neatly in one bag, and everything else within her room seemed to belong to the estate, not to Rei herself. She bowed curtly to the room as she stepped outside, closing the door behind herself before releasing a sad sigh. She wasn't sure what to expect in the future, but she doubted it would be any better than the peaceful life she had enjoyed here. The Fire Nation's royal palace, as much as she knew Zhao was close to the Fire Lord, Rei had never believed, not once, that she'd ever meet the man, let alone that she would wind up connected, in a rather perplexing way, to the Fire Nation's royal family. Zhao's hired carriage, manned by an unknown driver, boasted of far more opulence than the sober one Rei's dear Dragon Moose had pulled. This one was a tall, smooth black vehicle with gold embellishments decorating the roof and the borders of the doors. The driver, dressed in an elegant uniform, leapt off his seat and offered silently to carry her bags and hoist them onto the carriage's luggage rack, on the back of the vehicle. Rei thanked him quietly and waited for Zhao to appear. By the time he did, he carried 6 bags, as opposed to her single one. "We'll make a stop to speak to De Liang," Zhao said, curtly, as the driver accommodated his bags into place. Rei nodded obediently. "Then we'll be off to the palace." The carriages inside seemed just as luxurious as the outside. If this was what palace life would feel like, Rei certainly wasn't prepared for it. She sat on the edge of her seat quite literally, unsettled by such comfortable cushions, while Zhao sank at the other side of the carriage without a hitch, releasing a deep sigh of relief, or maybe not quite relief, considering the irritable expression on his face. Only then did Rei wonder if perhaps all these changes sat even worse with the Admiral than they did with her. She didn't speak, and neither did he. They reached De Liang's home after about 2 minutes. As he didn't live far away, Zhao didn't take long explaining his circumstances to the man, and Rei wondered if perhaps De Liang required less explanations simply because he heard more news than she did. She waved shyly at him from the carriage, but he didn't notice her. Feeling self-aware and somewhat silly, Rei shrank in place until Zhao returned to the carriage. Instants later, they were on their way again, now, to an uncertain, new place that Rei would only hope she'd learn to think of as a home, much as she had with the estate. Whatever thoughts were crossing Admiral Zhao's mind, he was so preoccupied with them that Rei didn't dare speak to him. She waited quietly, watching him, expecting him to eventually recall he had said he'd share more information about these strange circumstances with her, but it didn't happen. Puzzled by his silence, by the strange expression of mortification on his face, Rei wondered if perhaps she was better off not knowing anything, for, if whatever had happened made Admiral Zhao so miserable, she would do best not to give him further reason to dwell on it by reminding him of whatever his plight was. The uneven terrains near the capital forced her to take a full, proper seat against the cushioned backrest that still felt too luxurious for someone of Rei's lowly birth. She couldn't help but imagine the Fire Lord, a huge man with flames for eyes and a furious, flaring temper, pulling the door of the carriage open to demand that she was forced to walk instead, for she was a nobody, unworthy of his fancy vehicles. She shivered in place, glancing out the windows warily. They were close to what appeared to be the large crater of a volcano, and as little as Rei knew about the world, she knew the Fire Nation capital stood within it. Twisting her fingers, tightening her toes within her shoes, Rei almost wanted to close her eyes and ignore her reality until she couldn't do so any longer. The carriage continued onwards, Zhao continued to be silent, and she continued to feel entirely out of place until they finally reached a stop. The noise of the city had startled Rei, but by now she could hear next to none of it. Utter, absolute silence reigned in what she expected could only be the palace. "We're here," Zhao announced at last, and Rei winced. "Come, then." He pushed the carriage door open before the driver could pull it, as he intended to. Rei followed him quietly, eager to leave the vehicle, only to wish she could return to it once her eyes fell upon the massive, dark, daunting structure of the Fire Nation Palace. Her treacherous mind's immediate thought even took Rei by surprise. She had never seen an uglier building. Oh, it was good nobody could hear her thoughts. She would be executed on the spot if she spoke them aloud, she suspected. Follow me, Zhao called back to her. Rei gasped and did as she was told. He was already halfway to the front doors while she stood, awed and terrified, watching the grim building before her. The inside of the palace didn't assuage her dread in the slightest. Dark halls, decorated with magnificent but morbid artworks, welcomed their echoing footsteps on the polished marble floors. Rei shivered as she paced a few steps behind Zhao, unsure of where they were going. Was he bringing her to her new room? Or the kitchen, maybe? Worse yet, to the Fire Lord? She most definitely didn't wish to meet him. She was a nobody, a very strange nobody who happened to either have the best or worst luck in the world in virtue of her parentage. There was nothing special about her, not in the least, and the Fire Lord would never find anything remarkable about her, not even a small thing. He would be disappointed in her, immediately. He had to have so many better servants, so why was she here at all? Her self-deprecating thoughts accompanied her, worsening her anxiety as Zhao led her to an opulent metal door. Rei's eyes lingered on the floor. Those were no doubt the fanciest tiles she'd ever stepped on, and as ridiculous as it was for her to feel like she shouldn't be stepping on them at all, she still did. As Zhao marched forward faster, she heard him sigh before knocking on that metal door softly, and then he turned the doorknob, without waiting for an answer. The room was just as dark as everything else in the palace. So far, Rei had no reason to believe there was a single bright location in this place, but since Zhao had stepped inside the room, she followed, quietly. The daunting four-poster bed on a dais immediately brought a frown to Rei's face. This wasn't the kitchen, evidently, and it couldn't possibly be her new room. More embellished furniture, even more intricate than the carriage's adornments, lined both sides of the room. Curtains hung by the walls, and Zhao stepped towards them, yanking them open. Once the light fell upon the room, Rei took notice of the large doors, one at the far end of the room, leading to a closet. She expected, the other one, ajar, led to a private bathroom. To the left, an arch opened the way to a dining room, and a tray of food sat there, amid dust. There was dust everywhere, on every piece of furniture, on the floor, by the windowsills, on the nightstands and the dresser. It was as though this room hadn't seen any cleaning in months, or only the most basic possible cleaning. She glanced at Zhao as he finished fastening the binds of the curtains, then watched as he approached the bed on the dais. Only then did Rei notice there was someone lying on that mattress, underneath the sheets and the crimson blanket. Still not up? Zhao asked, slowing by the bedside. From what Rei could glean, whoever lay there had their back towards Zhao. I've brought help, as I said I would. If you need anything done, do not refrain to ask for it. Rei shivered in place. No answer came from that figure in the bed. There was next to no sign that gave away whether that person was still alive, even. Their shoulders didn't even shift with their breathing. Maybe they were ill? Zhao's apparent exasperation startled Rei. He shook his head and stepped down from the dais, approaching Rei once more. I know the filth from about a month is quite a large order to clean up, but please, do so, he asked her, and she nodded promptly. I will inform Oze that you're here now, and I'll take care of preparing your accommodations in the palace. Please, be thorough. Yes. I will be, Rei nodded, bowing her head profusely in his direction. She expected more orders, more indications, not for Zhao to acknowledge her with a nod of his own and a quick step towards the door. Rei's eyes widened. Was that it? He was leaving her here with whoever that was. Wait. She called, turning towards him. The only answer she received was that of a firmly closing door. Oh, curses, oh, damn. She knew the Fire Lord would need to be told, talked to, that there was much Zhao would need to do to smooth matters over. But did he truly need to leave her here without another word? Rei shivered as she glanced over her shoulder at that hunched, unmoving shape on the mattress. It was almost like being locked inside a room with a ghost. She swallowed hard as she dared move towards the wall, her eyes on that shape on the mattress. Rei had suspicions as to what was going on. Slowly, she grew to wonder if this was why the Admiral had brought her here. If this was, too, why he'd been wed to Princess Angela. Was she ill, after all? Were the other servants too important to be tasked with cleaning the room? Perhaps they feared they could be contaminated with whatever this illness was. Rei, though, had certainly lived through more than enough illnesses, both on her person and on those around her in her childhood, and she felt little apprehension about diseases, if that was the case. If this was truly Princess Azula, and who else could it be? It meant Admiral Zhao's marriage to her might be some sort of last-minute solution for the Fire Lord, for, from what little Rei knew, he had no heirs beside the princess. Rei's heart sank at the possibility, and she stopped trying to detail the figure hidden underneath those covers. If she was ill, then the best thing Rei could do was ensure this place was immaculate, as expected of her. It was why Zhao had brought her here, so it was what she'd do. Where to start? She'd put away whatever needed to be put away, of course, though she had no idea where anything belonged, for starters. The food tray on the dining room, it was still full, she shouldn't toss that, should she? And it wasn't just full, oh, the meal certainly looked delicious to Rei, no matter how cold it might be. Her stomach churned, and she gritted her teeth. There would be a chance to eat later, once she was done. And she'd likely eat something a lot less extraordinary too, so there was no point in even admiring the scrumptious meal on that tray. No, she had to work, work, work. She walked awkwardly through the room, glancing about herself for any sign of cleaning implements. She spotted no cleaning rags nearby, though. Was she expected to clean by rubbing her apron over the mahogany furniture? That made no sense, did it? There were new and old stains in the fabric of her garment, and she highly doubted Zhao would appreciate furniture that smelled of beans. She gritted her teeth as she continued to pace through the room, headed for the bathroom this time. She glanced about it with uncertainty, pulling cabinets open delicately, far more easily now that she wasn't in the exact same location as the princess. After some rummaging, as quietly as she could, Rei finally found a small, red towel. It was clean, it didn't appear to require any urgent use at the moment, and she suspected it was the best option she'd find for her appointed task so far. Therefore, she stepped outside and got started with her work. She dusted off everything she could reach, swiping the dust to the floor so she could gather all of it later. Little by little, the mahogany tables, fancy and beautiful, gleamed better under the sunlight, and Rei beamed for it. She continued to work dutifully, quietly, thoroughly rubbing the towel everywhere, hoping Zhao would be satisfied with her work once he saw it. He never complained, and Rei always took that as a good sign. How long would it be before he returned? She had no idea. She moved on to clean the bathroom too, though she suspected she should do more than rub a towel on the dry tub. Once Zhao returned, she'd ask him for implements so she could do an even better job at this. If this was what he had brought her here for, she would do her damnedest to keep everything properly clean, yes. That was what she'd done in his house, and that was what she'd do here, no matter how strange this situation still felt. By the time she was cleaning the dining room, however, her exhaustion started to take a serious toll on her. The long table took a long time to clean properly, as did the chairs around it, and upon finishing her duties, Rei stopped by the food tray again with longing, wrongful and misplaced as she knew it was. Fool, she had to hold back. She needed to be patient. This wasn't a place where she could act out like she would in the estate whenever Zhao wasn't around. He was around, for one thing, even if not inside this room right now, but more importantly, he surely had been far more forgiving, Rei suspected, than any other resident of this palace would be if she was caught doing anything wrong. She couldn't do anything stupid, she couldn't. You can eat it, if you want to. Rei yelped. The towel flew out of her hands, and she bumped into the table upon hearing the scratchy, hoarse sound of a female voice. Her wide eyes fell upon that figure again. Some of the covers had been reeled back, revealing a gaunt, sickly face, whose features were familiar all the same, for she had gazed upon them long ago. Rei gasped, breathing heavily, nervousness rushing through her. She bowed, lowering her whole torso, much as she had the first time she'd seen that very woman. I apologize for my behavior. I haven't touched any of it, I swear. She lingered in place, in that position, feeling those vacant eyes upon her. Vacant eyes that, the first time they'd met, shone with purpose and determination. Whoever this woman was, she certainly appeared to share very little in common with the powerful Princess Rei had briefly encountered in the past. No response. Rei gritted her teeth, unsure if she should raise her head. No, she shouldn't. An apology meant showing proper remorse, and that was done by giving the other person all the power in their exchange, by enduring whatever they might decree necessary in order to properly punish her for her misdeed. Oh, fool that she was, how could she be so stupid? She should have finished the job quickly and then left the room to find food of her own somewhere, even if just berries on bushes in the gardens or something like that. Stupid, stupid, Stu-dash. Rise. The soft tone of her voice when she spoke that word took Rei aback. Did it mean that her apology had been accepted? She raised her gaze again. The princess still lay quietly in bed, gazing at her through half-lidded, crestfallen eyes. By the look on her face, Rei would expect she hadn't smiled in weeks. You, the princess suddenly said, startling Rei again. I have seen you before. Why yes, Rei gasped, startled. Her cheeks immediately flushed. We have met. Back in Admiral Zhao's estate. You wouldn't rise until I told you to, and you walked backwards, still in reverence. Why yes. I did, Rei acknowledged, her embarrassment increasing further. Oh, she really had made a fool of herself that day. Where she had seen an extraordinary woman, the princess had seen, no doubt, a total idiot. Wait. She remembered her? Huh. The princess didn't say anything else, but she continued to stare. Rei shivered in place, uncertain of what to make of the woman's generous, forgiving behavior. But maybe this was just a test, and Rei had no intentions of failing it by being greedy. I will find food for myself later. This is yours? She asked, softly. If you want, I can look for a better tray so you can eat it in bed. If you don't want it, you can throw it, Angela said, simply. Rei's eyes widened. I've had my fill. Rei blinked blankly, glancing at the tray again. It was untouched. Her fill of what? Was this just the way powerful, rich people acted? It sat ill with Rei, for she'd never seen a more delicate, beautiful meal before. If it tasted half as good as it looked. Is it really okay if? Rei asked, softly. Angela hummed. If he comes back, just tell him I ate it myself, she said, and her eyes fluttered closed. You won't be in trouble. Do what you will. This was strange, very strange. Rei half expected the woman to climb off the bed to condemn her if she so much as touched the meal, but somehow, she appeared so broken Rei genuinely doubted she'd do that. So she dared pick up the chopsticks, ornate and beautiful as they were, and she used them to collect one long cold beef slab, drenched in a sauce Rei was sure she'd never seen before. She watched at Angela the whole time, wary of her reaction, even if the princess kept her eyes closed still. Dubitative and terrified, Rei brought the beef to her lips. The first bite was enough to break her initial resolve. She couldn't stop eating this now. It was delicious, she'd never had anything like this. A soft whimper of happiness escaped her lips, and she sat at the dining table to eat eagerly, careless and unrepentant now. She wasn't sure if she felt the princess's gaze upon her, but if so, the convalescing woman said nothing. Rei ate as though she'd never had a meal before in her life, and the stomachache she'd been ignoring so far, rooted in her unsated hunger, eased up with each mouthful she swallowed. Before she knew it, she'd cleaned out the whole tray. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced back at the princess, to find her asleep. At least, her eyes were closed still, so. Oh. Rei bit her lip, glancing at the empty tray. Where was she supposed to take this now? Should she take it somewhere, to begin with? Footsteps outside. Rei flinched, jumping up to her feet as she immediately felt the need to hide. But the princess had authorized her to eat it, hadn't she? There was no need to be afraid. She'd told her to lie to Zhao if need be and claim she had eaten it instead. The door swung open, and Zhao didn't enter the room. A soldier in red and gold garb stepped through the threshold instead. The man stopped cold on his footsteps by the foot of the bed, and as much as his helmet hid his expression, Rei had the distinct feeling that her presence had caught him by surprise. He stepped towards her, spotting the tray behind her. "The princess ate?" he asked, quietly. Rei gritted her teeth before nodding in silence. She was a terrible liar, even when she wasn't speaking. The soldier didn't believe her. She didn't need to see his face to know he didn't believe her. But the man turned, and stepped towards the bed. The slumbering woman ignored him, of course. A sigh escaped the soldier, and then he moved towards Rei. She flinched, expecting a scolding, violence, anything to punish her for her obvious lie. The soldier walked past her and picked up the tray without a word. Instants later, he was out of the room again, closing the door behind himself. Rei let a breath out, clasping the chair she'd been sitting on before. Oh, curses, this place was unnerving. Everything about it was unnerving. Why couldn't she have stayed in the estate? She would have taken good care of it. Thank you. Rei winced as she glanced at the princess anew. She'd spoken again. She'd thanked her? Didn't he do anything? Rei mumbled, softly. Got Renkai off my back, that's something, the princess replied, quietly. Her eyes were still closed. Renkai, then? That was the guard who had just entered the room? Rei swallowed hard, more puzzled yet. The princess was supposed to eat, though, and she'd helped her avoid it. Was she complicit in some sort of crime? The idea didn't sit well with Rei at all, but she couldn't do anything about it anymore. The next time, she'd make sure Princess Azula ate, well, hopefully she'd have enough food of her own to have her fill, and to also help the princess eat properly. If she was ill, it was certainly important that she ate good meals so she could get better. Still, if her actions had meant something to the princess, maybe there was something else she could do. Or many other things, too. She'd willingly talked to Rei, maybe she could reveal where the proper cleaning implements were. If she did, Rei would do a much better, thorough job at cleaning her room. Is there anything else I can do for you? She asked, shyly. I'm sorry I used a towel from your bathroom to clean, I didn't know where to find, anything else? The princess's hum appeared utterly unconcerned with Rei's apparently shameful confession. Rei had expected anger, perhaps, displeasure for acting without permission. Nothing, though. There's a storage room in the corridor. 2 doors down. You might find something there. Oh. Yes, thank you, I'll do that right away. Rei smiled brightly. The princess hummed again but said nothing more. Rei rushed outside, finding the storage closet the princess had mentioned, brooms and proper cleaning rags, buckets, even some incense and flasks containing herbs that Rei immediately recognized for cleansing the air with sweet aromas. She gathered everything she thought she'd need, closing the door promptly before running right back to the only room she knew in the palace so far, ready to clean it far more thoroughly now. Halfway through preparing herself to fulfill her tasks properly, busy filling a bucket with water in the bathroom, she suddenly heard the princess's voice again, calling. Rei. Rei. She knew her name. Rei jolted upright, dashing outside the bathroom. Had Zhao told her what her name was before bringing her here? Or did she somehow still remember it, from all those years ago? Why yes, princess. She answered, promptly, her heart racing. I just wanted to ask. Azula said, her voice frayed. All of Rei's sudden excitement dwindled at the considerable fragility of the royal. Can you close those curtains again? Rei blinked blankly. That was it? Really? Maybe the princess's illness would be better off chased away with sunlight, but to be fair, from this angle, it wasn't quite sunlight that poured into the room, but rather, the resulting brightness that fell upon the palace grounds. In such darkness, even a soft glimmer of light could be blinding, she guessed. Yes, princess, Rei said, nodding in her direction. It only occurred to her that Zhao might be upset to return to the room and find she'd closed the curtains once again, when he'd expressly seen to opening them, but Rei guessed he'd understand. It had been an order, after all, the only one the princess had given her. Surely he wouldn't blame her for following it, would he? With quick tugs, Rei undid the bindings of the curtains. In a matter of moments, the princess's room was once more flooded by shadow. The dark period was at its peak. Night was constant, without the mild respite from even the slightest sliver of sunlight at the furthermost shores of the South Pole. It was dark, it was cold, and it seemed that it would remain that way forever. For Sokka, the past days, or rather, nights, had been bearable. He had attempted to follow through with his sister's suggestions, pushing forward to live whatever life he could in the depths of the large ice casket that had once been his home, that, perhaps, could become his home again if he allowed it to be. Still, some days were harder than others, and that particular day was one of them. He sat by the lanterns on the edge of Suki's training grounds, at the center of the village. Her apprentices were improving. Some women had manifested unexpected aptitude for combat while others still required more practice to perfect their basic movements. Perhaps, because of how successful they were lately, Sokka often found his mind returning to his own lessons to another group of inexperienced women, longing to prove themselves worthy of the honor of serving their nation, and thus, his thoughts inevitably turned towards Azula. His sorrow didn't tear him down all the time anymore. It hadn't happened yesterday, or the day before, but maybe today was special. Maybe, as today was the solstice, his heart weighed more heavily in his chest, for, even if it was the winter solstice for them, he knew it was the summer solstice on the northern hemisphere. And that meant... He sighed, rocking the child in his arms gently. Zi was never fussy, she barely ever made any noise, and whenever she did, it was a soft, bird-like chirp. He hardly needed to do anything to keep her calm, but perhaps it was Sokka himself who needed the soothing. "You don't know what day it is today, do you?" Sokka asked Zi, casually, biting his lower lip. "Of course you don't, you're still too tiny to even know one day apart from the other, aren't you? Also too tiny to understand anything I say, but, it's still interesting talking to you, weirdly. I guess it's because I know you won't judge me." He spoke teasingly, and the baby's large, violet eyes gazed at him with utmost curiosity. Sokka offered the child a small, crooked grin. "Yep. I know you won't judge me because you don't know what I'm talking about," he said. "Well, Zi, it's her birthday today. Your aunt's birthday. No less than that." He spoke the words softly, another stab rushing through his heart as he said the words. His last birthday had been the best of his life. Today, he guessed, might be the worst birthday of hers. Wherever she was, whatever she was doing, how he wished he could be beside her, how he longed to bring her comfort of any sort. Instead, he simply grieved. He grieved because he couldn't be there after all, he grieved because there was nothing he could do, not from so far away, to ease her sorrows. Weights dragged him down, as they always had since he'd been torn from her side, but nothing was quite as heavy as the necklace he carried in his pocket. He was a fool, he knew, for doing this to himself. For carrying that reminder of their past, for carrying her rejection on his person. It still hurt, terribly, and he realized he was growing fond of it. An unhealthy mentality to have, to be sure, but he couldn't shrug it off. Where sharing the stories of Jing and Wenta could soothe him, the necklace broke his heart to pieces anew. His heart remained caught in that unhealthy loop, and try as though he might, he couldn't quite snap out of it, for he didn't want to. He also refused to burden everyone else with the grief brought about by his memories. However, he shared the story of Jing and Wenta, and he answered questions about them, from time to time, but whenever his misery overwhelmed him, his choice in company was none other than the child in his arms. Zi, the silent, chirping baby, heard his woes and always offered a strangely comforting silence that Sokka hadn't found in anyone else so far. "You do know, right? Who your aunt is?" he said, softly tickling the child's tummy. She wiggled, smiling, and even her laughter was quiet, a soft chirp as well. Sokka smiled, inevitably. "Yeah, it's a secret from your big sister, all right? But you're right, it's Princess Jing." He whispered the words softly, as though he were genuinely sharing the secret with the child who couldn't possibly understand it. Still, he spoke this way just for the fun of it. Mari was a few paces away, preoccupied with something other than asking for stories, for today. "I wanna be Wenta." "No, I'm Wenta." "You were Wenta yesterday." It would be hard to believe that the two brothers who had insulted Mari a mere few weeks ago would fight nowadays over who would play the Wenta to her Jing. Never had Mari yielded the role of Princess Jing to anyone else, in virtue of being a female firebender just like her heroine. The boys, of course, had latched on to Wenta once they started listening to the stories. It had taken them some time to warm up to Sokka, just as it had taken their mother some time to take a more active, enthusiastic role in Suki's lessons, but by now, the unpleasantness seemed to have been chased away completely. The Water Tribe, Sokka knew, wasn't remotely as unforgiving as the Fire Nation. Mistakes, misdeeds, were amended. If you trespassed, you would think on what you did wrong and you would endeavor not to make that same mistake again. Sokka wasn't completely certain the boys had apologized to Mari properly, but the bright grin on her face as they turned towards her revealed she'd set aside whatever resentment she'd held for the brothers anyway. "Who do you think should be Wenta today?" asked one of them, looking at Mari expectantly. She bit her lip before pointing at the other brother, who cheered and rejoiced as his sibling groaned in frustration. "Yes. I'm Wenta, and you're Prince Peaky." "I don't want to be Prince Peaky." "Come on, Jing. We can win against Prince Peaky." Mari laughed and cheered, and their wild, chasing game began. The stand-in for Prince Peaky could only flee, trying his best not to be caught by his own Jing and Wenta as they ran within the open area between the training grounds and the many rows of igloos. "Careful, Mari," Sokka called to the child he kept under watch. She only grinned at him over her shoulder, waving carelessly at him before returning to her running. Sokka sighed, smiling a little. "She's indomitable, huh? It's like she got all the wild energy, and you got none of it, huh, little Zi?" Again, the baby said nothing, just eyeing Sokka with her violet gaze. He grinned, releasing a deep breath. Yeah, I'm changing the subject. "I just keep thinking she's bound to be lonely today," he said, his smile fading. "I mean, maybe I'm thinking too negatively, huh? It's been weeks and nothing's happened. Oze's had enough time to gather his armies and raise this place into the ocean, but he hasn't done that so far. So, maybe he just won't do it after all? Maybe she did stop him, somehow, maybe she's managed to wrestle power out of his hands by now, don't you think? And then one day she'll just come back here, and tell us all about how things turned out when she returned to the Fire Nation. Or maybe she was out of reach, and would stay out of reach forever, and he was wasting his time hoping for the impossible when Azula was utterly powerless to put a stop to her monster of a father." He sighed, shaking his head at his own pessimistic thoughts. Once more, he rocked the child in his arms, calming his ever-breaking heart by soothing her. "I miss her. Every day that goes by, I miss her more," Sokka whispered, softly. I don't know what I'll do, honestly. I don't know how to do what Katara told me to, what Azula wanted me to. I've just never been much good at doing as I'm told, right? So, guess it's just force of habit, feeling like I can't keep up with this." The weight of the necklace in his pocket ever reminded him of that horrific, unwanted epiphany, of the cursed realization that, maybe, she'd never return. That maybe their promises would go unfulfilled and broken, all but one, of course, he'd never stop loving her. Whatever surprises he found in his pack, whatever sudden realizations he might have, whatever information they ever found out about the Fire Nation, if they ever learned anything new, it wouldn't change the mandate of his heart. If all that was left in the wake of heartbreak was miserable, overwhelming pain, Sokka would accept it anyway, for, strangely, that pain seemed to bring him closer to her, still bridging their souls together, no matter how far apart they might be. "I suppose I should just count my blessings instead, huh? Focus on the good things, on happy thoughts. I'm back with my family, and I've gotten to know you, huh, Zi? Though I can't help but wish she were here, and that she'd gotten to know you too. She always said she was terrible with children, but I never believed it, no matter how many times she said so. She'd be thrilled with Mari, teaching her all sorts of mischief to mess with your dad, huh? And she'd love holding you too. You know, sometimes Sokka breathed deeply, glancing at the child with hopeless, pointless longing before confessing a truth he knew he'd never dare speak aloud to anyone else. "Sometimes I can't help but wonder if a child of ours might have been just like you." His chest hurt, badly, upon uttering those thoughts out loud. Yet a tingle of wishful happiness bloomed within that pain, wishful, pointless happiness that would never be fulfilled. They had loved each other, fiercely and passionately, beyond all control and common sense. They could have come this far, together. They could have shared a beautiful future, they could have had a child like Zi, with that dark hair just like Azula's. Oh, well. Pointless to dwell on it, isn't it? He said, offering the child a tight-lipped grin as he sniffed quickly, violently brushing the tears away with his mitten. Counting my blessings, yes, that's it. I get to be friends with you, my littlest niece. That's what's most important. He had found it curious that, as much as Mari loved story time, and had grown to set aside her initial apprehension towards him, she didn't quite like Sokka himself that much. No, she loved the stories above everything else. Zi, of course, was far too young to understand the stories, even, but Sokka guessed she'd grow up hearing them, over and over again, repeated in her sister's voice relentlessly. Either way, it seemed to Sokka that Zi had grown fond of him. She seldom cried when he held her unless she grew hungry or had a small mishap in her underthings. Changing diapers was an art, Sokka had decided, after asking Kunna to help him the first few times, namely so he could truly understand how to help Zi when she needed it. By now, he could handle it fairly well on his own. It might be pointless training, he wasn't bound to ever have a child of his own, after all, but perhaps it'd be some use if his sister and Aang ever set their relationship in motion. It was still odd to think about that possible romance, but he wasn't quite bothered by the idea, as much as Aang had expected otherwise. If the Avatar ever did anything stupid enough to break Katara's heart, there would be no marvelous bending that could keep him safe from Sokka's defense of Katara, of course, but he wanted to believe nothing of the sort would happen at all. They weren't kids, after all, and whatever relationship his sister wanted to have, it was none of Sokka's business. If anything, the only thing that would be any concern of his was helping her raise their little children, as far as Sokka could tell, if they ever had any. I guess I ought to be bitter, maybe I am, a bit, Sokka admitted, biting his lip. Everyone gets to live their lives peacefully, feels like, well, as peacefully as possible, even if I've messed up everything just by being here. No one's future is truly out of reach, no one's but mine. And yeah, I hate that, but I want them to be happy too, Zi. I want you to be happy, too. So, grow up healthy and happy, k? That's all Uncle Sokka asks of you, alright. Zi remained silent at first, until she made one of her soft, chirp-like sounds, almost as though understanding it was her cue to speak. Sokka couldn't help but smile again. It wasn't the life he'd dreamed of, it wasn't the life he'd wanted. But he was fortunate, for she had made this possible for him. Azula had hoped he'd live in peace, it had been her final gift to him, one he couldn't cherish fully for what it was, but he did cherish her intent, no matter how heartbreaking it might be. The sound of heavy footsteps, accompanied by a quick-paced canine jog, revealed Zi's father had returned. Sokka smiled at the arriving gruff, who sped ahead of his master to check on Zi, his tongue dangling out of his jaws. He, much like Mari, had grown to accept Sokka little by little, though he didn't seem half as fond of him as Mari was, by now. Try as though he might, he couldn't win the dog's approval just by feeding him scraps of food. The irony that a wolf dog wouldn't grow fond of him, when a dragon had grown to like him so quickly and so genuinely, didn't go lost on Sokka. Zuko's boots sank in the snow as he approached. Sokka guessed he was much more cautious about walking quietly whenever he went hunting, for the haul of food he'd brought today couldn't have been achieved with such heavy footing. He set down the hares he'd found, easy pickings in the unforgiving winter of the South Pole if you found their burrows, as well as his hunting gear, right by the seat Sokka had taken, at the outskirts of the training grounds. Back pretty early, huh? Sokka remarked, raising his eyebrows. Zuko nodded, releasing a breath as he yanked his parka's hood back. Got lucky today, he confessed. Figured I'd do better to return instead of risking, well, ruining my luck, I guess. Probably for the best, Sokka acknowledged. Hunting had turned into an utterly distant experience, though Sokka knew he ought to return to it sooner than later. If he was to live here, to stay here, he couldn't freeload off the product of his father's hunting trips forever. He'd never done that, in the past. Hakata didn't appear to mind, but Sokka knew he had to return to that habit sooner than later. Zuko's all-business facade faded quickly. He leaned over Sokka with a smile, stretching a gloved hand towards the child who cooed again upon glimpsing him. I'm back, little Zi, he said, using the sweetest voice he possibly could. Frankly, Sokka was surprised Zuko had it in him to make such voices, altogether. Missed me? Zi giggled quietly, stretching her hands towards Zuko, who grinned and stroked his daughter's soft dark hair with as much kindness as he could. Sokka was of half a mind to hand the child over to Zuko, but a cheerful, childish shriek caused the firebender to turn his head quickly towards the source of the noise. He smiled again once he glimpsed Mari playing happily with the two boys. "And I guess Mari's doing fine, too," Zuko said. "Guess you're a better babysitter than I ever would have given you credit for, huh?" "What, you expected me to suck at it?" Sokka asked, as Zuko stood up straight again. "Why did you let me do it, if that's how it is?" "Well, you were never going to be entirely unsupervised. If you messed up somehow, Suki would still notice even if she's giving her lessons," Zuko said, smiling warmly at his wife next. Suki watched over her students as they performed a set sequence of movements, but she still noticed her husband once his golden eyes fell upon her figure. She grinned brightly immediately, waving in his direction, and Zuko smiled as well, with a much shyer greeting. "See? She noticed me," Zuko said, matter-of-factly. "That's just because you two have some sort of mental connection, apparently," Sokka smiled. "Even if she doesn't know for sure that you're back, she immediately senses that you are and her spirits brighten right away. And you're the same with her, too." "Heh. Guess that might be the case," Zuko conceded, smiling shyly. "Well, anyway, take the compliment for what it is and quit picking a fight. Thanks for keeping an eye on Mari and Zi today. You'll take over now?" Sokka asked. It was almost a shame, having to hand Zi over to Zuko, but he'd be up for his own training bouts with the warriors soon enough. "Thought I would, yeah," Zuko said, smiling a little as he glanced back at Mari. "Might be there's not much work to do with her, though. She's pretty busy with her friends, isn't she?" "She hasn't even asked for a story today," Sokka said, with a sigh of relief. "Which is, frankly, better for me. She may think I'm an endless source of stories, but—" "What, you're not about to say you're running out, are you?" Zuko asked, puzzled. Sokka grimaced. "Well, there's a lot of stories I refuse to tell your little child, Zuko," he said, simply. Zuko shuddered, paling as he imagined just which sorts of stories Sokka referred to. "Smart choice," he said, breathing out slowly. "I know you've been, well, embellishing a lot of things, and probably skipping heaps more, but I somehow didn't think you'd ever run out of material. Still got a few more up my sleeve, but she can make up her own stories too, if she wants to." "I'm pretty sure that's what she's doing now," Sokka said, gesturing at Mari with his chin. The little girl and her appointed Wenta continued their relentless team-up against the other boy. Zuko watched them with a gentle grin, until he actually paid attention to the words they were saying. "Blue fire. At Prince Peaky. Take him down, Jing. Prince Peaky is a loser." The placid expression on Zuko's face shifted into utmost displeasure. His perfectly calm exchange with Sokka appeared to lean towards their traditional hostility once more. Sokka only smiled guiltily, holding a hand up in a gesture of surrender. "I didn't really intend for that to happen," he said. Zuko scoffed, shaking his head. "Well, you'll have to think about the consequences of your actions sometimes, Wenta," Zuko huffed, pulling off his mittens in a gesture that Sokka found oddly menacing, yet not quite that threatening all the same. "The humiliation you're putting me through. Hey, it's Prince Peaky. Nobody said it was you," Sokka said, shrinking in place as his voice trailed off under Zuko's disapproving glare. "Heh. Whatever. I am going to clear my name," Zuko determined, setting down the mittens atop his bags before turning to Gruff, commanding him to stay put right where he was. The dog, obediently, sat down tensely, ever eager to follow his master's commands. "You don't have to clear your name, it's Prince Peaky's problem, not yours." Sokka almost laughed, as Zuko turned towards the three children in the snow. "Your name's all safe and sound." "Oh, damn, you're just unreasonable." His attempt to reel Zuko in failed as the man strode purposefully towards the kids. Whatever he intended to do, Sokka highly doubted Mari would accept any other interpretation of Prince Peaky other than Princess Jing's loser brother, and, frankly, Sokka deserved to be blamed for that. He couldn't deny it. Trying to change the child's mind was quite complicated. To this moment, she still found Tofa's stand-in character a most horrific person, no matter if she had become friends with Jing and Wenta. But Zuko, unbeknownst to Sokka, had a plan. A plan that wouldn't fail, a plan that would make his daughter happy, perhaps even happier than she already was. Come on, at least try to fight back. The boy playing Wenta laughed, nudging his moody brother, who huffed in his direction. It's already my turn to be Wenta. He had started, when Mari gasped beside him, beaming at someone over the boy's shoulder. Daddy! She exclaimed. The two boys jumped back immediately, looking at the other firebender of the tribe with reverent fear. That's right. I'm your dad, aren't I, Princess Jing? Zuko said, with a playfully vicious voice that wouldn't daunt anyone with common sense, as far as Sokka could tell. And I can see you are having fun. This is unacceptable. By orders of Fire Lord Vyuneo, you will cease all this amusement and frolicking. All the children were silent now, thoroughly confused. It was clear Zuko was playing with them, but that, apparently, was a very strange concept, especially for the boys, to wrap their young heads around. Zuko had to take things a little further, then. You will behave yourself as a princess must. He continued to scold Mari pompously. And not be friends with Prince Piki or with Wenta. Instead, I am taking you for lessons on fishing with Lord Kino, of the Islands of Neverwhere. No. Mari exclaimed immediately, startling her two friends. Zuko gasped. No. You have refused. Oh, whatever shall I do? He said, dramatically, falling to his knees before his daughter. Fire Lord Vyuneo isn't smart. He can't beat Princess Jing. Exclaimed Prince Piki's stand-in, and Wenta nodded promptly. You can't take her anywhere. Said the stand-in for Wenta. Mari gasped but smiled as her father leaned back, horrified. No? I can't. Then, if that's the case, I'll take Prince Piki. He roared, with a playful cackle. The kids laughed as he reached for the boy, to no avail. Come here. I will steal the joy from your little boy's heart and make you a boring adult who knows no fun. No. The three kids exclaimed, laughing as Zuko attempted to pursue them, while on his knees, a most pointless way in which to attempt to threaten the children. You won't take Prince Piki. Mari laughed, the two boys ran along with her, looking at Zuko with utmost amazement. We will protect him from you. The Wenta stand-in declared, and Zuko groaned in a playful, helpless way, reaching for the children to no avail. I will win. I will not be a loser today. Or else, they'll call me Loser Lord. That can't be. He exclaimed, and as good as on cue, the boys began chanting Loser Lord as they ran circles around Zuko. Mari laughed and cheered, joining in on their apparent humiliation of her father by singing as well. Sokka couldn't hold back his laughter as he watched the most unbelievable scene taking place before his eyes. Never had he expected to witness Zuko playing the fool deliberately, let alone genuinely playing with anyone, but his strategy had been perfectly sound. There was no better enemy for Jing and Wenta than the dreaded Fire Lord Vyuneo, and it seemed that, for once, Prince Piki had become an ally rather than an annoying rival. Briefly, Sokka wondered if he ought to make up stories along those lines, after what he'd seen today, maybe once they reached the time period of their encounter in Whaletail Island. Maybe. Asai shook his body, but he didn't stop smiling anyway as Zuko was attacked viciously by the two boys, one of whom took hold of Zuko's left arm, the other of his right, and then Mari leapt on his back, wrapping her arms around his neck while laughing as loudly as she ever did. Zuko swayed in place, puzzled by his daughter's affectionate hug attack, no doubt unsure of how to play Fire Lord Vyuneo in the face of such a sweet finishing blow. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Suki's voice brought Sokka's attention back from the play fight taking place before him. Sokka smiled, noticing only then that the training of the day had been adjourned. The women still chatted after the lesson, though some had rushed off to tend to their chores and duties already, same as the teenagers who had every intention to run off to the tribe's outskirts to practice what they'd learned that day. You mean, that Zuko's playful? Well, yeah, if I weren't seeing it right now, I'd never believe it, Sokka admitted, with a weak smile. This place has been pretty good for him, hasn't it? Very much so, Suki grinned at her husband, who had noticed her lesson was over and waved clumsily at her. The two boys seemed ready to fight still, and Zuko would have to think about whether to humor them or surrender to Mari's carefree solution of hugging the evilness away from Fire Lord Vioneo. You didn't get to tell any stories today. She's generously given me some time to ponder how I'll tell her about what's next, Sokka admitted, smiling a little. But she's having her own adventures, our little Princess Jing, and I'm betting you'll be hearing all about those before dinner tonight. Oh, I have no doubts about it, Suki laughed, leaning down to scoop up Zi into her arms. The child cooed happily again, greeting her mother with a smile. Had fun with Uncle Sokka today, did you? Little by little, the title had been catching on. Even Mari sometimes would call him her uncle spontaneously, despite having no grasp, not truly, on how he'd be connected to her family at all, but the tightness of the Water Tribe made it so everyone felt like family. She might not even understand what actual blood ties were, let alone how far they went, but one day, Sokka guessed, Mari would realize he wasn't related to her by blood, just as Katara and Hakata weren't. One day, she'd piece together the story of Jing and Wenta, and by the time she did, she might realize why, exactly, he was Uncle Sokka. For now, however, the title didn't sit badly with him. It was, after all, an acknowledgement of the truth, of the scar on his hand, of the necklace that weighed heavily in his pocket and his heart. You're up now, though, ready for it. Suki's voice brought him back to reality. The warriors were already assembling for his turn at giving lessons. Some of the women had chosen to stay for that, too, brandishing some of the newly forged weapons that had been crafted expressly for them in the preparations for the tribe's defense. Kino, of course, stood among them, waving happily at Sokka while holding his own, brand new whalebone knife in his eager hands. Sokka breathed out and nodded, rising to his feet. His foot tripped one of Zuko's spears lightly, without causing it to tumble to the snow. Yet again, the gear served as a reminder of a man he'd once been. Of duties he'd have to take up again, sooner or later. Once this conflict was behind them, or once it was clear that Oze truly wouldn't attack at all, unlikely as that possibility still appeared to be, in Sokka's mind, he'd have to go hunting once more. He'd have to provide for his family, much as he had back during the worst years of the war. But for now, he had other duties that beckoned him. He'd return to that life, his old life, little by little. So far, it felt like an old glove, worn and unused for years, fitting awkwardly on his palm and fingers, but slowly, it molded back into place. Whether it was merely a matter of Water Tribe adaptability or simply that his body was well suited, even from an ancestral standpoint, to this weather and world, the truth was that it seemed every sign indicated that he should return to his roots, to let go of the complications and horrors of a life that had nearly killed him. But he couldn't focus on the bad without remembering the good, without recalling, whenever he saw Mari's joyful golden eyes, the first woman he had ever seen with irises of that same hue. The woman who had granted him unimaginable, infinite happiness, the woman who had learned to see the world from other points of view, by his side. The woman for whom he would have done anything, for whom he had done everything. The woman who was out of reach, and who might never return to him. Maybe he would settle for being Uncle Sokka one day, playing with kids, helping his grandmother cook, discussing his ideas on how to protect the tribe with his sister and his father, going out hunting on occasion, bringing in prey and cooking food that they might share with their neighbors. But maybe he wouldn't be able to live that way, or maybe not for very long. His pain, he knew, would never go away, but maybe, against all odds, he'd find a way to make something useful of it. He didn't know what just yet, but there had to be a reason why his heart couldn't seem to settle for this. A reason why his chest ached with that familiar feeling of wrongness that always spread inside him when Oze, damned Oze, had his way. He still had no idea what he'd do, if not living out the rest of his life quietly, with his head down, in the Southern Water Tribe. But maybe he'd feel a calling in time, beckoning him to act rather than waiting in mournful silence, maybe. Until then, he had one certainty: a group of warriors waited for him to continue instructing them in the ways of combat, and he would make them the best fighters they could possibly be in order to protect the Southern Water Tribe. Without another moment's hesitation, Sokka stepped forward into the group of proud, eager warriors to offer them their next lesson. Check the description for the links to the author.